Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Port Royal Annual Retreat. We will be spending the next day and a half taking a look at really where the town is and where we're trying to go and do some long-term planning. We are going to be doing some goal setting. We've got a little bit of a timing issue that's got us, so that's going to push back a little bit. So we're going to start with departmental reviews. Dan, department is coming up first.
The first one up is Noah with planning, and he has some documents that he's going to share. And he's going to walk you through what he's been up to and what he anticipates being up to.
Thank you.
I just want to give you all a real brief recap of the year, some development updates, and then just kind of what the planning department's short-term goals are coming up here the next year or so. Over the last year, we've had a lot of new residential development. As you know, we've also had some redevelopment and some commercial development budgeting. So we are at 625 residential units that have been approved through development approvals. That doesn't mean built or even permitted yet, but development approvals, 625 residential units since last February. We also have the partial redevelopment of the Piggly Wiggly Shopping Center with the Ace Hardware and the redesign of some of that parking lot and landscaping and so forth, as well as the Panache Car Wash in Shell Point and the Help of Beaufort building over at the corner of Casablanca and Revo. Just taking a look, I'd like to keep a kind of a tally of the implementation plan in our comprehensive plan and just where we are at initiating and completing those action items. So I took a look, and this is probably over more than the last year. This is total, but there's 26 strategic actions in the playbook in the comprehensive plan. So those are kind of the priority items that came out of the plan. Right now, 11 of those actions are initiated, whether that is a regional planning collaboration or that's capital projects initiated by other town staff. And then 3 of those action items in the past year and a half, I guess, are completed. And those cover a broad range of things. So there's 10 elements in your comprehensive plan. And some of the ones that are covered in the actions that we've started or completed are natural resources, transportation, economic development, equity, built environment and future land use, and regional collaboration. And then getting down to the plan review and code level, some of the things that Mike and I and Brooke and the permit administrators have been working on is continuing to improve that zoning and building review process. Some of the recent improvements we've made, we created a subdivision application so that we are assured that whoever is applying for a subdivision, they're in an HOA, that we have an affidavit signed just like we do on a building permit application, wherein they're telling us, no, we don't have any restrictions on our property. We can do this subdivision, and so we're protected in that. And then we've also updated a host of forms and applications to make them look a little more modern and uniform. So everything from the building permits to the new vessel mooring application, sign, tree, all of it. We're overhauling the look of them and kind of fine tuning what we asked for on them, because we asked previously for a lot of things that we didn't need the information on, and then we were lacking information in other areas. So all that's been improved and is still being improved. And that kind of goes in tandem with our new permitting software, which Mike will get into. And then finally, just looking at map and code changes, we have annexed 4 properties in the last year, and we currently have 1 annexation petition that's coming to Secretary in March. These are all properties with highway frontage, so there's additional potential there for commercial development and redevelopment, as we know has been a priority that was set by council to increase our commercial tax base. We're also hopefully coming to the final days of the tree ordinance revision, which has been a huge undertaking. And with council endorsing the redevelopment overlay district recently, we'll be starting to work on that language to add to the zoning code. as soon as possible, probably after this week. So those are the big things. And then I just want to get in a little bit to where we are with the development pipeline. You want to? Oh, that's right. So this is just a quick look at everything that's in the pipeline. This could be anywhere from, I've had one or two conceptual meetings with the folks, or they could be nearing the end of their civil engineering review. And so what we're looking at right now is a little under 1,000 dwelling units in the pipeline. And if you remember the number from my last slide, which I don't, we had 625 residential units approved last year. So that puts us around 1,600 dwelling units either approved or in the pipeline. And that number is actually down from what it was projected to be last year. Last council retreat, I think I told you a number over 2,000. So it's slowing down. And then we also have a few projects that are not residential that are going on right now. It's early conceptual planning for an Anchor Park mixed use development. Right now, the concept is a hotel with an upscale restaurant and then townhomes on the rear of the property. So the hotel frontage would be on Paris Avenue. There's an oil change facility over in Shell Point on the corner of the highway and the Bellevue Business Park entrance. And then the redevelopment of the car wash and laundromat on Revo Road is starting to gain some traction. We've approved some minor exterior improvements to the facade of the building they were using for Health of Beaufort. And they'll be moving the laundromat over there. And then in the meantime, that'll give them the ability to redevelop the property where the car wash and laundromat currently is for the new car wash, which is just a portion of the overall plan. But they need to make those small incremental steps for financing. So that's where we're at in the development pipeline. What's coming up? I'd like to keep taking a close look at what action items. I want to keep looking at what action items we'd like to start implementing in the short term. We have called out priority levels, I believe, and then funding levels and all of the partners that are involved in getting these items initiated and completed. So we'll probably keep going for the low-hanging fruit for now and try to move towards some of the longer-term goals in the near future as well. And then we'll hopefully have a good jumping point for when we do our 5-year update on the comprehensive plan to say, okay, what can we add in here because we've accomplished so many things. One of the other big things as part of the new permitting software and kind of modernizing our plans review processes is trying to get site development applications and their review fully digital. It's kind of difficult now just because what really happens is digital copies and hard copies are sent to planning, and then planning distributes everything out to the engineer, the building official, the architect, the fire marshal, and then we have to go back and ask them for everything and return all their comments. And there's no easy tracking system for that. So the Civic Gov, which is the permitting software that we just started implementing, has a planning and zoning module which would fit those needs. So that's something that we'd like to look at maybe in the next year. And then another factor in that is a plans review software called Bluebeam that would give us the ability to mark up plans digitally, measured plans digitally. One of the big things that I have difficulty with is I get sent digital copies, so I don't have a 100-page civil engineering package in my office that I have to just say, no, this is no good, try again. So to be able to go on plans digitally and measure, because I have to measure block lengths, the amount of a building facade that's in the front of the property, all those things I have to do on paper, but I don't usually have the paper. So Bluebeam would give us that ability. And I believe it would help with building plans reviews as well. Drafting the redevelopment overlay district, I'm sure I'll have some help with that. but that's a big one that's coming up here in the very near future. And then finally, I think it's probably time, at least in my tenure, I'm not sure what Linda had done in the past, to just start reviewing sections of the zoning code. Make sure there aren't any outliers that are making our life difficult or residents' lives difficult. And maybe look for an amendment package there. I'd like to start making that a semi-regular thing. And then there's a lot of scrivener's errors that were in the document when we adopted it in 2015 that just have not been cleaned up. So I'll probably put a package together of scrivener's errors. Not sure if I can do that with the amount of time that's passed, but that's the easiest way to do it, I think. Just simple things like dates. It might say the county instead of the town in a few places because we were a subcontract on the county's zoning code contract with Opticos. So all those things, just, generally just clean up the zoning code. That's what I have for you.
Council questions for Noah?
Yeah, I just got 2 or 3 questions, thoughts. Anything on safe harbor, anything you can tell us in, or is that Van, something you can share with us at the appropriate time? Is there anything from your seat?
I'll fill in what Van says because I'm not 100% comfortable knowing what I can and cannot say at this time.
That's fair enough. And it's fine when Van speaks, and that's fine too. You mentioned tree ordinance. Thank you for your efforts and thank you for your hard work on the tree ordinance. I know we all look forward to getting that thing into action. I think in the March meeting, is that right? We got that coming up as an action item.
Retreat and workshop.
Workshop,
and meeting. Today's
yeah.
retreat. Workshop and meeting.
Yeah, so thank you all. And then Bluebeam, I was just gonna make a comment because I didn't know. I saw that come up. We're starting to use a little bit of that at work and what we do. And it's actually working out pretty good. I don't know the cost. I don't know anything about it.
I don't either, to be honest.
We're using it. It's beneficial. It's a good tool for us and what we do.
I've used a trial so far and it's been helpful. So
Yeah, cool. That's all that.
I'll support that. We used it for plan review at my former job as well, and it definitely made life easier.
Yeah.
I would just ask we sit in the redevelopment committee meetings from planning department. What can we do to help press that forward, the economic development, the commercial development that we're pushing? Like I said, just
I think some of the more technical motions that you all supported when they came forward in February are the things that are going to be the biggest catalysts, like the engineering study to figure out what our sewer and water needs are along Revo, and the redevelopment overlay district, just because those are clear, if not initiatives, things that make it easier for redevelopment. Because a lot of these older buildings are owners who might be local or just are sitting on it because they know how expensive it is to redevelop. They might not necessarily love the 70-year-old building that's falling apart on the property. They want to do something with it. They just don't have the means yet. So anything we can do to financially assist with that from a code perspective is a good thing.
Well, piggyback on that, I think that goal of reviewing the zones and consolidating, I think that's great. Anytime you can make anything more streamlined and less convoluted, clunky, I think is great.
And then there's also, we have our code of ordinances on Municode. We don't have the zoning code on Municode. And that's not an issue for me administratively, but it sometimes is for users because they only have PDF. So they have to open a specific article in the zoning code, which there are 10, and use Control F and search in that article to see if what they're looking for is there. If you have the whole code in Municode, you can just use the search bar to search the entire code and it'll take you right to that article, section, division, whatever it is that you're looking for. So it's another tech improvement that is costly but modernizes our approach to things. So
One in the streamline it. That's what you want.
yeah, right. Yeah. My goal is to make the zoning code more efficient for everyone, and it's a little bit tedious right now.
Oh, you touched on something a second ago also. There was a time that Port Royal had some type of assistance program that assisted residents, that had dilapidated.
Yeah. Port Royal Pride.
Fort Royal Pride, that's it, yeah. Is that program still operating?
We would cover that under economic development.
Okay.
That was one of the recommendations and the motions that we received last week that y'all approved.
Okay.
So y'all will, during the budget process, figure out how much money you want to designate to reinstitute that
Okay,
program.
and then piggybacking off of what Jerry said also, I've been approached by several people. Everyone in the community wants to know what's going on with Safe Harbor. You know, they talk about Port Royal, everyone's flocking here and so forth. But then yet also what, and I have to explain to them that this is not Port Royal's property.
Mhm.
You know, it resides in Port Royal. But as I said, also people just want to know what's going on. So, you know.
I think they did mention at the last, or we asked of them at the last update meeting to have something prepared in some fashion to give an update to the residents so that they know.
Yeah, but from a planning perspective,
We have,
it's governed by
Yeah.
the existing plan unit development and the development agreement. And nothing has changed from that perspective.
Right.
Since the amendments that you passed, I guess a year ago. or
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
To address some concerns they had when they purchased.
Mhm.
And just as a quick update, that one of the main things that they're addressing right now is the marina permit and the designation or undesignation of the channel as a federal shipping channel that potentially has an impact on their mission, if you will. Because right now, at dead low tide out at the ocean buoy, you've got 12 feet of water. Obviously, it used to be a lot more than that. And what is happening right now is that if you have larger vessels, i.e. small cruise ships, things like that, the harbor pilots will only bring those boats in at high tide during the day. So they've never been on a cruise before, you might leave in the middle of the night. So as far as the other boats, I mean, there's some things that they can work around. But I think ultimately what happens with the designation of that channel impacts what they're going to do on that property. Obviously they're real concerned about boat repair, those sorts of things, which are all permitted in planning. But we're also talking about funding. If you remove the federal designation as a shipping channel, it gives them more flexibility in terms of encroachment into the channel. However, then you have no chance of ever receiving any sort of funding relative to dredging the channel. Frankly, even if it were still designated a federal channel, the feds have basically said, you don't have enough shipping activity to justify designating any funds to maintain the channel. Because they're going to send it to Charleston or Savannah or the other places.
Just a stamp that says it's federal channel.
Right.
Restricts on what you can do and you're not getting any money.
So, but we all know that's a political process. So things can change. If there's a permit there's nothing to say that a private entity couldn't do the dredging themselves. They can operate under that permit. So those are some things that they're wrestling with as they wait, because they have this back and forth with the Corps of Engineers, and I was part of that discussion. And relative to what we have seen on the balance of the property, the presentations they made for the Bluff neighborhood, I know they've had this discussion of a build to rent community. That is an allowed use because it's single family, okay? Whether it's long-term rental or owned, it's in compliance with our code as it is written right now. It's single family residential development laid out, which would be appropriate and approved by our design review board or staff, and would have to be in compliance with all of our standards. We don't get into the weeds of whether somebody's paying $3,000 a month for rent or $3,000 a month for a mortgage. So that's something that everybody needs to understand. Y'all just don't get to unilaterally tell somebody they can't long-term rent their property.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
Just to add, so no, I know that we're not asking you to say anything. Right, Van said a lot there, but I think the key for the council is they are actively communicating with you. Is that?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
They're talking about what they can and can't do. Does this meet? Does this look good? There are things going on, but a lot of that is still we can't share.
Yes.
So it's not that it's not a black hole like it may have been in the past. We have no idea.
Okay.
But we just don't have a final plan that can say, here it is, citizens, on what they're doing. It's communication.
Yeah, we have a-
No different than what you had on the laundromat redone or anything like
Exactly.
that. It's just all conceptual.
Mhm.
And you, as the planning director, really have to keep that to yourself until they, as a property owner, release that.
Yeah, just knowing the major changes that can come in a conceptual plan and landscape plan and, you know, all of the things that people care about as an infill part of their community, those aren't finalized yet. So to say anything about any of those things there's no point right now. So but I can say there are thoughtful conceptual plans that have been submitted and they have requested comment from staff on them. And just anecdotally, they look really nice. The concepts.
Well, good. And staff and council members that were in the last meeting have told them we expect a public update in March, a March 8th meeting. And I think they're still heading down that path to do that. I haven't heard anything different. Man, you have not heard anything different either, right? So that, you know, for anybody who's listening and is interested in that, and if they are on the agenda, we'll make sure that it's clear that they're in the agenda to do a presentation at the March meeting.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So I know the conceptual plan they showed us about the Greentown neighborhood and they are single family, and the conceptual plan they showed us only has 8 or 9 short-term rentals in it, and they say they wouldn't do anymore. But the way our ordinances are now and our zoning is now, they could do more short-term rentals.
Correct.
They could do as many as they want.
Yeah, we do not regulate short-term rentals in any other way other than nuisance violations.
So they could.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no.
And like I said, it's just a conceptual plan,
Right.
so who knows, but
We haven't asked them, are they willing to put something in their own
Right.
HOA or PUD agreement preventing it, or just having that small amount? We've asked, we'll have to wait and see. But we have no way to regulate it. You're absolutely right. And then, Noah, the other thing is, how do you feel right now we are with the ability, I won't call it one-stop shop, but, you know, that we don't have to keep going back and forth. In the aspect of when you review something, are you getting everything you need to review at one time, or are you spending a lot of time with them back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, or is that some of the things you're planning on correcting?
That's something that I've been working on. One of the biggest things is that there are, depending on the scale of a development company, they are seeking out me over the last 2 years, being the new guy in the planning department in this jurisdiction, and saying, we're gonna go there now because
Let's see what we can get, basically.
and so one of the things they do is they submit their conceptual plans that are done by an engineer, and they're a max yield development concept. So that is a very low starting point, and I have to push them and push them and push them just to get a concept that is worthy of actually being reviewed. So that's more so a managing development applications, not so much, you know, we get what we need from them. We've been able to push some of the ongoing developments that have previously been approved and are now looking at building to a higher standard. I think specifically Baynard Cove will be kind of a needed reprieve from some of the track building that's occurred in the area overall. It's D.R. Horton, and we were able to push them to do some architecturally, some good things that they wouldn't normally do if they weren't pushed to do that. So as long as you hold firm, you know, we get what we want in the standard we want in town.
And Van, so that I don't ask this question to each one of your departments, are you handling staffing in yours, or?
We have in your folder is the organizational assessment
Right.
that we have to perform, so we're going to discuss that.
We're gonna discuss that as one group.
Probably in administration, when
Right,
we
we
review
won't
that.
do that to each
Right, right.
department, so I won't ask that question.
And we can talk about
Or
it,
anybody.
but it's also about money. And so the reality that we live in, so.
Talk about that now,
Yeah.
so then we can do the budget, we understand what that,
Yeah.
what it all means.
So people.
Anything else for Noah or planning? Noah, thank you. Jeff, no, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate that. And we're gonna go back now to
Yeah,
the agenda the way it is written. So we're gonna go back to the introduction of the facility. Go ahead.
Well, we have Ashley here with the Municipal Association, South Carolina. She's here to facilitate the first portion of the retreat, kind of get y'all refocused on maybe some things that we should have done last year, could have done last year, would have done last year, and how that kind of dovetails into what we're going to anticipate doing here that may kind of drive the decisions that y'all make during the budget retreat, as well as any sort of administrative changes that we will have for the upcoming year. So I'm gonna turn it over to Ashley here,
Okay,
if you're ready.
I'm ready, or I'm a little confused. Are we setting goals now, or are we just gonna be reviewing what we did?
We're
in
reviewing at this
2021?
Yeah.
point
Okay.
from last year.
Okay, great.
All right, so you're gonna bring them up? Right.
And let's just say that the record taking at last year's retreat was less than optimal. I'll just leave it at that.
Right, because we had a goal setting session in 21 and 22, we did a capital, much more of a capital discussion than a goal setting session. So that was a little bit of the differences between the 2 years. So do we want to look at 21 first? Or do we want to look at 22?
21's a lot more robust.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Well, if y'all remember, the must-dos are the ones that council prioritizes as the most critical things that needed to get done within that budget year. So how about we go through each one of those and just kind of get a status update?
Good. Ben, you want to lead?
Not really. No, because I can't really read the screen.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I thought it was me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now I can take my glasses off.
You can make it bigger.
No, obviously, it's the recurring theme, which seems to be the one that we have every year, is sanitary sewer expansion. Interestingly, though, in our last budget retreat or annual retreat, we kind of identified the fact that, maybe that shouldn't be our top priority anymore. That we haven't owned the sewer system or the water system for the past 20 years. And that when expansion has typically happened, it's been driven by us through the grant process. And so that was something that we kept revisiting. However, we are right now in the midst of a pretty significant sewer project. And we are also contemplating a comprehensive master plan to identify the sewer needs for Rebo Road, because we want Rebo Road to be our primary economic development driver from the bridge to Burger King, although they're coming up with a better name, and we'll unveil that later. And so I think in terms of the status, I think we've continued moving that along, despite the fact that it's been we made it less of a priority for the upcoming year.
I think we switched the priority to funding, identifying, constructing, to advocating to the water authority to fund and construct sewer additions in the whole Oral Lake. I think that's really what we ended up with, Jerry.
Well, I want to celebrate it because I think that's what we're seeing now is because of the efforts that we laid several years ago when we first came up with the sewer addition. So if we care about something, if we want something to happen, we put it high on the priority list, and look what we accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, the sewer project that's going on now is from this 21, and it was that last group. And
We've been pushing sewer, now we've got it, and that's a good thing. So always will be a priority, but other things are going to get on our radar and maybe kind of jump it a little bit. And I understand, we have to grow with it.
Are there examples of other municipalities where for Jasper sewer or water sewer authority has done more of a laying sewer for these other municipalities?
I think what we.
And if there is, I'm saying, is there a playbook? I mean, they're like, go about it.
Get a CDBG and the sewer will get installed.
Okay.
Right.
and sometimes that's a true statement, other times they have, but the water authority itself has changed over the last 5 to 7 years as well, so their playbook has changed. So it is different. There is communities that they have a program called community sewering. I don't know but one example of it ever working. which is tax based, a full neighborhood wants sewer, everybody gets taxed for it and they install that in that way. They have extended sewer during streetscapes and other projects so that you're doing it at one time. So there is things. Bluffton does a lot of sewering, but Bluffton, they're putting in the sewer along the river's edge where there's an environmental issue associated with it. So they're actually using funding sources from different, not CDBG, but other funding sources from that aspect. So all the municipalities are doing something in some way. I think we're the only one doing the grant install. I think we were the only one.
I think Bluffton. is
Bluffton
doing
was
the same
also
thing.
using stormwater, right? They were using.
Well, I think they've got, the only reason I know is that I think they're going through a CDBG process very similar to what we're going through right now. And so that could be there.
So, yeah,
But you gotta realize that the reality is that most of these municipalities already have sewer. That in itself should be the first indicator. We're probably one of the few remaining communities that is not completely sewered.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm certainly just getting, as we're talking, the redevelopment of Rebo Road would be crucial to any
right.
economic development down
It is.
there. We got the engineering study that we've talked about, and that's a great
Yeah.
first step. That's huge getting it done.
Yeah, because that's one of the challenges, we had this discussion with Josh relative to why there wasn't sewer on Rebo Road. It comes in from the side roads. It's
Yeah.
not along
Yeah.
Rebo Road. So that makes it a challenge.
So does that tie into, is that a road that would not qualify for grant funding?
Well, right now, we are a 52% LMI community. So so as a community, we can apply for community-wide CDBGs. Now, there are other rural infrastructure grant programs that we're contemplating, but because of the discussion last year relative to us not being the driver of installing sewer, we pursued stormwater as a priority relative to any sort of rural infrastructure grant programs that we've been applying to in the last year. So that when we get down to stormwater, we'll talk a little bit about that, but potentially. Yeah, I can imagine what the cost would be relative to the sewer install on Rebo Road.
Oh, yeah.
we had two competing, I wouldn't say goals, but I would say goals and policies. So a goal for us was to add sewer. Policy, the water authority is development pays for development. So there isn't a community fund that they're putting aside to say we need to sewer this area. They're waiting for somebody to come forward and say, we're gonna build this. Well, now you need to put in all this infrastructure to do that. And we're competing with each other. So yeah, we're moving more towards an advocate. We considered moving, and we did last year, and we're still heading in that direction, an advocate role in getting them to do the planning and the engineering, if nothing else, to have the idea of putting sewer on properties ready to go. So even if we can say to a developer, where it's already designed, and here it is, and here's an approximate cost, if we don't get it funded, then through some grants or through the water authority, then the developers, it's shorter and quicker for them to get it in. So we want to make sure that it's as easy as possible without putting all of the financial burden on the town of Port Royal to add assets and amenities to a system that we no longer own and haven't owned for 20 years. Did I explain? Everybody good with that? Van, you good with that?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of it. So I hope that helped, Ashley.
Yeah, so I guess as the town move forward on identifying everywhere and prioritizing where the septics are, and
So that's an interesting conversation as well. We've identified Rebo Road as our number one kind of priority right now. We had a big priority in a neighborhood that's currently under a grant and being constructed. Then the next step we've asked them is can you give us an idea of who is and who isn't on sewer?
Yeah.
So that's that other phase. Some of it is, is more difficult. So that is one of those things that we asked. It's simple. It's a simple procedure for the water authority to do that. Much harder for us to do that, because they bill for both water and sewer. So how many customers are billed together and how many only have water that are in the town of Port Royal, that tells us what the percentage is left. So that's data that we're working on trying to collect. Pretty simple report. It's a report that we can get out of them.
last year at our retreat, they gave us a big booklet that had all the sewer connections to it. And all the,
But no final count.
yeah, it wasn't a count, it was just kind of a graph of the.
Yeah, and then what we have, we went through as part of the redevelopment commission exercise. One of the things that they produced was a map showing just where all of the water and sewer lines were for that corridor. But we still have pockets in the downtown area that do not have access. And we were limited, when you get into sewer neighborhoods, you really are limited for grant purposes, kind of by census data relative to low to moderate income pockets. And so a lot of times if we got down into that 15th, 16th Street area, we just had to stop. Because if we had gone any further, we were going to flip the demographic numbers, and then none of the project would have qualified. So people are like, well, why didn't you just keep it forward? And I was like, well, it's expensive. And it's not something that you could just do. So, and that, obviously, that was before, the ARPA money started raining down on us. So something to think about as well.
All right, well, let's move to citizen engagement and looking at those. Seems a lot of this was focused on maybe, neighborhoods, like community awareness of, being a citizen in Port Royal. What does that mean? Identifying leaders. Where do you all feel like you fell on that priority?
We didn't do good. Bottom line, and COVID kind of is the reason why that one got dropped. And it is something that was an initiative that I'd like to keep moving forward and try again on. I think that those what I call disconnected neighborhoods, we've got to keep working with them. We've got to make sure they understand. The biggest issue with understanding where you live in this community, and the bigger community, the county at this point is what I'm talking about, is that our zip codes don't match where you live. You could live in the town of Port Royal and your zip code says Burton or Beaufort. They don't match. So people see their mailing address and it says Beaufort, they think they live in Beaufort, maybe the city of Beaufort. We've even had Port Royal residents try to apply to run for city Beaufort council because their mail said Beaufort and they thought they lived in the city of Beaufort. So it's a constant ability, it's something we keep looking at. And we dropped it. We don't have, our limited staff was busy doing other things. And this is an effort to go and find every HOA and who's the right person to talk to get permission maybe to either come to one of their meetings and introduce ourselves or hang signs on their neighborhood that says, welcome to a Port Royal neighborhood in that aspect. And we just never got there. And it's something that is, every once in a while I tickle and come back, but it's bottom line, just drop it because of staffing.
And as we move forward into identifying new goals for this year, let's think about maybe more specific goals. So instead of improved connections to the citizens, what does that mean? Maybe something more specific that will help direct staff.
Well, I think we do the newsletter that we send out, I think is great. And I think Sean said we're up to 900,000 people receiving that, which is great. I think that's a really useful tool. It's pretty new. That could have, when we have meetings coming up, links to the agenda, and then the agenda having links to, what we're talking about. And it just, maybe that email chain list, the email just being a little more comprehensive, because right now it's kind of just lists like meeting, this is coming up, event. We have open positions here. So maybe a little more comprehensive on the email list, because that's pretty impressive. And Sean says we have a pretty good click-through rate of it. I can't remember what that is. So that's
So many people that click on the button and.
open it up. Yeah,
Average is like 46%,
which is good. So like I said, just something I think a little more comprehensive to that that's a very specific thing.
No, I agree. I think and it's amazing how many people still say, oh, I didn't know there was one. We have a lot of, we got over almost 1,000, but if you use our population rate and you look at our 13,000 plus homes, that's really over 5,000, home sites. And we have less than 1,000 people, close to 1,000 that are actually getting our newsletter. So there's still 4,000 homes that aren't seeing it in any email or any aspect in that way, so. We'd love to get that number a little bit higher, but it's not uncommon with any citizen engagement. If you're somewhere in the 10 to 20% range, you're doing really good. I mean, that's just the reality of the way it is. I'd love to say that we could get it to 50 to 60 to 70%. I think Kevin's right, maybe there's another way to do it.
All right, so as we're talking and moving through this, maybe make notes for later too, you know, what you want to throw up there. And maybe think about how goals can be tied into other goals. So I see later on, you know, some of the goals about festivals and events. Well, was there maybe a town royal table at this festival that's here tonight with, you know, for the residents to come up and, you know, oh, here's a little, here's a business card with this newsletter.
Yeah, like everyone that's at the event could leave something like.
Put your email down and we'll sign you up for a newsletter.
Yes, man, do we? Because I'm sure you get the phone calls from these people, but do you have all of the HOAs and their heads and the presidents of them? I know they're changing and they've got their own little form of government with neighborhoods, but
Yeah.
I don't know if we know exactly how many HOAs we have, who's the head of them.
And I've struggled at times for weeks to find a contact for an HOA just for simple questions, so. Because they do have frequent board turnover and
And some
change
of them,
property management companies and it's.
some are more active than others, some are really strict and some are, you know, pretty loose and so, yeah.
And we typically get calls from them when, to solve their problems. When something internal happens. We get pitched neighbor versus neighbor.
We had a stormwater issue in Azalea Square and I was out there talking to residents and even they were like, I don't know who you talk to actually get something done.
Yeah.
So, because they aren't engaged with the HOA, so yeah, it's definitely a struggle.
But I like the idea. I'll even if you just put a board up at a festival that had, you know, hey, would you like to participate in our newsletter? Leave a damn pen and write their email addresses up.
That is good.
I'll get you back.
I know a couple coming up that you're more than welcome to have a.
And volunteer to man the booth, is that what you're saying, Brooke?
That's why I suggested a board.
These neighborhoods with the HOAs that you were talking about, are they kind of segregated in that they have their own sort of neighborhood entrance signs and, you know, if someone, kind of like what you were saying earlier, they don't know their whole world, they'd say, well, I live in Seaside Plantation. Seaside Plantation, I'm just making up a name here, is a neighborhood in Port Royal.
Right.
And how do we, like,
So
so people
like,
moving into the community, how do we tie that in?
so like right now, the bridge at Paris Island. There, we have a whole bunch on that side of the river. And because their mailing address is Burton or Beaufort, they don't know they live in Port Royal till they go to do something. You know, and probably 50-75% of them are HOAs.
Yeah.
And, you know, we need to be able to let them know and connect with them to say, hey, you know, when we run for election, we walk, a lot of us will walk it. Well, they're, you know, you can't come in here, you can't do this, but yet when there's a problem, they want you to come in there. So I think we've got to have somewhere that maybe, it's like Joe said earlier, can we get into some of their meetings and, you know, let them know we're here, you're a part of Port Royal, we want you to know, put a sign out in front, you know, welcome to a Port Royal community, make them feel like they're part of not just the downtown Port Royal. And even the people in the Casablanca area feel left out sometimes because you always refer to downtown or the old village, but you don't really refer to the Casablanca. And that's like right here on the same side of the river, but sometimes people don't feel that connection. And I think we've got to do a better job of trying to make that connection to connect with all Port Royal people.
Yeah, I think there's, you know, we talked about the one, which is the zip code. You know, if you think about neighborhoods, you think about communities and towns, you know, the first thing people think is, well, what town do I live in? Well, what school district you're in? Our school districts have nothing to do with town limits. Okay, so you're in Port Royal and you're going to Beaufort High, or you're going to Berkeley. Guys, again, the changes are, so it's, you don't have the school district to help you identify what community you live in. We don't have a zip code to help identify what we live in. And we have one of the best fire departments, I think, in the state, but the name of the fire department is Beaufort Port Royal, Beaufort Fire Department. So they don't even know that one. So the only thing they really see is, and the garbage collection is done by an outside service.
So they don't.
Okay, they don't see that. So they see Jeff's truck come in and pick up bulk, or they see Port Royal PD going through their neighborhood. And so those are the only indicators that they live in the town of Port Royal. I was thinking, and we keep talking about the neighborhood signs, they have to get a permit for that, right?
Yeah.
So every future neighborhood sign, you need to say a Port Royal neighborhood on it.
Yeah.
We need to say that's part of the permit. You want a neighborhood sign, you got to add a Port Royal neighborhood. I mean, that's another way to kind of, at least as we move forward, we're correcting the problem that we've already identified that's out there in the past.
And the way that's already set up, the only neighborhoods that are allowed to have signage at their entrances anymore are the ones out in the 29906 West Port Royal area where that's where the confusion is anyway.
That's right. And I think there maybe are other things that we could do, like maybe all street signs that are in Port Royal, whether you're here or there. We have a specific design for every one of your street signs. This is what your street sign looks like. So no matter where you go in a neighborhood in Port Royal, you see a different street sign. Those are the kind of things.
I like that better than I like putting a Port Royal community on a community. I like the street sign.
Yeah, just something in some way so people realize.
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
point. I get it.
down here in Casablanca, you know, that's.
Right, we're using a specific layout.
Yeah, I know it's confusing. It's, and then it's just the way things have been annexed over time or whatever. It's just like gaping areas that are just like, wait a minute, how's it go from here to this chair?
Well, when y'all say that I've
I'm
heard a few
sorry.
times that, you only hear from them when they have a problem. What problem is it usually? Is it crime? Is it drainage?
Trash.
Yes. Yes.
Drainage, yeah, all that, just the normal day-to-day, quality of life issues that affect, that's what we hear from our people on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's drainage, and ironically, the drainage issue, they're private systems. They're on private roads, and it's typically lack of maintenance by the HOA. And then they call us.
Or trees fall in houses.
Yeah.
Something to do neighbor versus neighbor stuff.
Right. And we will work with the communities on the drainage issues. We will engage the engineer, our engineer, design a solution, come up with a solution, come up with a maintenance plan, and in some cases, go ahead and do the maintenance. To at least send them on their way to say, all right, now you need to be blowing these pipes out every so often. If I walk over to a stormwater box and go, well, it's filled 3/4 of the way up with leaves, that's probably an indicator that your stormwater system is going to work well. So when your landscaper's here next time, tell them not to blow out leaves into the system.
In regards to community engagement, also.
I'm always landscaper.
What's that all?
Full disclosure.
Don't pick on landscapers.
That's it, landscape.
I'm hearing from the citizens, particularly in the area of community engagement, is that they're not getting the response back from us. That they've been calling about issues and so forth, and they were assured that they would get a call back, and they didn't get a call back. They came down and they paid their fees for a permit for something, and but they didn't get the permit, possession of the permit, and when they call, this person's out to lunch, and they will call you when they get back, but then there's never a follow-up from us. And of course, they call us about this, and they expect us to jump in there, but then again, also we direct them back to, did you call? So no, I went down there personally, and the person was not available. So I think we definitely have to do a better job and follow up. If we're gonna promise someone that we're gonna call them. And I think that we play a part in that as well.
Does the town have like a centralized, like citizen complaint portal? Not really complaint, but
Well,
like.
they call, they get.
Order request.
That's all they get, so. They don't get a voice.
Like, where they can make lodge complaints.
Okay.
Yeah.
Normally codes enforcement is what we see.
Okay.
Can we go back to the planning slide to show what our numbers were?
Yeah, certainly.
That'll give you an idea of the volume we're dealing with right now.
And Mike has numbers on permits as well. Where am I going? Oh, yeah.
No, I was joking.
Oh, okay, good. It takes too long. But yeah, I will say, I mean, with
And you know what we
With
find in most of those situations? That their contractor has not been completely honest with them in terms of the documents that they submitted. Well, he submitted those 4 weeks
It's
ago.
the one
So
side.
he actually did.
Exactly.
contractors like to write a date on the application that does not reflect the date they turned in the application.
But in terms of.
There's always two
returns on
sides
all
to
that,
the
yes,
story, of course, but then again, when it'll get there, they're gonna come to us. And we're
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't miss people. You know, but that's also, like Nan said, there's a volume issue going on as well.
Well, and think about maybe ways to, you know, as we move forward with goals, are there ways to better set resident expectations? You know, when you fill out a board permit, maybe a little, you're given a sheet that says, this is the process. You know, this is the estimated time frame. You don't hear from us within, 2 weeks for initial processing. Give us a call or email us, something like that. Maybe, like, like just walking away with the receipt sometimes makes you, okay, well, you got something. Clicking on something, so just something to think about, I guess.
Well, we want to move into stormwater, I know I've seen a lot of progress.
In that area since 2021.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much one of our primary responsibilities, project-driven activities in the last year or so. I mean, we've got 2 or 3 that are teed up. We're supposed to hear something today. Oh, thank you. We're supposed to hear something today, apparently from the rural infrastructure, one of the grant programs, so I'll keep my fingers crossed. That's actually supposed to come out.
The state program is supposed to be?
Remember they delayed the announcement, so they were supposed to come out last week, and we got an email from them saying, hey, we need a little more time. We're supposed to do some announcement today on grants. So that could be good news today. But in terms of, GIS in general, I've had a discussion with the city of Beaufort about potentially standing up our own GIS. And I think NOAA would appreciate that, because right now, obviously, we rely on the county to provide the service. They've done a great job, but I think we could do a little bit more if we had access to it directly ourselves.
I completely agree with that statement.
Yeah, but we've been working with our contract engineer, identifying all of the locations where we've had issues. And I think it's been fairly comprehensive. Obviously, we got a project that's teed up for Casablanca. We've got another one for the downtown area. We're dealing with one in picket fences at the moment. And then obviously the larger one that we're participating in is Shell Point, because it's kind of a mix of unincorporated Beaufort County and the town. And we thought there was federal funds identified for that, but apparently they jumped the gun a little bit. Waiting to hear from the, Mesa's office said, yeah, it's been identified, dollars have been identified, and then the Senate side said, oh, hold on a second. So they're engaging that office. So I think we've done a really good job of that. Now, you will never, ever be able to design your way out of the topography of where we live. It's a low-lying area. It's a lot of our systems are tide contingent. It's a few, and so, yeah, we can mitigate it as best we can.
A little bit of water, right?
Yeah, and sometimes our systems, if the water's up, there's just no place to go. So we have, in a lot of ways, have to manage expectations. We have some people that will call and complain that there was the water on the sidewalk for 2 hours.
Right.
Well, guess what? That's,
Got water on the sidewalk.
it'll be gone in 2 hours. But I think we've done a fairly good job on stormwater.
I agree. I think we're in a direction that's good.
Yeah.
I think I think we're gonna get to the point, or we're slowly getting to the point, and again, this is a lot has to do with our staffing conversation that we'll have later on, is Public Works is we're gonna have to start thinking about our own maintenance group to maintain some open ditches and stuff in that aspect, or do we keep going down this line of only bringing contractors and doing what we need to do? But that's all decisions that we're making as we're growing. That's all decisions that we're making as we're growing and trying to get there. But that is an asset that we own. It's our asset. It's our responsibility. And I keep drawing this a little bit of difference between sewer and the stormwater. Stormwater is our direct responsibility as council and government. Sewer is the water authority's responsibility, given to them by the vote of our citizens to say they're the responsible party. So we gotta balance these two on the way we do things. Both affect our citizens, and that's why we've got to be available to both. One, I think stormwater is an immediate and a direct one. It's pouring it rain and it's flooding their yard. Sewer is an environmental issue that we've adopted and said environmentally, we need to ultimately sewer the whole community. And you can go much bigger than that. And as the former water and sewer person, I would love to say you sewer the whole community, I mean, the whole county. I mean, everywhere that lives along the rivers. And I know that's a very controversial statement, but because they use sewer for economic development or lack of development, you say you can't sewer certain areas and it'll never get developed. So it's a very controversial statement. But I think we had a lot, last couple of years, things that happened and there were a lot of flooding, and I think we've got a lot of that under control, but it's going to happen.
And we, it's interesting as well.
Elevations 0 to
Yeah.
21 or 22, I think right now we're somewhere the highest in our little town here. We don't go much higher than about 20 something.
No, but we're, with the FEMA maps that were released a few years ago, we have less floodplain property than we did before. So
Yep.
that's, take that with a grain of salt,
Yeah.
What is exactly is that an indicator of, but
Indicator hasn't flooded in the last 50 years, so
Right.
I said maybe it's not a flood.
Because, the reality is other than Paris Avenue and some sections of the village, there is no stormwater infrastructure whatsoever. It is all basically handled because of the type of soils that we have.
Right, and when we say infrastructure, you're talking about a piping.
Pipe in a box.
I mean, open swell ditches
Yeah.
is what a lot of it is, and we don't do a lot of maintenance unless it's an emergency and we need to do that, but a piping network is what,
Yeah.
again, that's the side that we're starting to look at more on how do we build and how do we do. But whenever we talk stormwater, we can never forget to remind everybody of what this Cypress wetland is and what it does and how it cleans stormwater before it goes to the river, and how it allows a lot of, as long as we can get the water to it, prevent a lot of flooding and environmental issues because of what we did with the Cypress wetland and how we're maintaining it and how we're expanding it.
And we try, if the undeveloped properties that are in that basin, we work with them to get them into that system rather than everyone site, detention ponds, which we see typically neglected and lack of maintenance, those sorts of things. So if we can get them into our system, we try to do that. They have to do a treatment on site first, but then we'll take that work.
and we have tools in place through the Soloco manual that was adopted and through the zoning code that it's kind of a pet peeve of mine. I think fans too, to have stormwater ponds on each individual private development all over town. And so there are other underground detention methods that we have that we can encourage, and our engineering can do more than encourage. So, and there are civil reviews for new development. So just from a built environment perspective for stormwater management before it goes off site. So there's a lot of different tools there.
So does the town have a good handle on where all of the stormwater infrastructure is through mapping? And you talk about working with your engineer on the.
I would say somewhat, and I think opportunity, you can, there's some layering of GIS on the current county system that will give you some insight as far as some of that infrastructure, and particularly on DOT roads. But it was a little bit more comprehensive than I thought it would be, and I think we have an opportunity to beef that up if we do stand up GIS with another entry.
And what about, this was a goal, just like an asset management and maintenance plan for the stormwater infrastructure.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we, in the organizational assessment, the way we talk about, just maybe a little bit more of that. Is to jump down to communicate with your county, ensure collective fees, county commitments, et cetera. That the county does collect a separate county-owned infrastructure fee on each of the bills for any infrastructure they own within municipalities. There was some discussion, they were gonna abandon that because they had some assistant attorney general opinion said if it's a county owned asset municipalities, responsibility of the municipality. However, I will say the current stormwater management with the utility is working to identify projects specific to each of the municipalities and the collections and to do a better job of that. One of the impediments to this is getting the proper easements in place in order to be able to go do that work. Because, you know, if you can't go on the property, you can't really manage it. And what we found, even on a lot of the SCDOT outfalls, particularly along Rebo Road, there were no easements ever in place to outfall the boxes. And so all of that has to be addressed. And as we get some of these Rebo Road properties come on for redevelopment, that's something that's going to have to be included in that process. But county, the current stormwater utility management has done a very good job. Now in terms of collected fees, they do a good job, but we all understand that we have two very large payers that do not pay. And we've made a commitment to say that we're not going to make them pay.
Paris Island New Hospital.
Yeah.
In our community, Paris Island New Hospital.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Paris Island is a completely segregated system, does not contribute.
I would disagree. It's
Okay.
surrounded by water, so it ought to fall somewhere.
Okay, all right, I'll give you,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
connected in that way,
Yeah.
but there's not stormwater running off of that facility going into the system, our system. Naval Hospital, it's just a decision they made that way, and I'm fine with that decision. It's the way we support our military community.
All right,
You want to move to economic development?
No, we can talk about this a little bit. We stood up. Well, first thing we did is we partnered and did a pretty comprehensive economic development analysis of our Rebo Road corridor. Trying to identify properties in place. And we're going to hear a lot about this tomorrow. But we did the comprehensive study. We refocused, rescoped the economic development or the redevelopment commission to have them really identify what could or couldn't be done along that corridor based upon the study. And they've done a really good job of interfacing with a lot of the property owners. And then they forwarded to y'all a significant number of recommendations to improve conditions in that corridor to make it a lot more marketable. We obviously participate in the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. We have a member that's pretty active there. And we have seen some results from them, you know, obviously Shellring, Sunworks were agreements that they pulled together that help land those businesses. However, we still have a lot of work to do on the Rebo Road corridor. And then one of the things we just talked about was the creation of more of a master plan for the installation of sewer. We tried about 12, 13 years ago to expand sewer along Rebo Road. We had the remainders of one of the original TIFs. We were able to get the lift station installed near the intersection of Columbia Avenue and Rebo. We extended the sewer out there to basically to Rebo, and I think we got a manhole on the other side of the road. We tried to go in either direction, but at that time, the property owners weren't particularly interested in giving us the easements to provide them with free sewer. So that's something that we really need to work on because the ability of those properties to redevelop will be driven by the capacity to handle the sewer on those properties. So, but yeah, I think we really have made significant improvements in my opinion, the last 18 months relative to decom.
I agree. It was certainly, I think everybody knows that that's something that we're very interested in. Even the real estate market, traditionally commercial real estate's never looked at Port Royal. We've done a lot to change that opinion. Van and Brooke went to, what was the name of the training center?
International Council of Shopping Centers.
Yeah, so they've gone and now we know a little bit more about how to make contact and how to reach out. I think Noah does a great job also now of if it's a zoning that can take commercial and resident, he's pushing part of the properties towards the commercial instead of it all being a residential area in that way. So we just got to keep, this is one of those things, this is absolutely turning a ship that's fighting you to turn, but it's starting to make a move and we're starting to get in the direction. And I think we're much happy with, we've had a couple, like I said, we've mentioned some projects. There are some other ones that, again, we've talked a lot about the ones here, but the Ace Hardware project is changing the scheme of that subdivision and what could happen in that development and what could happen in that development. And we're seeing more and more of that type of activity. You get a lot of calls about interest, right?
Yeah, for that property specifically.
Well,
Or just in general? Yeah.
For economic
I mean,
development.
over the last week, there's been properties that I've gotten calls about from various different types of retail and they may never come back, but the interest is there.
Right, we're still trying to
They just need to find the right places.
And not just, the River Road corridor is something we're focused on because it's important, but we're also starting to see it on the Highway 170 corridor. That, if you look at the Highway 170 run, a third of that is in the town of Port Royal. I don't think it's quite half. I think maybe it's a little more than a third is in the town of Port Royal. And all the economic development on that corridor has all happened in the upper half. But that property is now getting full and it's starting to push down and you're getting calls about that aspect. And we as a council, always have to be reminded that that is a highway commercial corridor and we've got to be cautious about what we allow to go in there.
Yeah, you're talking about Paris.
Yeah, well, just
Not
Paris on Gateway, like, because of what we're seeing at River Hill,
Right.
he's starting to get phone calls about ancillary commercial in that area.
Directly in that intersection.
Right, Parasol Gate, right, that's another whole different corridor.
And I can't claim that I necessarily guided that at all, but
Yeah,
the
it's-
residential development that we have been able to approve at that intersection, now we're getting the questions. And it's exactly that kind of smaller village node that is different than sprawling down Roberts Falls Parkway like the city has had occur. So we do have a chance for redevelopment that fits those goals in our comprehensive plan as far as creating nodes that are a pedestrian shed. The more development that comes to places like Grover Hill intersection, the state will need to install a light, and then we have even more. Yeah, exactly. That's another. A light going in that intersection or any intersection like that is just another driver for redevelopment or new development.
Is that an outdoor corridor, this Paris Island?
It's not, no. We basically have mixed use zoning, higher density mixed use zoning along all of our highway frontage. And we've seen that it turns into multifamily development coming in over the last several years, the last 10 years. But I think just now, because of that demand being there, we're starting to see commercial interest, but then that also kind of meets our goals of capturing vehicle trips and keeping people closer to their homes to meet their daily needs. So
Right, there's a positive and negative to traffic. If there's a lot of traffic to go shopping, then stores start moving to where there isn't as much traffic in that aspect. So that's part of what we're seeing, those little nodes, and that's why and that's a lot to do with the way our comprehensive plan was laid out, to keep people close.
we have that as a tool to say, have you considered any of the vacant properties in this area? Because this is our goal as a town. And it seems the conversations I've had recently with potential new commercial development has been largely, what does the town want? I mean, I had a concept plan sent to me for a single family neighborhood on Roberts Falls Parkway. And I said, have you considered commercial instead? And they said, okay, well, how about a hotel and a gas station? I said, all right, well, let's see that concept instead. And so it was as simple as just saying what we wanted.
That's a lot of times that's what it is. You gotta tell them what you want.
Good position to be in.
Yeah.
When they're asking you what you want.
Yep.
No, it's great. I'm glad we're talking about, we say it's important. So I think necessary, as we look at, you said 1,600 units that we already have. And, we all know our situation. We got more people in the city of Beaufort, $8 million budget. They got a $28 million budget. As more people get here, we got to service them with police, fire, Jeff's crew. And without that commercial development, we just start straining those resources more and more and more. And then at some point, we're going to find ourselves in a budget workshop having to make tough decisions.
Yes.
I've never been to a budget workshop, but we didn't have to make that.
But you know what I'm saying?
No, but you're right, you're
Fun
absolutely,
Stuff, raising taxes, stuff like
yeah,
that.
you're absolutely right in that way.
Further down on one of your goals, y'all had mentioned about, considering economic development incentives like the Bailey Bill. Has council adopted a Bailey Bill ordinance and
What we did adopt was and I can't remember the specifics off the top of my head, basically what the city of Beaufort has adopted in terms of some of the, you can't really abate taxes, but what you can do is come up with an equation relative to what they're paying in terms of a reimbursement, just so we want to be on equal footing with the city, particularly along the corridors. So that's something we've adopted. And that's the redevelopment commission is also pushing for us to look at other options. In terms of some incentives, they're kind of, and it's something that Noah alluded to earlier, is that this creation of an overlay district. It in itself would be an incentive in terms of an expedited review process, maybe some different standards relative to development, height. I'm not gonna say trees, because anyways, but some things that might offer more flexibility and a narrow window for development. I'll give you an example. One of the, there's a VA facility that's being considered for Northern Beaufort County, and we're in play for that. And one of the things that we offer that maybe some of the others don't is the availability of staff and the ability to turn the application building permit in around real quick. So, I very plainly asked the question, if we do this, can we be done by X? I said, we will do our best to get that done. So in the official, the kind of unofficial incentives, yes. And some of the other stuff we're working on, other than, like I said, the recent mention of working with specific types of commercial redevelopment to offer some sort of municipal abatement. There's also talk of, should we create a municipal improvement district? I've been talking to Lawrence a little bit about that and how the mechanics of that. I know there haven't been too many examples of it around the state, but obviously we've done TIFs before, so familiar with somewhat complicated financing.
And with the Bailey Bill is one that we're looking at, trying to understand exactly how council, obviously the Bailey Bill is important. We have to identify the property as the significant piece of property for the Bailey Bill to even be considered. And again, you mentioned Lawrence. Lawrence is looking at that for us to see what we can do in that, because I think the Bailey Bill is an important one that we could implement here.
the historic properties, you kind of put the definition on what you all consider historic.
Right. That's the key, is we'd have to do that aspect.
Well, what's council hearing as a whole of how the town is doing on economic development? I mean, are you hearing anything positive, negative, just kind of?
What's going on with the port?
Where's the port? Where we at with the port?
It's a thing that's at the bottom of the screen there.
What's going on with the port?
Um,
When you do hear they would let more restaurants, more shops, things like that, along Revo. I hear that from people, but yeah, the main thing is the more development.
That's it.
When's it gonna happen?
It's over 20 years they've been waiting for something. Certainly, good. Certainly there are, like I said, there have been positives. There's no question there have been positives.
It's coming.
With some of the new businesses that have come to town, and some of the things, obviously, again, it's our first car wash that's being built in Port Royal. We have a second one getting ready to be built, but the whole thing about car washes, you got to think of the larger community. No matter what road you drive on right now, there's a car wash under construction, but it's our first and now second getting ready to happen within the town limits. But people, I guess, like to wash their cars.
I'm waiting for my first Dollar General car wash combination.
Dollar General car wash combination storage units. And then the other one is storage units, which is again is a bigger thing. I think that Noah, you could probably.
Keep building apartments, you gotta have storage units.
Right, you build an apartment complex, you have to have storage units. I think our design requirement for storage units is producing a product that's pretty good to look at.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's great, I wouldn't go that far, but it's pretty good to look at. It's not the old fashioned storage units that we have along our oldest corridor, Revo Road,
Not trying to get any money down.
that are just, that are all grandfathered in, they can't do anything to them, but they're just sitting there.
You're not bringing in any money.
Making something.
You're not bringing it to us.
Well, I will.
Well, they're 6% properties, but there's much better utilization of properties.
Utilization,
It brings a lot more.
Right, that's not good.
I will caution y'all, this is a cautionary tale, James Allen we had to stop allowing storage units in our commercial corridor. Because it was, and car washes, we had to make a special exception. Those two things, it's like,
So it's not just here, it's
it's
everything.
not just here, and once a few come, it's just.
Well, storage units, if you got the people, it's an easy business model, very low overhead. You build it, if one person runs it, and then you just print money.
And you gotta remember, the people, a lot of the people that are
No
moving
road
here,
bills, no water bills, no electricity. just
and the
print
people
money.
that are moving here are all coming from areas that have basements.
Yeah.
And I need someplace to put all this stuff.
Then I'll never use it.
Right, and then it's like,
When I first moved here, I had one, I don't have one now. I got a shed now, yeah, but when I first moved here, I had to use one for.
You got on-site
storage. Like, exactly, I moved.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're scared of like hurricanes and they think that, I don't know.
Well, a lot of it is too, I think, the military.
A lot of military.
People come in, they're only here for a couple of years, they need someplace to put their stuff while they're here, and then they're gone, so. it's-
Joey, I'll take a look at what James Island did. You got a note? You made a note? All right, you made a note, I figured you did. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
but you want a climate control.
Right, well, that's the newest.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one now, that's the newest with the climate.
Phil's Sky City, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and then too, if you put restrictions on where they go, then the old ones can't redevelop this one after, a certain time period, and then they start.
And that's really what you have in place on Reba right now. Is that they're here, but they're, what's the word I'm looking for here? They're grandfathered in because they're not allowed, the
They're not.
threshold necessary to take it above the 50, but they're gonna go above.
But they're non-conforming use that's grandfathered.
Non-conforming.
They're not conforming
Yeah, non-conforming use.
and they don't, the improvements that they make don't put them over that threshold where we can force them to fully redevelop to our
Right.
current standards.
But if they tried to go climatize storage along those corridors, they would be over that
Correct.
50% threshold.
And that's what people want.
We want something different on that card.
Yeah.
And I've had conversations with other storage developers for the Ariba Road corridor, and basically said it's permitted, but it won't be a conversation. So,
10-minute break? All right, let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. Go ahead. Okay, well, welcome back from our break. We'll go ahead and get started again.
We want to, anything y'all need to touch on the Spanish Moss Trail?
You heard anything in the last week, 10 days? I have not.
Nothing. We did, obviously we did formalize our resolution, so that was accomplished. And we do know that the DOT is working with the applicant, who is the county, on the crossing, and we're comfortable with what is being approved. And obviously, we're working on the landing pad on the other side, tying it into Ritter Circle or up in that area. So there's not much there on that one.
I noticed a lot of people, though, they are crossing over at Edinburgh. And last week I had several people stop me and said, does the path continue on the other side? And I said, unfortunately, this is where it terminates. But still, I saw probably about a little over a half dozen people right there, because I was going across and they were coming across, and but they weren't aware that it terminated on that side of the road.
Yeah, the trail put up some signs, but there isn't one at Edinburgh until you keep going straight, because they directed everybody to the light. Maybe we need to ask them. There's one more. But it's moving along. I guess the update really is that most council members know, and some of the staff doesn't. The funding is in place to build the crossing. Permit is all but issued, but that's DOT for you. In that aspect, it's all but issued. And as soon as they get that, I don't even know, they may have created the packet and ready to put it out to bid. But it's moving along.
What happens when we get to this?
Get to the other side, Ben, you get the easement is secured with Safe Harbor or close to secured.
The liaison that I was working on is no longer working with them. So we'll have to put that on the agenda with the new guys. They're obviously aware of that.
And then it will, the trail will come out on Ritter. According to the timing of what they proposed with what Safe Harbor's proposed with the subdivision that they're doing versus the trail build, it'll either come out on Ritter or it'll come out all the way down by Shelring. It's just the timing issue. We just don't know yet who's gonna come first. I think it's gonna.
Shell ring, like an old, like an Indian shell ring? Okay,
It's a brewery.
so it's not an Indian.
No, but it's named after those. You're right. That was cool that you knew that. A lot of people didn't know that. They got a big pain.
Sure, we're gonna share all of it.
Yeah,
It's really
we'll probably
cool.
speak in it.
I guess development of Port Royal, we've kind of hit on that already.
Yeah, many times.
Yeah, so I don't know if y'all want to rehash that again.
No.
Okay.
So broadband services, I mean, has there been a lot of infrastructure going on in here since?
A little bit. We did have one provider that has installed some fiber along Paris Avenue and is basically all over town now, installing fiber, and they have the proper permits now. And there's a franchise agreement being negotiated with them at the moment. So yeah, that is happening. It was interesting because we have listened to the American Rescue Plan. I know that one of the original allowed expenditures was expanding the broadband. We have not utilized any of that.
Yes, we have
What we do.
Live Oak Park. We
Oh.
have Wi-Fi, free
Yeah.
Wi-Fi at Park Live.
That's
Park.
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so I think we use our funds for that.
They're on 278 coming in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that same company is laying all the way down 278 right now from I-95.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
What company?
Comcast.
Comcast. Can they do television for us? Because all groups are.
Say that into
What is happening with this broadband person that's in town, we really have had no competition. We only have one hardwired ability to do any type of broadband, and this is bringing some levels of choice. I'll leave it at that.
There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
Are they getting to the underserved areas?
I don't know that we have a lot of underserved areas within our town. That's absolutely something that the county was focusing on and we supported in that way. But other than what, available free Wi-Fi, there is ability to get broadband, I think, into every home in our municipality. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. No, are you right?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, we don't have any kind of a rural area that doesn't have something. And now with the availability of cellular home Wi-Fi, that's an option as well that a lot of people have gone into with the ability to do a cellular Wi-Fi. Both the two major carriers of cellular in our area are offering home internet as well.
And I'll say, I
I
guess,
guess we'll have this cellular connectivity down there by town hall.
but no, I've had some calls of people where they're, and I just don't know the process or where they're putting the boxes in people's yards. I've had people asking about that. I learned that. So they do that, they put these boxes, but once they're done with the project, they submit a plan that shows where the boxes are, and then we can go double check to see if they actually are on
They have to
people's,
give us an as-built.
if they're on people's property or not on people's property. Because right now I've had some people
And we,
blowing me up about, well, why did they put this right here? They couldn't put it over there. It's like, well, they're not done yet. It's not.
because of the way that the work started, we added an additional condition that they have to do a walkthrough inspection at the end of the work. We reached out a couple weeks ago and said, hey, y'all have been out here in months, but there's still holes in the ground, holes in the asphalt, the pedestal covers are hanging off the side of the pedestals, the plants were removed from in front of private businesses, sod was removed. How's that all gonna be addressed? And so we're working on.
Yeah. We're not done yet. We're not done yet.
Yeah, exactly.
And then pour through the sewer lines.
Oh, they had irrigation lines, water lines. Yeah.
Say not at the depth that they put it there.
All right, safety. Has have y'all been able to take advantage of all the Wi-Fi, like with additional better wireless cameras, like the Ring and stuff that you use?
We started,
Like what you did as an art or anything?
Yes, this was done. We've added cameras to the boardwalk. We've updated the cameras at the skate park, right? We did. Wi-Fi now cameras there. We've added them at the boardwalk, the tower.
Yes, sir.
More at Sands Beach or redirected at Sands Beach, so we've done a lot there. We haven't done any of our parks yet, but I don't know that it's come forward. We felt we need that just yet.
Roughly how many cameras do we have around the area?
When they're finished, we're gonna have 6 at the Sands and the tower.
Okay, are we using a specific vendor?
We are, yes.
Okay, my reason for asking is because I got a call from another municipality on yesterday. They're exploring installing cameras and wanted to know if we had a vendor that we were utilizing. I told them we had some portable cameras and so forth, but that we were putting around or so forth. But
Always open to suggestions.
no, but he was actually, they were
He was looking for our suggestions.
They were looking for us, see what vendor we're using.
How much is a camera?
A lot.
A lot, like there's like one is, okay, sure.
Yes.
6, so we went from 1 at the Sands Beach in 21 to 6.
Correct.
And
Clearly that goal has been met. And then we've added the skate park now, or the skate park, we've added in there as well.
I guess lights.
yeah, lighting, obviously, we did the LED lighting upgrade with Dominion. That's moving along.
Well, and they put those everywhere.
Just about, I mean, we've had some people that have requested they be removed.
Right, they're so bright.
They're bright, and that's also part of the Harris Avenue improvements is the upgrade of the LED.
We got
And we're also looking to transition, we had some lights in Castle Link that we addressed, asked them to switch out. Right now, it's a supply.
Okay, but there are some going under there.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah, we repaired a list of ones over there. They then mysteriously get knocked out, and we have to do that for repair.
That was Wilderness, you too, like,
Yeah, absolutely.
They are bright, but there's less light pollution, this type of light. They are bright.
Let's talk about sidewalks.
Brooke, go right ahead, Brooke.
It's happening right now. Actually, we're having
our first pour today. I was gonna talk to you about that a little bit more later in the capital projects update, but the first repairs are being poured today. They're adding an additive to make it
hard and faster, so that way, knowing that we have a festival going on, that we don't have to worry about the residents walking through or anything like that.
So you did it right on me.
I know. I was about to say, I'm gonna put my hand in
my footprint.
And we're working on a schedule right now for the remainder of the project. They're running into a problem with the cement with scheduling. Right now, it's at least 2 weeks out. So we have the repairs that they were able to squeeze us into, because they already started removing where the sidewalks needed to be repaired. So we were able to get squeezed in onto their earlier schedule to get that completed. And March 6th, we should be pouring over at Naval Heritage for our new gym. So I have those 2 dates, and then the rest is to be determined, but we're moving forward. It's exciting.
When they released, that is awesome, and thank you so much for getting back to that constituent that you
No
know,
problem.
that's really quick, that was great. When if they give us a schedule, do they pretty stick to it? Is there any benefit for us to putting that out? Because when I was at, I was out, I had some people asking, so what are they doing last year? When's mine? When is this? When's that? It's like,
Once we're getting, we didn't realize until this week that it was so far behind, but I actually went during the meeting, I received the 2 dates for today that should be coming in around 1 p.m. for the first pour, and then March 6th for the second. But as I get more, we can definitely get that out on the newsletter and on social media, so that way the residents are informed. We did get those.
The prep, we can live at that.
Yeah.
Supporters is the challenge.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't want to put something out, it's like it's happening today, because then if it doesn't happen today, then so.
And for the affected residents, they are getting the door hangers, so
Oh,
they'll
that's
get it
great.
2 weeks out, just to let them know that,
It's coming.
we're getting ready. And then 2 days before, they'll be receiving, saying, "Here's your time," so.
That's it, yeah, that's
Yeah.
good, that's
And this is one of those advantages that if we ever go to our own GIS system, it'd be easy to publish maps, updates, and this, that's the difference there. And
It's difficult from a mapping standpoint, because we have to wait for the county to update their GIS layers. Like they have a sidewalk layer. We use that as a jumping point for this. But I can't then go in and add to that sidewalk layer for the town's new sidewalks as we do them.
Yeah.
And I can't create maps on my own to present what we would like to do either.
it's one of those advantages if we do roll out, that we can have an interactive map to show where we're working.
And Noah and I went through the GIS with seeing as much as we could of where sidewalks were, but then we also went out on foot to ensure that, nothing's changed. And we did find a couple of changes that we did have to know.
That's good. The door hangers are great.
Ultimately, sidewalks, we're moving along really well.
So there's like there's a master kind of sidewalk plan
Oh, yeah.
where they are.
And what are we, a mile being done on this CIP? Almost a mile of sidewalks being added on the CIP. Within
Great.
And all of our, we've taken a proactive role with, development is required to put in sidewalks. We've had some development that the DOT has turned down those sidewalks because they weren't connecting to anything. And
While pushing complete streets.
while pushing complete streets, so we've gone directly through to the DOT, and they have backed off on that requirement and are allowing the sidewalks to be built now, because you have to start somewhere. So we've done some changes in that as well. Somebody's got to do it. If they're not going to come up with the money, and we got a developer that's willing to put in the sidewalk, even if it does not connect now, then the next property knows I've got to make that connection. So we've done a lot on the sidewalks, and we're going to keep going. We can talk sidewalks, but pedestrian friendly is constantly on our staff and this council's mind, and the way we do it.
Still like to see Richmond connected to Pinckney.
Richmond connected to Pinckney. Yes, that's good.
That will happen if the development is under review right now, under engineering review right now. Comes to fruition, the issue is that
He really chose his word carefully, right?
SDTOT will not allow them to do anything in the right of way other than a back of curb sidewalk. Like like what is existing, as far as the conversation's gone so far. So they requested design review and engineering review in tandem, which has its faults, because then if I come back and say no, you need to do something different with your site design, the engineering gets thrown off. But right now, the struggle is getting them to, one, connect multi-family buildings, pathways to the future sidewalk, and also to get separation from the travel lanes.
And you have
and
the
the sidewalk.
issue there.
And then that's the other thing, is that the grading is, if you look at that property from Rainbow Road, it just drops straight down.
So DOT is requiring back a curb sidewalk. You're asking for a little bit of
We would like separation.
a.
It's tough to get for multiple reasons. So
But DOT is a hindrance to that?
that's what I've been told so far. I haven't had a specific conversation. It hasn't been me and DOT speaking yet. It's been the engineers who are on the
If that
project.
happens, so please, I would think, I want to be looked at, so I want to start again that. Open that conversation door again.
The more we push on that specific topic, the more they're gonna understand that
You would
we're taking their
think
complete
safety.
streets policy seriously.
You know, the separated sidewalk is better for DOT. Is it because if it's a separated path, it gets smaller? Is that why they're not?
It's a maintenance issue for DOT because then they are really supposed to maintain.
We've got it under contract.
Right, the space between the sidewalk and the curb, so we may be able to smooth that over a little bit because we'll do the maintenance, we'll do the maintenance on it, but that's part of the reason for that.
So is that similar to what's the word, Marsh Point or something, where you have the two separate sidewalks?
I haven't walked that.
You know, you have Laurel and then the apartment complex right across from Maple Heritage, and I noticed that you have the regular sidewalk on Revolt, then they have a
Yes,
sidewalk.
yeah, there you go.
It's a separation.
So their sidewalk connects their buildings, the
Right.
regular sidewalk connects the road.
So it's a very similar
Very
design.
similar.
So we want them to be tied in at least. Right now, this developer is not tying in the pathways to the
Something
sidewalk.
like walking out of, see a sidewalk 5 feet away, and you gotta walk 350 feet around to find a way to get to it or more.
They could need to install stairs and something like that to get, I don't know if the slope would be ADA compliant. This is a commercial site, so we're not there yet. So.
Okay, but we're certainly dealing with that.
All right.
Road maintenance, I mean. We did a $3 million geo bond to address resurfacing. So there's your dedicated funding.
That was, well,
I know what we were alluding to.
right, I'm gonna argue that a little bit, but
Yeah.
that's okay. We went down a path after evaluating all options and some of them falling off the wayside and reasons why we couldn't do it, tag fees with what happened in Greenville, the 1 cent sales tax, the lost sales tax, all of them fell for many, many reasons. And we finally went to a bond to fund an immediate repair of a failing infrastructure. What we still have not addressed, and I think is something we have to look at, is where is our long-term maintenance fund gonna come from? How are we gonna maintain these roads now that we think we're spending over $3 million on bringing them up to snuff? We don't want to be handing this off to the next council 20 years later, like it was handed to us to say, now you figure it out. We've got to look at some way of funding road maintenance to some level, and we'll figure out what that level is. So that's my statement on that.
Gotcha. What are the options? You said we can't do a tag fee, lost.
Well, I think the legislature
Tag
needs
fees
to
back.
address the legality of the tag fee.
Yeah, Lawrence has said tag fees back, and maybe during budget time, it's a good time to get Lawrence to come and do a presentation. It's called something different. You gotta identify it a little bit different, but you can still do it.
Well, here's a great question. Remember, there was the county tag fee
Correct?
that was collected on vehicles in the entire county,
Correct.
but only being allowed to be spent on state or county-owned roads.
Correct.
So if the county is going to look to reestablish the tag fee,
They never stopped it. They were grandfathered. That's the way
I didn't think grandfathering mattered. It was the legality.
My understanding is they kept doing it. It was anybody after a certain date that passed it. Hilton had to rescind theirs, a few others had to rescind theirs. I think county was still collecting. Maybe.
Well, the argument we've made is that if you're collecting it on us,
Give it to us.
that should be some proportionality. However, if it's illegal again, then maybe it's something that we need to consider independent.
It is.
you know.
And so get a plan, because.
Yeah,
It's legal, like people are doing it.
Oh, yeah, no, it's back. Lauren said there's no, it was overturned, it was reworded in some way. It's back on it. You can implement a tag fee.
We need to do that.
Yeah, you can implement a tag fee. And last time I looked, and it's 24 months ago or more, it was 90 some odd thousand, almost $100,000 a year, according to what level we put at the tag fee. And we have to decide on what is that dollar value that we're gonna say it's a tag fee. Boston Health had 25, just some things that are out there.
And then we need to determine what we're requiring a tag for, right? I mean,
Boats, trailers.
Well, that's part of what Lauren said, and
You
it
have to
does,
burn them, yeah.
Lauren said it did change who gets it, so I think we need to wait for one also. But you're absolutely right, because it is changed it a little bit, and I'm not fully up to
So
speed.
Bluffton was doing it and they stopped because it was illegal, now it's back, and now they're back doing it?
I don't know whether they're back or not, but it is legal again, and Hilton Head was the same way. Hilton Head was struggling with how to return the money.
I remember that. And that's also moving to the state house, the way to present a bill that out of state people, when they first move here, have a fee on their first tag. That's all a bill on that. I don't know if that goes anywhere.
So-
It's a Yankee tax.
Tax on it.
Yeah.
Oh, on
We
anybody.
love
They love
that.
So the count, God, so y'all don't want to local option sales tax.
No,
What is it?
don't,
Silly.
please don't go there. Please don't get us. Please
Yeah,
don't
I
go
don't
there.
want that.
Yeah.
Well, to be quite honest with you, not every municipality in the county wanted it,
Correct.
because one has very significant price tag projects, and if there was a loss versus a capital penny, there may not be the appetite for a capital penny, so they were concerned that that would short circuit them.
To me, it was a nearsighted truck, nearsighted versus long.
Yeah, and you know, loss obviously is not only just about a penny for discretionary municipal expenditures. Typically, in capital, we made a commitment to do ankles down, roads somewhere, but it's also property tax relief.
It's a property
And
tax.
that always gets lost in this equation, always, at least in this county, that never gets talked about.
And you're having, and that's a real way to capture money from outside the state.
What was the number? 47, 48% of the revenue
Yeah.
collected would have been from out of state residents. It was a very high number, and everybody would have gotten, yeah, don't get us going.
Okay.
Let's just, there's nothing we can do. We
Yeah.
lost it now for,
How
I
long do
wish,
you have to wait before? it can go?
well, because of some other things, it's 4 years at least for us.
Yeah, the county just passed the green space penny.
Right, you got
Their next is gonna be-
we got a couple other things that we know the county's gonna do as referendum. There's no way it's coming back for at least 4 years, and you're probably 6.
You know, so that's segue to spine road funding.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a project that we've had on every conceivable capital improvement list
Funding.
related to the local option sales tax or the capital penny that's included in the TIF. And it is now on the impact fee capital improvement list, obviously with a portion of its cost being allocated to impact fees. However, we all know it's much larger than that. And I think what we'll attempt to do again is if the capital penny comes up, Spine Road will be there, because the Spine Road not only includes the road itself, but it also includes the portion of the Spanish Moss Trail. That's whenever we've calculated the cost of construction. So that's still a work in progress.
The spine road, what impacts that having on the development of the road?
It's the main road there. Now,
Are they looking at us saying, well, we're not gonna build anything to
no,
get that road?
no, even the previous owner understood that in order for them to move forward, they would need to build it, and we'd work on a reimbursement contract based upon whatever the eventual collections would be, because right now we can't stand up the TIF because there was not enough increment to justify going to the market for, bonding. It wasn't going to generate what was necessary. Although collections in the TIF have gone up significantly based on the new sales price and some of the other internal sales. So I floated that back to Compass and Lawrence the other day, sent them the spreadsheet, what those payments were. So we're going to look at it. It still won't cover that entire capital improvement list associated with the TIP, but it could be significant. And obviously, we're very deep into a 20-year TIF, so that's another thing we got to talk about. So that's that on the Stein Road.
Okay. Well, y'all probably hear more than anyone, how police relations are with the community. What are your thoughts on what you're all hearing and any progress?
No complaints. I mean, everything positive across the board. I don't think right? No complaints.
And I will say, I think, in a lot of initial police reform discussions came out. I think, what was it, the policy of 10, I think at the time that they were advocating for?
9.
Policy 9. We had already in place almost every single one of them.
We had 8.
8. And I think the only one we didn't have was like officers reporting on other officers.
Mandatory.
Yeah. So we were out in front of that, and I think overall we've done a pretty good job of community relations. And I think I've seen more community-oriented policing activities, at least according to the reports that I look at twice a day.
Last few years.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Could they go read at the school?
We have done that.
Yeah, well, they,
we can
March,
spare
Heather
it.
just put something out for March.
Yeah.
I think that might be something.
Thoroughly.
We've got an SRO, and that's, I'm sure he's.
And he does all our shit. He reads the
Yeah.
classes.
So.
Yeah.
You want to touch on what the SRO discussion is?
I called. We found a slot. Came in out. We said, you give me 15 minutes. It's not gonna get around.
A few weeks ago, we had a meeting with the sheriff and the school superintendent. Beaver County wants to fully fund SROs to 19 schools. And then we have some logistics. We're gonna get into a big recruiting campaign. Sheriff's office went out and bought a bunch of media equipment to do their own commercials. So all the agencies are on board. The only problem is we need bodies. We need to recruit these people. We can't even fill positions for the road. They're gonna target the retirees. Sheriff's Association's trying to go back to the governor to look for the $10,000 cap on retirees without staying out of work for a year. So that's, hopefully we'll get that addressed.
But that current is just for 1 year also. You gotta stay out of work for a year, and they only lifted the cap for a single budget year, right?
It expires.
Right, but the cap
Expires in when?
I think it's the end of May.
End of May, yeah, so they have to re-retire again, or this has to be extended?
It has, hopefully it'll be.
So they need to work some things out.
Oh, the county funds the SROs, would they be sheriffs or would they report to you?
No, there would be,
They would
we would
still,
hire them and then we would get funded
okay,
or
cool.
reimbursed from.
So they'd still report to you?
Like, basically like a grant.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the one you have now, are y'all gonna get reimbursed for?
We have, he's currently under a state grant,
Oh, great.
well, through the county, but the state reimbursed the county and then the county writes us a check. I understood that, but, yes, we've had that grant for 4 years now.
One of these days, we'll figure out how to get state money directly to the municipalities, not have to go through the counties.
Y'all talked earlier about engagement with HOAs, are the police engaged with HOAs at all? Are there any kind of HOA meetings where the police show up?
We've tried to have some HOA meetings, and they've reached out to us and we'll schedule it and they'll have 2 or 3 people show up.
We actually hosted several, we allowed them to use town hall to.
We've hosted them here, but we never had a good turnout.
What if the town just hosted a meeting for all HOAs? And then have the HOA send a representative?
Right,
And it's like, almost like a council of neighborhoods.
right, we could do that.
So I know we've got a police report coming up. I look forward to talking about retention and, hiring, retention and those, what we can do in that, because I think that's you hear about that a lot from, that's fire department as well, police department, everywhere, so look forward to that conversation.
All the staff, right there.
That's right, everywhere.
It's called money.
It's not hard right now.
We talked a little bit already about street lighting. I guess y'all already moved to the LEDs and,
Yep.
okay.
I think we've done pretty good. What do you think?
Yep, we're getting there.
Have y'all reviewed your codes yet? I saw a question mark on Unicode. Y'all use Unicode?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
Just not
That
for the
was,
zoning.
yeah, the zoning code is not on there.
Oh, what is the zoning?
The zoning code is just PDF form with
Oh.
links on the website currently.
That's a cost constraint?
It's expensive, it's by page for Unicode. I was working with them. They also have, it's gonna be difficult from a formatting perspective for them because they usually take the draft document directly from a consultant at the same time that it's being adopted. And they told me that the PDF, all I have is PDFs. I don't have any editable documents because the county did all of that, like,
And then they had falling out.
yeah, with Opticos. So,
Yeah.
so I don't have anything editable that I can change the wording in the zoning code as an amendment comes in. That's why we have links to every amendment on the page separate from the articles. And Unicode is not really keen on the idea of just accepting PDFs that they don't know if there's going to be some kind of threat to their systems or whatever from those PDFs. So it's another hurdle there.
So certainly that's something when we look at updating that code, I think that should be part of that update is also then making it available. Look at what the costs are. Okay.
We haven't done much with review town code of ordinances, to be honest with you. I'm still the only guy that can do dynamite.
We're just leaving it.
We're not changing that either. Mike, you want that responsibility? He's got it.
So intersection, y'all work with Ernie and tool design?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. So so
we have a plan and it has been incorporated. We're in the middle of this thing called Reimagine Rebo. And we really wanted to be out front of any sort of work anticipated along that corridor. So we've made them very aware of the tool design study so that any sort of decisions made in our area are driven by that study. Because, you know, everybody will acknowledge that Rebo Road has become kind of a dividing line in the town because it's become the truck route thoroughfare for moving people from Ladies Island, Beaufort to Bluffton, Hilton Head. And, you know, one of the lofty goals that we had is removing truck traffic from that corridor. We all know that it's pie in the sky at this point, but at least that discussion needs to start. So yeah, we've identified it.
Well, they could come down Rebo Road through the city and borrow our bridge to go across it.
I think that does happen.
I've seen this happen.
But yeah, right now, and that this is the preferred route.
Oh, really?
And it's, you know, it is what it is, but it's a discussion we've at least started.
Okay. So are there low hanging fruits on those intersection improvements?
Chipping away at or staying.
No,
They're all big.
No big ones.
They're all big, and we got them into the right, we've done a lot, just getting them off of a shelf and into a plan that's being designed. So that was a very big and lofty step. And funded, and partially, at least the design is funded, and there's a good plan on how to fund the work itself.
The biggest goal was just turn lanes.
Yeah. There's still one intersection that's gonna be a battle from beginning to end, but we're ready to deal with that one.
Festivals have restarted. We're
good.
it starts today.
We're good with festivals.
Started last night.
You gotta be somewhere at 5 o'clock.
People are back out in full force.
Yeah, we got some judging to go on later on.
That's right.
Hard to stop at 5.
Wings right now.
Oh, shit. Yeah, everybody has stuff happening.
Is there anything y'all are hearing about, you know, what type of festivals, more, less, different times of the year? I guess just something for them to be thinking about when we get the goals, you know?
Yeah. People love them, people want them. I don't hear anything about them. You know, once you get a little bit, every once in a while complain about, traffic was difficult, it was hard to get around when the festival was happening. And we'll, some of the other things that we talk about are gonna solve that. Spine Road's gonna make it easier when it gets built. If we ever can get a traffic light in one or two of the other connection points, it'll make it easier. So at the same time that we're, we want to keep adding them, and we're looking at Paris Avenue and saying, is there a better way to make Paris Avenue both more pedestrian friendly in other aspects, but also easier to put on a festival and make it happen. So that's something.
Spectacles.
Yeah.
And with court redevelopment, there is a venue that could be utilized that could do that. What we have, which is a blessing and a curse, is that we own all of our roads below Rebo. So we have the ability to shut that road down. We don't need SCDOT permission to do that. And then the curse obviously is $3 million to resurface all the roads.
Not all.
Any complaint,
Some.
any complaint here is just usually like what food's there, what truck food.
I had to wait in line for 10 minutes for a
Well,
salsa
so, you
crab.
know, social crab.
10 minutes, you got there early.
Social crabs, Oktoberfest could have more German food and German stuff like that, like just, everybody has a great time, it's just kind of, here's some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's nice to see the business is well done,
Yeah.
because there goes, the business that I hear from everybody is like, yeah, we're happy. I mean, the barbershop, just the business down through there, welcome it, because they often say, hey, maybe I'm gonna shut down on Friday, but a lot of people are gonna find my business at Friday and Saturday and come back the following week, and I see my sales go up.
Yeah, you think putting thousands of people at their doorstep would be positively received.
A priority that I made with not only with the festivals that I work with, but also with working with other events is do not block businesses. I want them visible. I mean, it's the best advertising when people are walking down the street. If that space is open, you'll see folks just sitting right in front of a business that they had no idea was down in Fort Royal. And Sing's one of the, folks that came in to say thank you for that. And it's, so it is noticed.
Yeah, I don't want to. You get into a conversation about festivals, but I've thought a few times about how we set them up. We set them up the way we have to set them up. But in my mind, if you put all the tents in the center of the road back to back, and then you have lanes, everybody walks down one side, comes back on the other side, all the businesses get walked in front of during that same thing. And the festival tents are in the center. What we do now is we separate it because everybody wants to go back and forth, and it gives more connectivity of people. So it's just a battle, just balancing act about how much right away you have and where you can put things, how many tents you can set up.
Are the tents y'all's or do the vendors bring their own tents?
No, vendors normally bring their own.
Okay.
When there's music, we most of the time we supply stage, we supply sound, and that aspect of obviously all the garbage receptacles, all that stuff is all done by Jeff and his group. But they bring their own tents, trucks, buses, food trucks, all of that. It's all aspect of what ends up happening.
I went to town hall first, even though I clearly was told and knew it was here.
Sorry, some of us did it too.
And I noticed the tents that were out were really pretty, like white tents, and they all look the same, the ones that were out now, so I thought maybe y'all.
Yeah, they went to those.
Oh, okay.
They were only like 4 or 5.
There'll be more.
15 just showing up as we speak.
All right, organizational excellence. Have y'all looked at continuing to look at ways to improve service, citizens, and also kind of internally too?
I'll say this, I think our staff is amazing. And especially like I said, when you look at the budget that we have, the population that we have, the services that we provide to the level that we do, is amazing. I think we're getting to a point where that's gonna start, it's starting to get tough. And I think we have that discussion coming up too.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, it's great. People say they love doing business in Port Royal, great compliments from the police, the fire department, everything they do. And like I said, considering the number of residents we service with the money that we service them compared to other municipalities, I think it's very impressive. But again, it's starting to get tight.
Yeah, one of the things we just did was an organizational assessment, to kind of evaluate where we are from a staffing perspective. They came up with some short and long-term recommendations to address some of that.
How many full-time employees do we have?
Right now, we're at 43 because you're short a few folks. So,
And again, to put that, the city of Beaufort,
And
at
then,
least
and
hundred
then,
and
but
forty.
then you gotta put the fire
Yeah.
department on top of,
Yeah, yeah.
it's 43 plus so many firemen because of the way we're joined. You know, they're hired through the city, but they're full-time and on.
Yeah, we had 53 total, so we split that service between both municipalities.
Well, I've been on council 30 years, and I can tell you that it's come up 2 or 3 employees, period. We have never had a large, and now that the town's growing, we have to increase to be able to keep up.
Oh.
But Jeff and his crew, Chief Beach, I mean, they've kept up with what we've had all along and have provided some of the best service that anybody could ask for. You know, we've got so much new buildings coming in, Mike's job's increasing, Noah's, Brooks. I mean, we're definitely, with all the new growth, we're gonna have to have some expansion there.
I feel like it's a very, when there are complaints, it's a very kind of say yes culture. It's what the problem, solve it, fix it, what do we gotta do, how do we get it done? The answer is yes, we'll figure it out, we'll get it done.
That's great. You don't hear, that's not my job.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, it's very.
And there's no go see so-and-so, if that happens, they take them, they introduce them, they make sure everything goes. I think one of the things on here, we had the code enforcement, I think there's been drastic change since 2021 on the way we're handling code enforcement. What's been done between with Mike on his side and the police department on their side. You have more than one code enforcement officer now. There's a lot more going on and we're a lot more responsive to things.
And it's also great to hear when the community also, when they call with a concern about something, also, they preface it also by saying that Jeff and his guys, they just do a remarkable job, And it's good to know that also with the limited resources that we have and the increased responsibility and territory that they now have to deal with, that always comes up. I mean, Jeff is on the spot, or his guys are on the spot, or Chief Beach, I hear those names, you hear those names, even though they're calling with a concern, but they still talk, they commend us and the team that we have for the remarkable job that they're doing with the limited resources.
And nobody ever says no, and that's the good.
Right.
and just remember also in terms of employee numbers, we contract a lot of service.
Yes.
We contract landscaping,
I know that.
we contract garbage service, we contract commercial building inspection.
But some of
We contract
But
fire.
it's worth it.
Yeah, to be quite honest, it gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of overhead.
Yeah.
So that, to be quite, it is what it is. You have a downturn in the economy, guess what you did?
Yeah.
You utilize less contract. And so the size of those contracts have adjusted depending upon the need of the town. Obviously, the cost of, garbage is driven by the number of customers. But obviously, we switched that a little bit. We're gonna see how that performs relative to the other option. But yeah.
We're talking about how great staff is so employee retention is a priority, I'm assuming.
Always,
Or, yeah.
I mean, it's everywhere.
We got probably one of the longest serving
We have,
town managers.
maybe the state.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, but he lives here.
It's amazing.
I'm required to,
And we're not adjusting.
Like I said,
We're glad.
when I was living in Charleston, town managers and their staff, good people would come in and boom, and then they go to a bigger city. They move up. That's the nature of that business.
Carousel.
Our business license administrator was just retired this past year after 44 years.
Wow, that's amazing. It speaks a lot of the leadership because.
The culture.
Yeah, and the culture, yeah.
And on council too. God, there's so many cities right now that are just struggling. That you hear about like
Police officers going to a town, not because
they're getting more pay, but because
they want to work for that police chief, and so I think that. There's a lot about y'all.
Yeah, we're gonna dig into that.
We
definitely.
so,
Kind of already talked about that last one.
Yeah, we kind of did. didn't we?
Yeah, we hit the Bailey bill was there in 21, and in fact, we're still kind of trying to figure that one out.
Okay.
So,
So,
Next.
So how do we do
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Review of current capital projects. And I know I was gonna read some of this. I already spoke to you guys about the sidewalks, give you an update on how things are moving with that, and we're definitely moving. Striping, you'll notice that Paris Avenue has been completed as well as Midtown. That occurred Wednesday evening, so Midtown was completed.
What areas over there? I didn't check that out. This is you turn down.
And Mark side,
Yeah, okay.
right
Just
there.
really just the house go that way.
Okay.
Just from the turn, that's from the turn behind Edmark to the double line and then the turn lanes and
Okay,
so you can clearly see it's a straight or left. Yeah.
guys.
And I know we spoke with the contractor too, but prior to him doing the striping, and he was talking about doing the thermoplastic later on after the construction across the street.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So because the apartments there adjacent to Rice Point are under construction, they're going to be doing some improvements to that road and the intersection there. They're going to wait to do the thermoplastic on the lines on the Midtown side just to make sure everything's lined up before they spend the money on that, or we spend the money on that.
At some point, will they come back, speaking of that intersection with that light, and just review everything as far as timing, turn lanes, errors if necessary?
Is that the scope of the ITS?
I think it is, but it's also, you know, the eventual apartment complex opening across the street, they're required to install, I mean, they're having to upgrade.
It's an upgrade, yeah. Because they're adding it. They're adding a turn lane. Right now it's a right or straight left. Forget the reconfiguration, but I think the reconfiguration triggers an upgrade to the light. And there's also the ITS improvements that the county's working on.
I remember the mast arm has to be replaced.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of things that happen.
To go back on the sidewalks real quick, we do have Precision Works coming through. They'll do, it's shaving, they call it cutting, but they'll be here April 5th through 7th doing some work. By then, Joko will be finished doing the repairs over between Paris and Madrid, between 9th and 11th Street. And so they'll do their areas of repair plus go back over what Joko has just completed as well, just to make sure everything's ADA safe. And then paving, right now, we met Wednesday for the pre-proposal meeting. We had 2 contractors that attended the meeting. It is required for them to attend that meeting in order to do the bid, to submit a bid. Their bids are due on March 1st, so this coming Wednesday, and I'll be coming before council in April with a recommendation. And that project's 35,000 feet of paving that will be completed in the downtown area. And then just real quick, I told you about the slab for over at the Naval Heritage. The gym equipment should be finished on the March 9th. I'm gonna have them hold off with sending to delivery. That way we have enough time for the slab to cure. And then Joko will be doing the installation for us of the 5 pieces of equipment that will be coming in. And
Instead of kind of smoking there, we're gonna make all y'all work out.
There you go. And just so Chuck said, what they're talking about, they were doing an outdoor gym in one of our parks.
That's awesome.
Yep, we're doing an outdoor gym, our park and rec,
Stepper.
our park and rec team really put together a nice proposal.
Also, the Spine Road is on, it's on the impact fees. What other funding list do we have? What all is it on?
It's in the TIF.
It's in the city.
It's in the TIF, it's on the impact fee list, it was.
It's in a 1 cent sales tax if it ever
And
comes
it
back.
will
up.
be again.
It will be when that comes back up. It was in law if it ever comes back.
Yes.
up. But then I hope that it will be.
So right now it's just only, it's impact fee funding and that's
It's
it.
the only viable one, impact and TIF.
Okay.
1 cent back next year.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you want to give an update on the city road times.
So we talked about Paris Avenue, and do we have that cross section?
Yeah.
You know, one of the, and just real quickly on Paris Avenue, you know, we have the CDBG that was supposed to be basically phase 1, which is going to take basically from the intersection. And well, basically the scope of work and improved lighting, restriping, and then addressing the planted medians and repairing, replanting those, maybe doing irrigation in them. But when we started putting together the concept drawing that y'all did, or the phase 2 and phase 3 that y'all endorsed, and we had Four Waters and Tiller landscape architects take a look at, we wanted to contemplate a full concept for the kind of reinvention, if you will, of Paris Avenue. And so we looked at several potential cross sections and some improvements. And one of the things we kind of identified that were somewhat problematic were, because we have such a wide right of way there, you know, we have some ridiculous speeds that come through, and we're trying to figure out how to improve it and make it as safe as possible. And so one of the things, and I think this is one of those drawings.
This is exhibit 1.
This is exhibit 1, and you can kind of see what's our typical cross section. Ironically, our own code does not call for planted medians. Okay. So we said, all right, and so Tiller started working through some concept drawings for how to really make it more pedestrian engaging, safer. And so we kept looking at iterations. And this is obviously one of the ones that we came up with. This is basically eliminating those planted medians in the middle and really expanding the pedestrian potential for Paris Avenue, because it's so wide. How do we make it more engaging? How do we allow the businesses to utilize the space outside of the restaurant? So you can have some tables outside where people can eat and kind of enjoy themselves, and create the on-street parking that we need. And this is a cross section that includes the travel lanes narrowed down to about 10 feet. You've got some parallel parking spaces in that section. And then obviously you've got a significantly larger sidewalks that allow the tables, those sorts of things. And you've got that landscape buffer. I think we have another one.
There are a few others.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's go back to that one a minute, and then,
Sure.
so,
And
apologize.
sorry, go ahead.
Go, I mean, we talked about significantly, we're talking about a 10, 12-foot wide sidewalk, guys.
And that
That's
could
an
be
amazing,
increased.
that really, you think about what that does in the aspect of pedestrian friendly businesses, knowing that the people are gonna be there. And the ability to have a 5-foot green buffer between the sidewalk and built and the property lines gives us some place we can tell utilities if they're putting in, that's your spot. You know, how much, so you better get it all in one time when you do it, especially when this road's being done. I think that's a heck of that's a nice streetscape. And then go ahead, Mary Beth.
No, you go ahead.
And the other thing that I think about is then when you're doing the festivals, that really then opens up. Then it kind of goes to that other statement with those wide sidewalks and everything. Do the tents go down the middle? Do we spread out along it? So you you think about that aspect of it. I think there's a lot of advantage to that. But in that way.
You think cars will go faster?
No, not with a 10-foot lane.
If you look at currently, some of the sections of Terrace Avenue are a 20-foot travel lane.
One
basically,
is
because
nine
they're
is parking, 10, say again?
so some of the stretches of Paris Avenue are almost a 20-foot travel lane when you're coming south, especially because there's 2 full travel lanes and then the parallel parking. If you look at, I mean, I could get nerdy on you with it, but 10-foot travel lanes, just that alone, the traffic calming measure, the extent of the traffic calming from narrowing a travel lane down to 10 or 9 feet is substantial, especially when you have things like cars parked on either side of you, trees outside of that, and then all of the public realm stuff on the outside of that between the buildings and the cars parked.
And then pedestrian
All of
crossing,
that
pedestrian crossing at every 400 feet
And
block.
pedestrian crossings that might be painted in a way that draws your eye and causes you to slow down and see what you're looking at as you pass, all of that kind of stuff. There's a lot of, you used the word subliminal yesterday, now I'm liking that. There's a lot of subliminal things you can do where drivers don't even realize they're being slowed down by what you've done with the streetscape.
So one of the paving things, and everybody here knows that I spend a lot, I end up traveling, I travel to a lot of cities and get to spend a lot of time in towns, big, small, all sizes. And what I've seen a lot of them do also is the paving, the paving is different, clearly different. The roadway is clearly different from the parking in the other areas. So the travel lane is dictated by what you put down. So if you put asphalt down on the 2 10-foot lanes, but then a concrete ribbon curb next to that asphalt, you're defining the travel lane, even though if in an emergency or if the cars aren't there, you have the rest of that to drive on, but you define it, and that is that, I use the term subliminal messaging sometimes, that I need to stay right here, because I clearly got a concrete ribbon, I've got a center line of the road, and then another concrete ribbon, so 2 cars passing. And it slows them down. And large cities, there are many, many large cities, and I step out into the street many times and pace off like a lane width. I watch tractor trailers and large buses come by, and they're all 10-foot lanes. That, you know, that's just what they're doing, and these guys are delivering and getting it done. So just some of the stuff.
Yeah, no, I just thought I remembered some, that's why median slowing people down, but just a
No.
different road during a presentation.
I think if you ask the police department about medians, they'll have a different answer to whether they're good or bad, because it affects their ability to see what's coming the other way.
Or fire trucks.
Or fire trucks. They both, they're not fans of medians, because we think of the Broad River Bridge. I'm going to use that as an example because it's not in our community, and it's very simple. It is a 1.25 mile long, solid concrete median. And there are many people who know there's no way they're going to get caught speeding because nobody can turn around and get
90 miles an hour.
and they hit that bridge and they hit the gas because they got 1.25 miles before anybody can touch them in any way. And if there's an accident on that bridge, I am involved. Jerry, I know you have as much as you travel. You're going around point south because the bridge is closed for the next 5 hours. Because there's no
If
way.
you're not stuck traffic. If
Right.
you're in the middle of the
Just
jam, you're not going anywhere.
Right. So you got to be cautious. I know we did the medians on Revo Road. They were great in what they do. But as many times you see something coming and you can't make that turnaround, you can't get around it. So I just, Palace Avenue, you really want to think about medians.
Originally, the medians, planted medians on Rewalt Road were done for common effects, but I don't know that it's even done any of that. I mean, I think being like this to the side and you're narrowing the center, people are gonna be a little more cautious and slow down. But that center median ain't helping us at all.
Now, there's lots of studies.
They just
There's
go,
no-
that cop can't turn around and get to me.
Well, here's where we are. We received a grant to do those things. And basically, what we got from the state was about $500,000 to do striping, redo the beds, address lighting, look at the undergrounding of electricity power. But because it took us 15 months to get clearance from them, we had a small window. It's impacting our ability to apply for other CDBGs. We're at a point now where we have to make a decision whether to include the planted beds or not. If we do not, then we're gonna have to give the money back. To be honest with you,
Not much to give back.
the overall project is about $10 to $12 million, and we met, Michael met with Dominion yesterday to discuss what it would cost to bury power. And a couple of the concepts that we came up with would basically eliminate overhead from the intersection of Revo and Paris all the way down to basically just past Anchor Park. And it's, I hate to say that $2 or $3 million is reasonable, but that is for buried power. And we've come up with a plan to kind of reroute because of 3 phases. So I know it sounds like a lot of money, but if we're wedded to more of a concept like this, I think the long run, we're gonna ask them if they will allow us to repurpose those dollars, because we still doing striping. We're still addressing lighting. The medians, in my opinion, the planted areas will exist in the program, maybe just not in the middle of the road.
Right.
And we're gonna at least ask the question, but, I need to have an understanding from council is if we're more wedded to this than addressing the existing, planted beds along Paris Avenue. So that's where we are.
Do we know what more parking this would create?
The numbers are, what's interesting, the numbers are pretty much remain the same.
Okay.
Now, where we have the diagonal parking up where the medians are now, there'll be more, you have a little more room to operate because with the way everything will be striped. It's just that your pedestrian engagement and your business engagement will be significantly improved with this.
And this drawing here is not saying we're getting rid of diagonal. This is just a cross section with it.
Right.
With parallel parking, but there are, you would still have the diagonal where the diagonal is, or wherever.
Oh, yeah.
Wherever diagonal could be put in, diagonal will be put in.
That was
But he-
just the best example of proving the meeting.
Right, well, go back that, go that
This
one
one?
again.
Okay.
Yeah, please, thank you. So you think about, when it pops back, and you think about this, so this was narrowing the median, not getting rid of it. But that's 5 feet, and look at what happens to your sidewalk. One side is a 4 foot, one side is an 8 foot. You take that extra 5 feet now, you narrow the lanes from the 12.5 to the 10, that's what you're getting that with still the parallel parking in that way.
Yeah, I mean, that,
And traditional stand-up curbs,
Stand up, yeah.
you know, stand-up curbs, so the curb is there and all that aspect to help with stormwater, where the stormwater goes and directing the stormwater. So there's a good example. Again, those are 12.5 foot lanes, and the reality is that you can go down to a 10 foot
That's
lane.
interstate size, it is.
Yeah, you can go down to a 10 foot lane. There's lots and lots of roads that are 10 foot wide.
But it might encourage more businesses to come on Paris
Absolutely.
if you have something like that, because people, like you said, people want to put their restaurant, put the little tables out there, just even if they're not doing anything, but sitting out there drinking coffee or wine.
And that 5 foot buffer, we would offer that to them if you want to pave it, you want to use it
Yeah.
as part of that for tables in front of your business, we could offer that as.
See if we become neighbors. I mean,
We
hey,
would not give them the property, but give them the surface right use of it, so that they can set tables on it and say, you're in the right way. They, you know, in that way, we've got to think about how
it
much.
doesn't block people from
Right, you
walking.
always gotta have a minimum of 5 feet walking path as a sidewalk, but if you wanna put some tables out, then you can go to this far out. We're basically giving them a surface right use.
it'd be the same as the existing ordinance that we have where you can put your own private landscaping up to a certain point encroaching into the right of way. It would just be, you can set up cafe tables or whatever, landscape planting,
I just
planters.
think that's a common effect in itself, because people are gonna slow down to see which restaurant, or where can I turn in, that I can go
There's a lot of
outside.
people sitting there, I wanna go.
Outside, yeah,
Yep, no, you're absolutely right.
I mean,
So for, you need to figure out if you can.
I got it. I have to engage LoCog and say, hey, this is.
Go back to
Can we refurbish
I think it was-
so
I think it was
can I
two.
not help you with that?
You could potentially, if they gotta go to the Department of Commerce.
Because if you can't refurbish the funds, then it does, right?
So I guess what you need from us, the way I'm understanding right now is, do we like this and should Van pursue trying to repurpose the $500,000 to doing, not this, but to start a process of help paying for moving the power and other things so that this can be done?
500,000, not gonna be too far.
No, right, it's just, right, it's not even gonna get you half the
That
power.
would, I want to think about it. We don't even know if we can, right? Doesn't he need to look first, find out if it's even an
That's what
option?
he wants to.
But if they,
He wants to go in
but
that
I need to
direction.
know also is this in terms, and I know it's a lot of grass right now, but
No, we're not.
are we,
I'm saying, do we like this?
do we like this versus just redoing
I've
those?
seen it for 2 minutes.
The other thing is,
I probably do what I'm saying.
Well, it-
there's a large amount of possibilities that the consultant has presented. And they'll be putting together a package of kind of the best of the best as well to go along with what the streetscape would actually, what would be involved in the streetscape, straight down to benches and trash receptacles.
Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah, if you did do this.
The other thing I want us to think about, and we need to talk about here is, if we say, no, we don't want to give up to $500,000 and we're going to spend the money on replanting or doing something in the medians, but yet we still pursue this forward, we're going to be tearing out what we did possibly in a couple of years. And is it, you know, we've got $5 million of ARPA dollars that we could put towards something like this to seed a project like this. I don't want to spend 500,000 just because we've got it if it doesn't make sense for what our long-term goal. We had a totally different, you know, we had an opportunity to submit a grant in, we submitted it real quick, it was during COVID. We didn't take step one back then and say, what's our master plan for Paris Avenue? And now we've all been talking about it, thinking about it, and changed our drivers to economic development, pedestrian friendly, and we've gotten our roads. So we're looking at a master plan now that we can go, and we've got enough money to take a conceptual design to a plan to a shovel ready, so that if any funding comes available, we have a shovel ready plan and we can phase it. I mean, I don't want to bring up, we'll bring up our neighboring city, Boundary Street. It took 12 years to build Boundary Street, to design it, to fund it, to do it. We have to start at some point, and I think I don't want to spend $500,000 just because we got it, and they're already in a pinch to spend it quick, right? Am I understanding what I heard last week, what we heard at the last council meeting? We're backed against the wall. And I don't want to spend it just because we're backed against the wall. If there's a better option, if we need to take time, slow down, get these, whoever drew all those stuff up and to give you a full presentation of what they're doing. Because this is, I like this. I've thought about this. Some of you heard me say, I think the meetings can go away. And then this was their presentation. This is what they think should happen to give us the road, knowing how festivals could happen and what could go on in there. It really opens up both sides. Now, I know I said a lot there and I apologize for that.
Well, you're not really gonna take anything from your festivals because you still have your parking that you're gonna close off.
I think it makes
So
it
you
better.
still have, a larger part of the road, so I think that would be.
I think it
But
makes
you
it
got
better.
more places for people
Mhm.
to sit, you got more places for people to come up under the grass.
Mhm.
I think it.
Like I said, I'm just saying, I'm hearing from Noah that we're gonna see more plans of actually what it would and could look like. We don't know if we can do it. I probably would like.
We have-
We can.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have more if you wanna.
So we own a 75-foot right of way, and just to put it in context, Rebo Road is 66 feet. Okay, Paris Avenue is 75 feet.
Oh, I got it.
Just to put it in context of what could be shoved in a road.
So this
Look
is
how pretty
just,
that is.
this is just an example. I mean, they went through every single facet of a public space with us and showed all the options that they think might work well for us. So I mean, gathering spaces, benches,
Benches.
you know.
I think that's so cool.
So staff kind of gave input on this stuff, just to get a feel for, are we going for traditional city, artsy, more modern, just that kind of what is the feel of our town going to be and how does it match what we are traditionally?
Ordinary.
Exactly, so
I got it. Like I said, I like it.
this is, so this is what we've seen so far, Kevin.
I got you. I like it. I'm just saying you're asking to make a.
No.
Change the Paris Avenue and I'm like, I saw this for one.
No, we're not making it, we're not.
Got a long way to go.
We're long way to go.
You just
Alright.
want us to guide you in whether you should go after looking at it to see what it costs and see if it's feasible. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, and the more immediate is, $500,000.
Right.
Do I push low cog in the Department of Commerce, say, hey, listen, we've had to change the scope up. It's, we're reading we're still anticipating improvements to Paris Avenue. It's just that the median part is not part of the concept anymore.
Right.
And that's when we scoped it and they approved it, it did include that. And so, rather than, I just want.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know that's an issue. Like, just even if they finally go, they're like, okay, that's fine, you can do away with meetings for some reason, we don't want to, they're not gonna say, we can go
And
back.
here's the other part of this, if they don't list repurpose and we say, all right, well, then just keep the money. It gets us back into another round of potential funding through Department of Commerce, CDBG, and there's this sort of program, and they've added more money to it, so there's potential that we can request $1 billion, as long as we stay where we are in below mod percentages.
I'm comfortable with any conversation you need to have to get us more money and more options. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just don't know about it.
And this beginning
call right here.
presentation that we received yesterday is in your folder. We added it to the planning document.
Oh, it's in the planning section of this?
It is.
So you can see the whole presentation?
That way you guys can take your time looking through it.
Will you scroll back up? Just wanted to-
That looks great.
There was one little, scroll back up. So, talking about taking away the landscape median, see that little place right there? So there's ways to add back in little smaller landscape medians.
Yeah.
No, there's
Yeah.
Exactly.
a ton of wasted time.
You think about parking along Paris Avenue and the diagonal versus, parallel, make the decisions that make the most sense. And then I think we had golf cart parking as well, specific spots, you think about the first spot after turning radius is always, you've got some sort of an area there where you don't want cars to park because of a turning radius. But you could design a golf cart spot there that comes in, it's further to the sidewalk and the cars can still have it. So at every corner, you could possibly have 4 golf cart parking spaces
And the radius is that still works, as long as we can get the fire trucks around them, because the golf cart is half the size of a regular car. So you have a small little space right there. So this, I just think there's some ways, you know, we had an opportunity to get $500,000, we went after it, but I don't want to be penny wise and dollar foolish, you know, to end up with a product later on that's different. So I guess, see what you do about repurposing. That's all we're asking right now. But then we need the full presentation on this. That's all part of the time. We approved Michael's three-phase plan for Paris Avenue.
Yeah.
This is all part of what we approved. He brought staff phase one, which is this, which is what we approved by reading it. And so now they're bringing that, kind of showing it to us, and now we're gonna get a full presentation.
It really look at it. It's not really that many meetings. It's not all the way down. So
It's not that many meetings that we really
let's
look at.
start your conversation. Work your magic.
3 or 4, maybe?
Yeah,
Three meetings?
four,
Yeah, somewhere really.
five meetings.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We'll give you a new spot to hang Christmas crackers inside of it.
All right.
Work your magic. Make them say.
Well, you feel that way.
Along with the money.
No way.
You never liked the minutes. You know, we all know how much we respect that.
It's been hard to maintain.
Okay.
Well, no, I did that decision is made to do that. We just, the communication element of it.
Oh,
Showing
lot of-
the town like that, we're doing this, but this is what's coming instead of there's gonna be like, ripping out the trees.
Right, and then, you know, just think about the difficulty, I hate to say it, but we always have to think about it in that way. Think about the difficulty we've had in finding funding to do the Spine Road. We're adding a whole new level of difficulty in finding funding to do Paris Avenue. But I think we have to start taking on those bigger thoughts and the bigger projects.
How does our tree ordinance impact? Let's get on again.
This one, no, we don't have anything in that right away that would be too problematic, I believe.
We can replant it.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, we can, palm trees are easy to move, you can plant.
Yeah, we can always move them to us. Yeah, work.
Well, we can put them around.
It's pulled up.
Utility poles. Sometimes I was sent out to Hunting Island to pick up a bunch that fell over. I probably planted 50% of our palm trees in public right of ways in the city of Beaufort. It was one of our jobs we used to do all the time.
Yeah, now DOT really doesn't let you do those anymore.
Palms?
We actually treat them as a supplement to the trees that are approved for planting on new development sites. They are considered something that satisfies new tree plantings.
I've driven to Southside Park. I planted every one of the palm trees that wrap over around.
I like all of them in my backyard.
How did I do, Jerry?
On the other side.
You did good.
Wow, every one of them. Yeah, picked them up from all over Beaufort County, brought them there, and replanted.
I was gonna dump it, read it.
Locate some trees.
Yeah, well, and Brooke mentioned, there's a couple real, we'll touch on these. One is not, is Royal Palms, a new project.
Sorry again? Sorry, no, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Royal Palms, it's moving along. We've had a couple of issues. One was with a mislocate, which I briefed y'all on, of the 6-inch water line. We have what we think is a sensible solution, trying to work with Beaufort Jasper on addressing that, because the solution that they've come up with would have cost us an extra $80,000. And I'm asking the question of who's going to pay for that. Michael's been able to whittle it down to about 47,000. But it's they're requesting to be put in the roadway, which obviously then adds cost. We think there is some maneuverability within the shoulder, and so we're going back to them to try to talk to them about that again. So I'll keep y'all posted.
And I bring it up because what's going on down there with the sewer project, but
Yeah.
we're not gonna asphalt and then come back and rip it up and then have to,
No.
I mean, we brought that up to Joe at the meeting the other night. Because that's the whispers that I'm hearing, and I would certainly hate to see that if it does come to fruition. Frost coming on good, I'm anxious to hear you up there, but that right there is kind of, we want to crawl just a little bit.
So that's where we're on that one. The next one is, we're still waiting, for the shrimp boat to be picked up. Keep getting revised schedules of the proud owner of a $50 shrimp trawler. He's supposedly in transit, had some boat issues. His plan is to take the outriggers down off of it to move it, so we can get under the bridge.
I had a question yesterday from a resident, wanted to know if there's any discussion in regards to the derelict boats that's in Battery Creek.
They are outside of our jurisdiction. They are the responsibility of the U.S. Coast Guard, and they are more than welcome to remove those boats. Now, I will say this. Yeah, I will say this, is that Tom Davis is drafting a bill that would add a fee that would help, boy, that's, the smell is ridiculous. That would create a fund for the removal of these derelict boats or these sunk boats. Hoping that that does pass so that there would be funds available. Because right now, as it stands, the Coast Guard is only concerned with removing fuel and oil from the boats, and they lay where they lay.
What's our new ordinance, how far out?
We go out, but we are more into the licensing part of it, not so much the sunken part of it. We just want to make sure that they're properly insured so that those things kind of don't happen. But like, you know, I was out walking yesterday and it looked tight. You can see that one that, and that boat apparently was hit in the middle of the night and sunk. Or it had a hole in it in the middle of the night. So it's
Dinged it, kept going.
dead or something.
That boat wouldn't have taken much to put a hole in the side.
No.
Somebody knocked the Nerf football out.
Yeah.
That was you, Jerry, right?
Yes.
Somebody knocked the Nerf football out. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, Derek and I helped boom a boat one night. We rubbed that stuff up and helped the diver. And but the boats that are sunk at the dock, when we do demo.
So our plan is to remove anything sunk around the dock
Right.
while we're working the docks.
Yes, yeah.
That makes sense.
Do you have, do I sense concern he's not gonna pick up his $50 boat?
It was supposed to happen last Friday, and we've been in constant contact with them about getting it done. So we'll keep you posted.
Just,
The sailboat, we're just gonna have to do ourselves.
right.
And we're working with
Please-
the partner on logistics.
Please tell me that if he doesn't pick it up, we don't have to go through this whole process again, starting. We do, don't we? Because he's an owner of the boat. We'd have
It
to
would be in
start.
violation of a federal judge's order. And so what were the repercussions for him be? We'll have to find out.
Oh, gosh, okay. Because it took us a year to get to the point that we could
Yeah,
finally sell and get rid of it.
Maritime laws, very.
Very, almost as bad as railroad law.
And we have, you know, and obviously, and we talked a little bit earlier, you know, the safe harbor and their marina permit, we're coupled with that. We're gonna have an independent discussion with a marine engineering firm to discuss the current configuration, and whether it makes more sense to revisit it and make sure it accommodates the design of safe harbor marina. And that we build something that obviously will allow for the fishing fleet, shrimping fleet to use. But we also should be having interest in, you know, expansion of day boating,
They dock.
day docking, to
Love to
complement.
build
the
a
use
dock
that
as
we
a
have.
combination of both of those things.
So that's a very, very early work in progress there. But once we get these boats removed, we're gonna get demo done. Because I got a feeling once we pull the last of those boats off, you know, most of the pilings, the pencil, you know, the boats in itself are kind of holding it up. They're holding each other up.
It was a joint effort.
It was a symbiotic
It was a symbiotic relationship. They were
Yeah.
So we're missing part of the equation. So that's it on that. I think that's the last one.
Okay.
But we still got the land craft sitting there?
Somebody that owns it else besides the town Landcraft, yes.
But it'll go as part of the dock as well.
I think it's kind of, it's
like
that boat on the way to.
When we do the dock, we're gonna deal with the landing craft as well.
I honestly, I don't think we should have to.
Whether or not we have to or not, would we?
It's a matter of principle for me.
Okay, so council will help you make a decision on that?
Yeah, y'all will ultimately decide, and I will do it under duress.
We've got a landing craft there, and then we got two boats sitting on the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
You know better than me, but that's what you've always told me.
Yes.
The landing craft's in a lot of pictures.
Does Nick want the land craft one?
I have not asked, I have no idea.
Because I'm showing there's some people, like, it's kind of cool. It's almost like when you go to Folly Beach, there's that
Yeah.
boat that people always paint on and stuff like that. But I don't know if you want, you might want to.
I don't know.
Just has a little fun.
I think somebody moved it from another location and dropped it right there. That's what I think.
Well, what happened was they moved it to our dock and said they were gonna move it in a day, and 3 or 4 years later, it's, it's been there, it's sunk 2 or 3 times, and we have floated it back up at our expense.
Yeah,
All the while being told that they're going to move it, and they only moved it for somebody else. Then there was gonna be a fundraiser, because they're gonna do wonderful things for us by moving the boat that they left there, but that didn't happen either. But we were supposed to help pay for it.
Because it would be.
Ain't gonna do it.
Well, we'll find out what it costs and we'll make a decision whether we want to do it or not.
that's fine.
That's all.
Yeah,
It's a constant
so
conversation.
there's 2 votes on the bottom that we would either have to contend with those.
We need to do those so that we can have the stocking space.
Sure.
Anything else about the capital project? Then with the clear odor in this room, I would say that it's time to break for lunch.
Bless.
Brooke, what did you plan time-wise for
Oh, we
lunch?
must be going, I think it's just
Thank you, everybody who's still watching us live. We're gonna go ahead and get started again, and we're gonna go back to our departmental updates. Buildings. Mike, you okay? I appreciate it. Slide up here.
Hold on, sorry.
That looks like Jerry at Fripp. Y'all remember that year? Like having a black screen for Jerry?
What in the world is going on? It's stop that. Mind of its own.
The computer's still at lunch. Give it a second.
Seriously.
It'll look at.
Yeah.
That's,
I'm just gonna not touch it for a second.
Yeah.
Tired now.
second.
There we go.
There it is.
Okay. I just want to quickly go through just kind of a quick recap of this past year. We had 494 permits issued. That's all different types of permits there within the department. As far as inspections conducted last year, it's actually quite a bit more than the 3,000. The 3,000 was all just approved inspections. So it could push up to towards 4,000 for inspections that we went to with violations that then we had to come back to.
So re-inspections.
Or re-inspection.
So they're not counted.
Correct.
Number.
Right. And then I'll get, we've got a way to where we're gonna be able to track that better in the future, and I'll talk about that here in a second. Just updated, the state mandated we update our codes to the 2021 international codes.
Mike, let me ask you, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know if you'd rather have questions as you're getting through here at the end, so whichever way you want, it's fine, but on the 3,000 inspection, on average house, single family residential, how many times do you have to visit that site?
You're looking minimally at 7.
7 different times you visit. the
Right.
site.
So that would, for the different inspection types, and that's assuming all of them pass. And now, on a larger project, you may go do an inspection in different stages of the project. So if it's a larger project, they may do, one area, so go do a footing inspection, then come back another day to do, the rest of the footing inspection. So it just varies. But you're minimally of 7.
Oh,
Right. And that's for single family houses, commercials, and, a lot of those are a lot larger projects and add up even more than that.
do you require, or do you, however you want to say that certain things be inspected at the same time, or could, like, if these 7 inspections, you could have a plumbing, then a separate electrical, and then but do you require that all mechanical is done at one time and it's a single inspection? How do we do that? I'm just kind of, it's more of a question.
On the main one to where I'll do a grouping, and I just look at it as one inspection, is for what we call rough-in inspection. So it's, the walls are framed and they have the electrical wirings run in the wall. So it's before they cover that up. And plumbing, mechanical, call that a rough-in inspection. That's, it's kind of 3 different inspections, but we just count it as one.
Okay.
That we're doing, and then we do the framing. But I always will group framing and rough-in together. And I won't do a framing before the rough-in, because the rough-in is when, a contractor will go in and cut studs or.
Oh, plumbers never drill holes through studs.
No, never. So it varies.
So is that what I hear sometimes people refer as a four-way inspection? Is that what you're talking about there? That's the rough end, the electrical, the plumbing, and the HVAC?
It could be.
Okay, I've heard that expression in the building, going.
Right.
Since that, okay. So that 7 already includes you grouping that group together. There's just.
Correct.
Okay, interesting.
Correct.
Didn't realize you
Yeah,
had.
I'm looking at 7 trips out to the, what I'm looking at is 7 trips out.
Didn't realize it was that many.
Just a few things that happened too over the course of the year. And, you know, one of the things that we're trying to, one of our goals last year was to, you know, help the customer service process, try to, it's always an ongoing goal for us. We added a second person in the permitting staff. Before we had someone designated there for half a day. Now we're have someone there to answer phones and questions all day long. So that's helped, you know, so there's at least a point person there as opposed to someone coming in, you know, to ask a question, that person's gone for the day. Well, you'll have to wait till tomorrow or till someone else gets back or until I get back in the office. You know, depending on the day, you know, when things are super busy, I could be out all day. You know, so it's that at least gives someone there a contact person to do that. So that's been good. We spent time researching new permitting software as well as inspection software. And we chose one called CivicGov, and one that allows us to have a lot more tracking ability as far as data and what we can pull up, you know, to learn from the different, you know, the different things, types of inspections and making sure just the data we have there. The one thing that, you know, we're really excited about is that I feel like will help the public as well, be user-friendly, as it does have an online portal component to it. So once we go live with that, that'll allow customers to, you know, apply for permits online, you know, without having to come down to the office. They can also, contractors can schedule their inspections as well through that process. Right now, the process is they call, leave a message on the phone, then you know, we'll write it down. The problem with that is sometimes the messages are go in and out, and occasionally something will get missed because you can't understand what they're asking for that particular time. So that'll have that aspect to it. I mean, I'm sure anybody that, you know, over time will allow both as well. So we're looking forward to the new software. We should start going live hopefully within a month. And then the portal, once we make sure everything's going smoothly, the portal will be, then we'll introduce it to it as well. Something that Noah went over, created new and updated permit applications. Those we've done with the same process as well. And getting ready to release those when we change the permit to. You can go to the next one. So here are the goals for, you know, this year. You know, want to continue always to look at ways to make the permitting process easier for the public. And currently we're working on updating the website as well, done some things there. Yeah, the big issue, you know, that you run across is just people not having enough information to understand the process. And then we've also created a checklist for which Noah and I worked on for their plans review submittal, which will hopefully alleviate a lot of the, you know, having them to resubmit more information. So that's where a lot of the issue comes to play, is where somebody will submit something partially, you know, and then you're waiting on them to submit the rest of the drawings before you can do the review. Continue updating the website. Right now we're, switch building inspection process from paper reports to digital. The software has an app component where we can use iPads or iPhones to do the inspection reports out in the field. And then once they're loaded up, it's real time, as long as they have access to the internet. And then we'll also, we set it up, it'll email the contractor the results immediately, or the owner, whoever's on the list. So they're not, having to come back by the job site and it alleviates also having to come back and input things into the computer. So there'll be real time there. The other thing I want to do here is bring all building inspection duties back into the town of Port Royal. So where they're out of our office, to where we're not, having to contract the city to do certain aspects of the inspections.
That's the inspection, that's also plan review then? Would that be part of this? Doesn't the city do our commercial
Yeah,
building?
correct. Yes, and then the next one I have, what I want to do is explore software with, facilitate plans review done in-house as well. Now, the thing of just, you have to be careful looking at, there's so many inspections going on. And right now, recently, the trend is, there's actually more, commercials starting to increase quite a bit. There's been a couple of subdivisions that have built out, like Shadow Moss and Winsong. So that's, there's been a little bit slower in the residential. However, we've got a couple other developments that are starting to go. So it's, how to, make sure that once we bring it in, that we can get it all done, get it done, correctly to where we're, in a timely manner. So. And any questions?
Questions, council?
No, sir.
You sound busy.
It's good to understand the process as well also, because, sometimes we hear from folks, it's like, it comes across as like, they're nitpicking, you come out and you perform an inspection, and then when they think they've gotten over one hurdle, then the next thing you come back again and you have to initiate another inspection and so forth. And the perception of the community is that, I think they're just nitpicking and so forth. But when they understand or fully understand the process of what is entailed, then they'll have a better understanding of the entire process.
Yeah, the one thing I try to do, if someone's out there, I'll try to explain, if I have to reject the, failed inspection, here's why, here's the reason for it in the code, as opposed to, I've had inspectors, when I was on the other side, that said, well, you failed, you figure it out. That's not how we're gonna do it here. Just part of it's just educating.
Absolutely.
And I'm excited about the idea, again, of bringing everything back in-house, again, help defining who Port Royal is, because right now, a commercial developer comes, it seems like they all know that, oh, my plans had to go to the city of Beaufort, so it's really the city of Beaufort. It's not, there are some different rules, so I'm really like the idea of bringing everything back in-house. Looking forward to find out what it would take to make that happen for you. I know you can't take on more work without something to alleviate some of it some way. But looking forward to that.
And there are advantages to that relationship, because if he's out, we can rely on the city of Beaufort to assist us with it. So it remains as seamless as possible.
And they've done a good job.
Oh,
They have.
yeah, they helped us out while we were hiring you. They certainly helped us out a whole bunch there. Good hire, great job. So, anything else? Okay, so who's next?
Admin is up next.
So I'll go ahead and take
Yeah,
that. Mostly what I have to discuss for administration is business license information for you. So I'll start there. I put place in your folder some information as of well, for 2022, we had a total of 1,187 business licenses in the town of Port Royal, just to give you an idea of what comes to the town. Our due date, we do follow the standardization that was implemented by the municipal association. And we currently have 208 that have renewed, but our due date isn't until April 30th. So we have plenty of time to get those signed back up. We have signed a contract with Edmund Gov, is who we're currently using for our software for both business license and our cash register finance side. We've signed to do an upgrade. It will make our lives it will make it a little bit more user friendly. We can do spreadsheets easier. The information will be just readily at our fingertips. Previously, it was difficult for us to run spreadsheets for business license. So we're starting to kind of weed some of this out and just kind of fine tune everything. So short-term rentals, that is a hot topic for us. We currently have 86 licensed short-term rentals. We're using the Deckard software, and we've been able to go through, I think we started with like 30 unlicensed on there. We're down to 5. So we've been able to go through that and find quite a few. And what we've started for this year is, and if you can open up, there's the other document that's in there. Alexis is having short-term rental owners sign this agreement upon renewing their business license, or anyone that's starting a new short-term rental with us. And as per our town code, they are supposed to be remitting the accommodation tax directly to us, not through VRBO. So right now we have 19 short-term rentals that have renewed with us, and all of them have signed this document.
Good.
You said 86, the presentation says 76.
76 was in 2021. Yeah.
And that, we think that captures everybody, or there's
The
something
software that we
captures-
have
Right.
picks up, it pings every VRBO. We had to go through, they know where our zoning is, they know where all of our the town's property is. So they're able to ping any VRBO, Airbnb, any short-term rental software that is out there. If it shows that they're renting out, it gets brought up on the
So
software.
somebody's a short-term rental, they have to go online to register so people will access it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many different portals and they sweep all of those portals.
Okay. Like Airbnb, VRBO,
All of them.
plus whatever.
Yeah.
So 86 in a town with 5,000 rooftops, maybe? Is that right?
Chief.
I don't think it's quite that many.
Yeah, I think it's around somewhere between 3 and 4.
I was thinking 3,000 mark. I don't remember exactly.
Where's the majority of them at?
Downtown.
You're surrounded right now.
No, I was saying, you mentioned in the sentence that you were seeing an uptick in, as houses are being sold, they're being converted into short-term rentals. That's just kind of the trend.
Yeah.
So, and at some point, most houses will be sold, right? People die or move away or.
Most people do die, yes.
Yes. So houses, so all houses will be sold at some point.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's like, it was interesting because we had somebody in the office yesterday. He was, it's like, well, I'm the owner and I just bought it and I'm turning it into a short-term rental. Yeah, we're like, all right.
Well, I'll say, when we were in Columbia, I met 2 people that own short-term rentals in Port Royal that do not live in Port Royal.
Yeah,
They were like,
yeah.
Port Royal, it's a short-term rental.
I know over in Bluffton, came right up to me, I said, I've got an Airbnb.
Yeah, Dan has one. Would,
But,
But less than 3% of our housing inventory is in short-term rentals.
In the entire town.
In the entire.
Right, that's what I'm saying, 2.86%. So I don't know how that stacks up with other municipalities.
Yeah, but just an example, like Mount Pleasant capped theirs at 1%. Some people use caps, some people are doing what we contemplated, which is districting it, so it doesn't overwhelm any one location, that sort of thing.
Have we had any trouble with anybody with short-term rentals that you can be aware of lately?
We've had some nuisance stuff where, people playing music too loud, getting into some confrontations, but that's we have that on, I don't want to say daily basis, but
Neighbor to
neighbor to neighbor.
We're very glad you're on next to me.
So, I don't think it's atypical. I don't think that we have nuisance complaints above the average. You see, I don't think short-term rentals are any more of a nuisance in terms of nuisance violations than regular people are, but we are far from ordinary.
We also have a unique subsect of people in general that are renting the Airbnbs because it's largely downtown and Marine graduation families.
Yeah, they're not out raising cane.
You see them come in on Wednesday, leaving by
Exactly.
I have,
Saturday,
I
Friday.
have one very close to me, and it's just about every Wednesday evening or Thursday.
Mhm.
They'll show up. they're
Saturday morning, they
gone-
leave.
I got 4 next to me.
Gone by Saturday morning.
But I'll just say on the topic, we did discuss it a while back. The only concern I have is same one that we had, and I think that the environment has changed greatly from when we last had the conversation 3 years ago. Right now, we find ourselves in a housing crisis. And, a lot of research I bring up, I do on short-term rentals, it shows the negative effect that they have on affordable housing and what they do to housing prices and what they do to the ability for people to live, work, and, live in a community. So, like I said, the housing crisis, we weren't in what we were in 3 years ago. So that has drastically changed. And the concern I do have sometimes about, especially them being so concentrated in the villages, as you said, like as more people move, pass away, like slowly, it's just ticks more and more and more. At some point, it's very different to have neighbors that and you've grown up here and you've seen. I know that family. I watched that family grow up. I know those kids. I've heard Councilman Owens, when he moved here, people were bringing them cake, brought cakes and pies and all that community vibe. You see children walking to school and those things. That goes away as more and more stranger, as more and more, visitors are coming into a community and it's not a neighborhood. It's now just becoming a big hotel. So it is something I think to keep an eye on, considering too the affordable housing crisis that we find ourselves in. That wasn't here 3 years ago.
So with the conversion of the Days Inn up here, what's the name of that comment? Do you have any details on that? How will that be run? Is that short-term rentals? Is that?
Long-term rental studios, yeah. So they aren't combining any interior space. All they're doing is converting rooms to studios. So the same, I don't know the exact number of units in there, but that it'll be the exact same number. And it'll just be one property management company treating it like any other multifamily complex.
I was looking at them, they still got a lot of work to do driving around it, but the company's got models you can look at it. I mean, they're 500 square feet for $1,000. It's a hotel room. They put a little kitchen in it, but it's a studio. It's 400, 500 square feet, $1,000, $1,200. But I think it'll probably be a lot of marine.
They said that their focus is basic contracted workers and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's workforce type of house, but it's long-term rental,
Yeah. Correct.
which really isn't any more than 31 days.
And just to go back real quick for business license, for when I gave you that number of 1,187 business licenses in last year, that brought in a revenue of $1,014,000. Just to give you an idea, I think this might have been our first year to break that $1 million mark too. And then the only other item for business license is this next month, which is right around the corner, Lexus will be starting her first round of training. It's 3 sessions through the municipal association, and this will give her an opportunity to receive her accreditation and business license designation. I'm sorry. Besides business license, through COVID, I think something that we learned was the importance of cross-training. So we've been working diligently on getting everyone the best that we can cross-trained to keep operations going. We are a small staff, as we've been discussing that, but if someone's out, if there's an emergency, we want to make sure that operations still keep moving forward. So we have been working on that. And the only other new item is that we've started doing Monday morning meetings with planning, permitting, business license, and building with Mike. And just to kind of, as we have new codes that are coming up, the new software we have, it's just a good time to chat about what's going on. If there's, a project even, it's nice to have all parties around the table, just to have that open dialogue. There's no reason not to have good communication. And I feel like it's been working really well for us so far.
Yeah, it keeps the dialogue open across all the departments instead of there being some kind, especially with like permitting techs who are not in all day or not, they get to be involved in decision making that helps them do their jobs better. So that's been a big benefit, I think.
I think that's pretty much highlights the admin, unless you guys have any questions.
Council,
No, sir.
I'm good. Appreciate all. I love the Monday morning meeting ideas. I mean, it's the best way to make sure silos don't get built in any way and that everybody knows what's going on. So I'm glad that we were able to get that enacted. Interesting numbers.
Yeah, that's why we're pretty protective of the business license whenever the state legislature. Because it's such an integral part of our revenue stream.
Right, and it wasn't the change in the business license fees or the way we doing it that got us over the 1 mil. It was just the increase in licensing.
Correct.
Because the way it was laid out, we were net neutral in a lot of ways.
And that's what the rebalancing does for us. We'll be going through another rebalancing this year as well, just to make sure that there's, we're not losing, we're not overly gaining.
Right. Good.
And I think fire department's up next.
Yes, I'll let Noah bring up a report. I got our year-end report for 2022 review, which combines, both our services for the city and the town. It starts off with a 10-year call volume chart. As we all know, the population is increasing, our development continues to grow, so that then in turn more calls for us to respond to. So we're at 4,824 for 2022, which was up about 500 from the previous year. So we continue to increase our volume of calls as we continue to grow as a community. The next page is some highlights. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about our medical program. There's been a lot of emphasis on us training for EMTs, advanced EMTs and paramedics. And where we are right now today is all our stations are licensed for an intermediate level service. So we have all of our 4 stations that have a minimum of an advanced EMT on each truck, which allows us now to push certain drugs, start IVs, and really make a difference and impact, to a patient when we get there prior to EMS arrival. And I'll give you one example that happened recently on Professional Village Drive, where we had someone going into allergic reaction. We were able to administer Epi to the patient from our stock. Prior to us being able to be licensed to do that, we could only assist if they had an EpiPen and assist them, with their own injection. This patient didn't have her EpiPen. If we didn't have this license and that drug and that ability to help her, we just kind of had to sit there and wait for EMS to arrive before we can do any further intervention. So it does make a positive impact in the community, and all the training our guys do, all the medical equipment, everything we're having to upgrade to is a value to our community when we can have a service example like that.
That's right.
Now, the next step beyond that is the paramedic level service. We did send 8 firefighters to paramedic class through our FEMA grant this year. They just finished the class at the end of 2022. We've had one that has successfully completed all the requirements and written exam and has become certified. The others are still in the process of doing that. So once we get a few more paramedics on staff, we will go to DHEC and become an ALS, a paramedic licensed service. So we'll provide that extra level of service where we'll have more drugs, more interventions to be able to treat patients with when we get to the scene prior to EMS getting there. So we're still working on that, moving forward with that. We also purchased a medical ATV this year for special events, because as we were talking about previously, there's a lot more events going on in both Port Royal and in Beaufort. So we've got another tool to be able to use those special events to help us provide that service when we have those. extra gallons.
The card, like a utility card.
It's a Ranger, yeah, it is. And it has a patient transport buggy, so if we're in the middle of the sand somewhere and we can't get an EMS unit down there, we have the ability to transport the patient out from wherever we are.
You got a trailer or something to transport that to you, or do you do that?
Yeah, we have a trailer moving around.
Right.
Yes. Next is personnel, and I know that's a hot topic, especially in 2022, nationwide, the workforce. All over the country has experienced difficulties in retention and recruiting of personnel. We were no different. We lost a lot of people in 2022. So we got a lot of new people that have joined us. We were able and are able to fill those positions when we lose firefighters. That's the good side. That if there's a negative to it, it's, a lot of times they're not experienced, they're not trained. So we have to spend the time to send them to the fire academy, train them in-house, get them experience and spun up on how we operate. So there's a learning curve there that, our guys have to step up that are experienced, have been there a long time, and have to train the new people so we get, the service back up to par again. We're currently down to.
You got a question?
Yeah.
When people do leave, is there any sort of like exit interview for what's the reason why they're leaving? Are they leaving this area? Are they leaving firefighting in general? Are they?
It's all of the above. Okay, we do exit interviews. The city's HR department does exit interviews where they, will do them in person or they'll send them a form. If they're really just leaving town, they can do it online and send it back to them. And some hot topic examples are DOD. They go to Paris Island or the air station because a lot of them are prior military and they don't have any roots here in Beaufort. So they can go to work for DOD at the air station or Paris Island and be able to move to any fire department base anywhere in the world if they don't want to stay here in Beaufort for long term. So we lose a lot to the military. We lose a lot to different fire departments just that do different things. Some of them want to be big city firefighters, and we don't have a lot of fires here. We pride ourselves in fire prevention and medical calls. So when they come here, this may not be the size fire department that they are looking for. We've had others that has just left. The last one to resign left and went back to Connecticut because that's where his family's from, and he had a family emergency, and he just moved back to where his family's from. So we have a large gamut. Deputy Chief Robinson, you may know, just left us. He was there. He's been with us for 23 years. And he took a job as the Director of Public Safety for the county. It's hard for him to leave, but hard for us to lose him. But at the same time, I think he's going to be a benefit to us at Beaufort County, being able to serve us entirely, in the community.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Do you hear affordable housing being an issue?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's common for us. It's been common for us. We, starting off as a firefighter, you don't make a whole lot of money, and it costs a lot to live in Beaufort, Port Royal, in our area. So that is a problem that we're faced with. A lot of our younger people either still live at home or they have roommates, that they live with, and because a lot of them can't afford, rent, like you were just talking about, $1,000 a month for 500 square foot apartment. So that is something that I think, everybody realizes is a problem in the community. But I couldn't say I got the answer for it right now, but, we strive to work toward providing, housing in different areas for our staff in ways, like, for example, we used to have a residency requirement where we required firefighters to live in Beaufort or Port Royal, because we relied a lot on the off-duty response. But we now had to expand that to the entire county, excluding Hilton Head, where they can live in other areas out and a little bit further beyond in Hardyville and such, so they can be close to us where they can still respond. And we have enough staff now and our automatic aid partners around us where we can, mitigate the incident quickly with what we have on duty and not have to have firefighters actually live in town. So that's one of the ways we're thinking outside of the box to be able to combat that affordable housing problem.
There's something we get with the city and talk about with retention issues. I mean, because it is a unique, us working with the city and with the fire department. But I do think it worked very well together. So I mean, interrupt. I was just wondering when people leave. I was just wondering if you were seeing kind of some trends in that.
The other question is there any kind of reciprocating agreement with the fire departments like there is with the police department? You put them through the academy, it costs a certain time period. Nothing like that in fire. It isn't in police.
Yeah, there's not. I mean,
That's state legislation.
Mhm.
In the fire department, the police department.
We don't, and we lose a little bit to other fire departments, but, you know, it's.
Yeah, it's outside the area.
We also gain them from other fire departments.
Right, it's both sides. I was just wondering if there was that aspect. I don't know what it costs to train a firefighter these days.
It's not as much as the police academy, luckily, and we can do a lot of it in-house for us. It just takes the time. You know, to get them spun up to the certifications and the knowledge and experience they need for the hands-on training.
Okay, thank you.
So moving forward to the training, that's the next topic. There's some photos of us doing some training out at the Paris Island. They have a Connex box that simulates a house that we go and do live fire training with the military. And we're doing some extrication training in the next picture where we're practicing with the jaws of life and cutting open some vehicles. So we continue to do our training. We also, you know, attend the fire academy. This year we've sent, I think, 6 to 8 to the fire academy in 2022, which is high for us. It's usually about 2 a year that we send to the fire academy, but because of the turnover, we've had to send more to the fire academy. They've been working great with us and making sure we get our firefighters trained. We also have community risk reduction, which this year was, or 2022 was probably the first year we got full back into it since COVID. So we're back in the schools, we're back in the community 100% now, like we were prior to COVID. Next slide is the fire marshal's fire inspection portion. There's been a total of 680 inspections conducted. Those vary from existing building inspections to new construction inspections. As Mike was talking about with the construction inspections on the commercial side, we do the fire sprinkler, fire alarm, fire protection tank inspections on new construction, as well as maintaining existing buildings and fire extinguishers and all the elements of the existing buildings that we expect throughout the year. There's some recent projects that we highlighted both in the city and the town that we went through and are still ongoing. Next couple of pages. And it takes us to emergency response. The number I spoke about earlier, the 4,824 was our total call volume. We see 62% of that as medical calls. That's the push for us to get that extra level of medical training because that's more of what we do. That's more of the service we provide to the community. So we want to be able to continue to provide that at a higher level. On this chart, you'll notice under major incidents types, toward the bottom, there's service call, good intent call, and false alarm. A lot of people ask me a lot of time, what is the difference between service call, good intent call? So I'm going to break that down for everyone. So a service call for us is when we go, if someone has a smoke alarm issue or battery out, we go and help them. We provide a service. There's a lift and assist. You know, they fall out of bed, they don't need EMS, but they need help getting back out of the bed. We go and provide that service. So that's a service we provide for the community. A good intent call, example of that would be a smell of smoke. Someone thinks something's on fire. You know, Beaufort Jasper smoking the sewer lines and they see smoke coming out of the house. They think it's on fire. They call. It's not really on fire. The intent is good. The intent is there. They think something is burning down, but it's not really a fire. That would be examples of a good intent call. And then a false alarm is fire alarm. Somebody pulls a pull station and it's not really a fire, or there's an alarm malfunction and there's no real fire, it's just an alarm. So those are kind of some common questions we get in the breakdown of how those are divided up. Next page takes you to the response by station. And this is a key to what we were talking about earlier when you mentioned the growth on Highway 170. Then we have our station 4s out on Highway 170. It's at 20% of call volume. Our headquarters station downtown is at 29%, station 2 is at 26, station 3 is at 25. So you see station 4 has that room to grow for that future development that's all being planned out on 170. So it was well placed in, you know, the future growth boundaries of both the town and the city as that growth comes to the 170 corridor.
And you've got it divided up well, look at the numbers there, they're all in, I mean, other than station 4, which is still gonna grow, the rest are all sitting in the mid-20s.
They are, yeah, they're all 4 of our stations, you know, infrastructure wise are strategically located well in the community for the service calls.
And you're dispatching out of the station strictly by geographical, if it's within a certain distance of that station gets it?
We do, yeah, we have zones, so unless that station is on a call somewhere else in that area, then the next closest would come. It would be ideally anything in this area, downtown Port Royal would be this station. That's why you see in the next chart, this is by unit, so some trucks we send multiple trucks to one call. For example, if it's a fire, we send 3 or 4 trucks. So one truck may go to, different calls in different areas, or they just go to one call in that one area. So you see engine 3, which is this truck here, is the busiest truck we have because of those 2 reasons. It goes to the most calls we have in this area, but it also backs up station 2 and station 4 in those other areas. So it's the busiest truck we have, with engine 1 at headquarters being the second busiest, the ladder being third, and then engine 4 out of station 4 being the 4th busiest truck we have. And the last couple of pages takes us through the fleet. I gave council an update, last work session, I believe it was, about our new trucks, and that still holds true. We are planning a trip for the final inspection at the manufacturer in Wisconsin on March the 12th to the 5th. So we'll do a final run through and test of the truck, and then it'll be delivered to the dealer in Somerville. They'll install all their equipment, and then we'll get it back here to us and get it in service shortly after that.
Is the color scheme same as the most recent one?
It is the same exact truck. It's a twin of what we previously had. And that truck that was damaged is still on target to go back to Wisconsin to a separate location where they actually repair trucks there, repairs as well. So it's set to go back in March, and then hopefully we'll have it back by the end of the year. We'll have both those trucks back in service. What I did want to mention, moving forward for the fleet, and then the mayor and I talked about this briefly because he attended a conference where they were speaking about, fire truck manufacturing and how long it takes to get a fire truck built these days. When we first bought the 2, we bought most recently the one that we're picking up here in March and the one that was damaged. It was a 1-year turnaround time to build a truck. That's now to build a normal engine. It's at least 2 years, maybe 3 years. Our next truck due up is a ladder truck, and it's due up in 2026. And ladder trucks are 32 to 48 months out from being built by Pierce right now. So we're starting price estimates and negotiating with our dealer now on what it would look like for us to be able to purchase a truck in 2026, because we got to start building it now if we want to get it delivered by 2026.
Just for Megs, what did we pay for the trucks that we're picking up? The one we picked up now and the one we picked up before, do you know a rough number?
Yeah, including equipment, everything, 'cause we got brand new equipment, everything on the truck, it's about 800,000 all in.
And I was at that conference the other day.
Yeah.
So just an example, when I was there the other day, they said an engine truck, which is the truck we have, not counting equipment, right now is $1.2 million. They said a ladder truck is gonna be 1.6.
We're probably in that range.
I mean, it's just
I was
amazing.
guesstimating 1.5 million for the ladder truck.
Okay.
So we're in that range. The good part about this though is we have impact fees that have to be allocated here soon. There's a 3-year time frame from when we start collecting impact fees to when we should allocate them to a certain project. We're gonna start negotiating with the managers, both the city and the town, and try to put up a plan to start to allocate some of those impact fees toward the purchase of the ladder truck. So we can start negotiating the contract and get under contract and start the build time, since it is 3 years out.
Yeah, I had that little note, 625 new houses next year. What did that get us in fire department cap fees and where are we? I knew you were talking about another truck or something.
Yeah, we have combined, my last numbers are, and they're probably a couple months old, combined the city and town, we can cover half of the purchase of the truck with impact fees up front.
Wow.
If we choose to allocate all of them. So that's still up for discussion, but we have that much in impact fees collected to be able to offset the purchase of that truck. That's kind of all I had to discuss about 2022 and moving forward for purchasing in 2026.
Thank you.
All right, questions?
Yeah, I've got just a few if you would.
Sure.
Go,
So ISO rating, we have an ISO rating of 1, is that right?
We do, we have the number 1, which is the best you can get rated for ISO.
They come back each year and inspect, or how's that rating last? How does that work?
They don't, they do random inspections. Typically, they have to come back every 3 to 5 years. A lot of times that comeback means they'll send us a questionnaire and say, will you update your maps? Will you send us some response information? Send us what, has changed in your outline from when we were here last. So we haven't had a formal visit since we got that one rating, so they can show up at any time and ask to see, whatever we've been doing the past few years, but typically it's a 3 to 5 year window to do that inspection.
We talked about all the carnivals and festivals, and we got one of the biggest ones kind of kicking off the season today. And I think in the past, y'all often done inspections prior to the festivals, checking fire extinguishers, looking at hazards. Are y'all still doing that? Is that something we do?
Yeah, actually, our fire marshal will be here at 4 o'clock today to walk down
Okay.
to the event today to check for that fire extinguisher, just to make sure everybody's safe and within reason for what they're cooking.
Good.
How they're cooking.
And we do that with all our festivals. Good. Thank y'all for doing it. So when you have these service calls and somebody falls out of bed, and this is just from my knowledge, but how many times, if somebody falls out of bed 3 times, are you obligated to call DSS, or I mean, how does that work?
We do, we have relationships and contacts with social services where if we see that the patient isn't able to take care of themselves in a manner where it's not humane anymore, then we'll contact social services. A lot of the patients that are bedridden and need that assistance already have that resource and already have that contact. They're still able to take care of themselves at home, but they just get in a situation where either they fall or they're just in a position where they can't, at that moment, take care of themselves, and that's what we want.
Gotcha.
But we have had incidences where we've had social services out to intervene. There was no family in the area, and the person just wasn't able to take care of themselves and turn them over to different services. And the police department also gets involved when it comes to that, to where they can help us make sure we're in line with that.
And my last comment is just a thanks to you and your team. I've had that, I've been fortunate enough to help 2 young men kind of get on some career paths here lately. And one thing we've done is tour some of the fire departments, firehouses, Station 4 and Station 3. I brought 18-year-old guy, 19-year-old guy, not sure about, what he wants to do with life, but taking them around to some of y'all's fire stations, firehouses has been really helpful to them. And I've enjoyed, just seeing the teams and meeting the guys. So thank y'all for doing that. It's something that y'all do for the community that you didn't highlight, but you're kind of growing your bench here a little bit. And that's what we appreciate that.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we hope to be able to explore all options along those lines and get into the high schools, excuse me, a little better, to where we can market at the younger age, maybe right before they get out of high school, and see if this is something they're interested in doing. That's how I got involved in it. I became a volunteer firefighter when I was still in high school. And then that's how I realized this is what I wanted to do.
Sure.
So yeah, we hope to be able to work maybe with Bridges, since we have Station 4 right next to Bridges and they have a high school program, where we can maybe build something out there in the future where we can have some formal program to get high schoolers involved in the fire department early.
Cool. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else? Gee, thanks for everything you do. Make sure the staff knows. We really appreciate it. Public Works. It's you.
Jeff's looking around the room.
He's looking around the room. Who's gonna cover this one?
Like, who's next?
It's-
Sorry, Jeff, it's you.
We got a man left the other day, he came in. Yeah.
Today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah, it's at the shop.
Let's go by and take a look at that.
Yeah, it's right there. Don't need a way to pull it around now. The pickup truck that the guy uses to clean the parks, it's been in the shop for about 2 weeks now. Oh, so he's using my truck. So probably gonna need another pickup or two next year.
Yeah, one of the things we're exploring, and we're working a little bit with the police department, is they covered Jeff's truck, and we need something that would pull the lift around. So Massey and Jeff kind of looking for the 250 or 350 or 3,500. Obviously my concern is as a daily driver, what the impact would be in terms of gas miles versus the 150 that you currently have. But Jeff says feels comfortable with that, but obviously gives a little bit more versatility in terms of our fleet to be able to pull some things around. So we're looking at that as well. And then of course, I pester Jeff from time to time about personnel, because he never complains that he didn't have enough people. But he does have an employee out now, correct? Or is he
He's been
back?
out since the end of December,
So,
and they just gave him 46 more.
yeah, so I suggested that we go ahead and hire another person because we're short anyway. So let's go ahead
get that person hired, and even when that employee gets back, we'll be have a little bit better manpower options or possibilities relative to the entire department.
So you'll increase by one
Yeah,
in that way.
and that's something that we can handle for sure. So,
All right.
Somebody with a CDL.
I would see.
Oh, I gave mine up, sorry. I had to renew my driver's license. I hadn't driven a large truck in 5 years, so I'm giving it up.
Are y'all looking at diesel versus gasoline with a truck? I mean, diesel pulls better.
When they brought it down, they were driving it was a Dodge 3500 with a Cummins diesel, dual, just no hitches back. Fixing that trailer.
I have explored both avenues. I've looked at the diesels, Dodge, Chevy, Ford diesels and gasoline. Biggest thing we were looking at is the tow capacity. Right now, and I've talked to Mr. Willis about it, we saw one in Georgia. It's a diesel. It was running about, was it 52,000?
That's cheap.
Well, and when he said we commandeered his truck, that was.
I said you cut it.
We covered his truck. The idea was, we not too long ago had one of our vehicles that was totaled in an accident. And instead of having to purchase another vehicle for the police department, Jeff needs a vehicle to tow the man lift. We could just leave Jeff for that F-150 responder he has, which is a police vehicle. And he can use that extra money that would have been slated for the police department to get a new vehicle to get add to what the town can afford to give him to get his vehicle. And that way, it's just one new vehicle being purchased, like it's 2 new vehicles.
I'll let you guys work that out. We gotta get a truck. Mine needs a truck.
It's coming back.
Gotta get a truck.
Yeah.
Jeff, will bring up an old, go ahead.
Transfer his truck to you and then buy him a new truck.
Exactly.
I think a new. Did I get that right? A new used truck or a new truck?
New used truck.
Whatever we can find.
Something to pull that man lift.
It was a new truck I was looking at.
52,000, that's very good.
And you gotta put that on the trailer, like a level trailer, or what do you got all of
Yeah, you gotta haul with the gooseneck trailer, fifth wheel and back.
Right.
You can haul at least 14,000 pounds.
it?
That's what we're gonna ride around the parade next year.
Jeff, we'll bring back an old one. 2 years ago at this meeting, you might have been sitting in the same spot. Said there's a leak in the roof of Public Works, you need to get it fixed. Is it fixed? It's fixed. Okay.
We even replaced the gates.
Okay, I just want to make sure you got around to getting it fixed.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's bubble gum.
Nerf football from this Renaissance.
Nerf football out of the mode. Yeah, no, I wanted to make sure you got that fixed. And I know that we've had some kind of conversation about the flooding at your facility, and you're working on a program.
Yeah, that's also part of that whole Casablanca fix that we need to address. Although the reality is the outfall for that is in the city of Beaufort on the other side.
Twin Lakes?
Yeah.
It goes to the back of Twin
Yeah,
Lakes.
it's kind of.
By Hardee's, is that where the outfall is?
Yeah, it took a long time for that word to draw down.
Yeah.
Because it's
part of
under
that swamp.
Yeah.
They got a swamp next door.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, and we did have some more soil. Did he deliver today or is he delivering the?
I guess he's delivered, I didn't see it when I went down there earlier, so I still got a little.
Yeah, we had somebody that wanted to get rid of some topsoil. Take it.
Take it. They ain't making any more of that stuff, but get what you can get.
Jerry, you're popular. But yeah, we need to add another employee, so but same kind of challenge with somebody. That we get our CDL back eventually.
Yeah.
And you had an employee working on the CDL as well, didn't you?
Yeah, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's working on it.
What else do you need?
You
good?
That's first, Jeff say so he wants somebody.
What do you?
We can get those things.
Oh, he really did.
Well, we had a question. What was the question, Jerry?
I was just wondering how the farmer's market, what Jeff's role, what he and his guys do, or he and his team do on the weekends for that.
Nothing anymore. We used to go out and put all the tents up and take them all back down, but.
Good. Okay, well, town looks good and you've heard it. Thank you.
Yeah, very much so.
All right.
Next up is court.
Hottest topic from Buford the last 21 days, right?
This week has been busy.
Yeah, that's why, one of the reasons why y'all aren't here.
I
Just give
apologize.
me
Give me one
one
second, we'll pull it up.
second.
We opened it up, I did.
Yeah, I know I had it open.
Noah left you in trouble now.
I know. My tech person.
Apple versus Mac, no good.
There we go.
And let's see. There we go. Anyone's looking to zoom it in.
I will go ahead and start.
Yeah, go ahead.
At the top, you can see I've got some case, like our case disposed and our case file counts. Thanks to our police department, they have surpassed the municipalities around, our local municipalities around here, and we have disposed of more cases than our local municipalities around here as well for the past 2 years. I don't have what they've done, but what we have covered and disposed of for the past 5 years, they're pre-COVID, COVID, and then after COVID as well. You can see the disposed cases for this year, we did 2,887 cases. For last year was 2,964 cases. We do have cases filed that are still pending due to more alternative programs, pretrial intervention, alcohol education, traffic education program, allowed at 25, conditional discharge, jury trials, or they have pending general sessions cases that are their local charges are attached.
And you may want to explain, when you say disposed, it's not like we have more cases than everybody else, it's just that we've resolved.
Correct,
Yeah.
yeah, what we have taken care of, closed out with us.
We've not become a den of crime, we've just
No, no,
efficient
no.
in our getting things disposed of.
Yeah, I was gonna leave that to the police department.
Right.
But we also have a public defender, we contract with the Beaufort County Public Defender. As of right now, we have 102 incidents with 164 cases. That is per incident, and one incident could have 3 or 4 charges. So they look at it as cases, we look at it as incidents, as what they come into our court for. Continued incidents, I'm reading through it quickly.
And just so you know, the public defender is a proportional contract that we share with the other municipalities. And with that, it gets reevaluated from time to time based upon the number of cases and performance, to be honest with you.
I just remember a couple of years ago, discussions we were having, were we double paying, or they were proposing?
In my opinion, we're quadruple paying for public defender services because there's assessments on tickets, we pay county property taxes, our people pay state taxes. And now there was a special budget proviso from a senator from Lawrence that basically required all municipalities to participate financially, even though we already do it. So yeah, that was, I'd say they got a third and fourth bite of the apple. And then with the ACLU case involved, I believe it was Beaufort and Bluffton. We agreed to participate proportionally to make it more sense financially to have a public defender available to anybody that would qualify to receive one. Because what we were doing prior to that contract is we had a private attorney hired that would handle those cases for us. But I think he got kind of overwhelmed in his practice in doing this, and we had to go with the, it made sense to go with the contract. We agreed to the proportional contract initially just to see where the numbers were going to fall out and see who was using, how much of the public defender is being used by each of the entities involved, to then maybe come up with a more sensible contract. Like if we're paying a third and we tried it 2 years and we were only 15, 20% of it, and that's what we should be paying.
And the public defender is actually requesting an additional funds for another attorney to come help them out with all of our cases.
Full-time, just for Port Royal or municipal
For all
attorney?
the 3
So they're
municipalities.
gonna hire just a new municipal attorney, okay.
So it's interesting, proportionally, if we're disposing of more cases, which we want to do, then it'll look like we're using them more often also.
Well, it all
No, it
depends.
doesn't, because not all of them use them, right, okay, right.
Correct. We also are paying for a public defender to go in on the weekends to do, and we're divided that among 4 for our agencies. This magistrate and all three of us municipalities pay the same amount for that, for the public defender on the weekends. Bond court magistrate, that's for the magistrate's office. They handle all the bond court paperwork for all the municipalities for around here. And that's what we pay. We are actually paying the least. So that tells us that tells me that we don't have as many going to jail as the other municipalities do.
Being arrested,
Correct.
right, to jail and then to court, got it.
Correct.
Understanding, so that one is, that first one being arrested before any court or anything, and having to be bothered out of it, got it, okay.
I believe that is all I have. Other than, I do need a new computer for the police department, I've been told, because it doesn't hold the system, the computer software we use, because of the 11 Pro.
Well, what has happened is SLED is mandating that we have certain criteria on our computers. And right now, only Windows 11 is capable of handling the program that has to be on that. If we do not get them, there are certain things we're not going to be allowed to have, and we're not going to fall within standards. I can get you some more information on it if you like. I have to get with Captain Griff on it. He's the IT guy, but it's one of those things we must have, and she has to have.
How does our IT contract work? We own our IT hardware, or are we leasing, or
Leasing.
am I asking a question?
Well, we're evaluating some of our options to make it more cost effective. Because basically what we have in our office are workstations, because we're a cloud-based system. But when we evaluated what you guys carry around, it didn't make any sense for the leasing to continue. Just from a cost perspective, a unit, it just didn't make any sense.
And that's true for police and fire as well, or are they?
They're separate from us in terms of how they handle their.
As far as IT, you're separate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, but your computer in the office is part of that lease, but you also need that.
She needs something here.
Well, she has to have it for law track purposes.
Right. We're just trying to understand.
We're standalone.
So the level of security they need versus us.
Did she have?
And you need that same level of security.
Yeah, but
So your computer really is out of.
Because she's remote.
Right. I'm just trying to make sure I understand that aspect of it. Okay. Sounds like that's something we just need to do.
We gotta have it.
Mm-hmm.
She does have a request in there for a part-time employee. We'll have to figure it out now, see where we're budget.
I appreciate that.
Okay. I mean, we're certainly gonna be talking about staffing all around.
We're gonna talk about that later.
It's part of, there's the first item under discussion for organizational stuff. We're
All right,
gonna
police
get
department.
that for a little bit.
So I apologize. The annual report, you guys didn't get to, or you didn't get it for like yesterday. So we can touch on a couple of the numbers without going through all the graphs that Captain Griffith did. Just slow. And once you go to like page 3 or chart 3. More.
That's okay.
It's just taking forever to load.
This one?
Yeah, that'll work. This is the, all the calls for service, and incident reports that we've had in 2022. Percent clear that everybody did 54.83. The rest of them were probably tied up with investigations. And it just breaks it down for offenses. Next page. It gives us the agency demographics for, because we haven't really updated that for you guys in the last couple of years. Incident reports, non-criminal, we handled 5,592. And total calls for service that we did was somewhere up around 30,000, and that's basically traffic stops. Anytime we made contact with the public, warning tickets. That's where that number came from. It goes into officers involved, use of force reports. And then we have pursuits. Breakdown of citizen complaints, which I believe went down by 2 from last year.
Hold on a second, go back to the, because I always want to make sure that I fully understand when we say.
Take that one down. I don't know.
The force.
Use of force.
Yeah,
So
that definition is very, yeah,
it is.
explain that definition.
So anytime we do anything other than verbal, we do a use of force report. So even if we draw the gun, they can go clear the house or anything, or a business. So we'll do a use of force report on that. Andre, correct me if I'm wrong, but any type of hands-on, anytime we pull the taser, anytime we tase somebody, all those are included on a separate form that we call use of force. So anything, just remember anything that's above verbal. So hands-on,
With the exception of handcuffing. It normally, when we go into a use of force, the officer has exhausted all other means he has to basically use a non-lethal force to bring somebody under, take them into custody. They resisted arrest. So once they give that resistance and say they have to wrestle them to the ground, that's a use of force. That's something other than just simply handcuffing somebody. So even the smallest, taking them to the ground, we want a use of force report done on that simply so we can, track this and just kind of keep an eye on what's going on out there. Is it to the public getting to a point to where it's getting too dangerous for our guys out there? Or our guys getting a little, stressed and they need to get a little relief, they've been overworked. So it's one of those things that you want to be able to look at and say, hey, let's find out what's causing this. Let's be able to bring it down before it becomes something that it should.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you can measure it, you can improve it, so you're measuring it, so you want to improve it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, when we went through this, the classified use of force in the middle of the night, guy by himself gets a call for somebody on a piece of property. He pulls his gun just to protect himself to go in there in the middle of the night. That's classified as use of force, even though he never does anything with it.
Exactly.
But it's preparing for a safety aspect.
Yes.
yes, sir.
Just want to make sure I still got that clear in my head, because that was confusing when I first started looking at what is use of force.
And that's happening 0.06% of the time. That's amazing. I'm just saying that's.
Right.
That's.
I will say one
That's
thing,
great.
and I'm probably going way out with this, but our guys, we call it verbal judo. They really, really know how to talk to people, and they really talk situations down before we stand there. For the most part.
Then we have the officer's name that were been involved in it, our pursuits, which do have that no pursuit policy unless it's a severe felon. We assisted with the county with a shooting suspect this past year, without incident, so that was good. Citizen complaints, we had 3. Mishandling of an investigation, that was unfounded, excessive use of force twice. Where both of those were exonerated, just by the body worn cameras and the in-car videos actually saved us.
I just want to say again, 30,000 incidents and 3 complaints. That's
correct.
That's amazing.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Out of 30,000. Wow.
Officers' injuries, very minor. Motor vehicle accidents. We crashed some cars this year. Not, we did.
We were hit. We were hit. We were hit. One, we were T-boned, right?
You were a victim.
Now, last year, 2021, we were at fault one time, which we don't think we were. And these three this year, we were not at fault. So. Andre crashed one.
No. Andre was red-ended sitting at a stop.
But after you truck outside with the.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Okay, I just wondered.
And then the last page,
Yeah.
the last page just shows you the money we saved from the grants. We took in a total of $300,000 for various officers and equipment. And we applied for 3 more this year. This upcoming year.
3 more officers or?
Three more
Grants.
grants, yeah. They're all over the board. Like I said, if we can get recruiting for SROs, we'll start putting them in the schools. So fingers crossed.
Do you have a rough idea of how many miles your guys, you guys drive a year, you travel in a year?
I can get those numbers for you, but it's gonna take me a little while.
Because you guys, I know it sounds like we wrecked three vehicles were wrecked. We've a lot of miles,
Right.
24 hours a day, these vehicles are on the road. And it
What do you
is,
think, Andre, per shift, how many miles do you think?
Well, you figure they work 12-hour shifts. The cars are not running a full 12-hour shifts. So on average, you may put about 250 miles on a vehicle about every 2 days. And that's because they're constantly moving. When they come here to the PD, they park in the back, the car's not moving anymore. So, and we don't share vehicles. So when they leave, they take that car home with them. Then the next officer comes on shift his car. So if I had I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I can get them for you. If I give a rough estimate, about a year, we probably averaging roughly around close to 8,000 miles a year per vehicle. That's a rough estimate.
that's not leaving Fort Royal basic. That's here in the community.
That's in the community patrol. That's about average.
Yeah, and if you talk to service industry who have to put vehicles on the road, Jerry's real big here on this one as well. One of the most dangerous things they have to do is drive down the streets each and every day, is getting to the job sites and doing it, and that is your job. Fire department understands it as well, look what happens on a fire truck. I mean, it's just, so that number, you don't want to lose 3 vehicles every year, but, we're lucky. A lot of ways, and a lot of our officers aren't hurt more often because of traffic accidents, because it's so dangerous.
So every officer has a vehicle?
Every officer has a take-home vehicle.
That's good. That's good, that's prepared, that's, yeah. Where do you have gas up?
At the fire station.
Station 1, headquarters.
Sure, guys.
And maintenance, are these enterprise vehicles?
Some are enterprise, the fleet that's on the road with patrol officers are enterprise vehicles. Command staff, the majority of the command staff vehicles now are, the F-150s are purchased by the town, they're town owned. I had spoken to Mr. Willis about it, reference to getting away from getting enterprise vehicles for admin vehicles, because we can get approximately anywhere from 6 to 8 years out of an admin vehicle, vice having it, paying off the lease, and the vehicle is hardly ever getting used. So, I mean, my car, I've had it now, 2 years, a year, maybe a year, and I'm probably at about 5,000 miles now, and I'm constantly moving. I'm moving just as much as the guys on the road.
How many officers are there? You have right
25, and we're still down 3.
now? As I say, that's down 3.
We lost 2 at Christmas time.
So 28's fully. That's bad.
So with that said, and let's talk about retention again. So we were tossing around some ideas in the office the last couple of weeks. And we definitely want to keep these officers when they come in. So we came up with this idea for you guys to dwell on, with a vested time of like 10 years or whatever number we can set. But we want them to be vested, and help with their insurance after they retire. And it's just short term, so when they become eligibility for Medicare, Medicaid, at that magic age, then the benefit would stop. So there were 2 options down at the bottom, through the state. The fully funded, the town would support $463, and that's per month, and the retiree would be on the hook for $97. And this would exclude the vision and dental. And then partially funded, the town would pay $231, and then the retiree would pay the $329. And with this, I think that employees would stay and give us more.
Is there a certain number in your experience of years in that if a guy makes it this long?
He's in it for the long haul.
Is that 7 years, 5 years, 10 years?
I think it's gonna be upwards of 10.
10, if they're here for 10, they're
Pretty much gonna be, unless something drastically
But
happens.
you can't work for us for 10 years, leave,
yeah.
and work someplace else, and then they invest in our system. You have to retire with us.
Yeah, retire.
Right, you're gonna have to retire
With us.
with us.
And you have to do a minimum of 10 years with us.
Yeah.
So if you come from Beaufort County, you can't come in and say, well, I got 2 years left, I'm gonna retire, and then expect town to pay your insurance. No, you have to come and work for the town for a minimum of 10 years.
And your the police retirement is 20?
25.
25. So you're still year-based, you're not that year age-based like the rest of.
Well, y'all are age too, 55, isn't it?
55 or 57,
Yeah, 65, I think.
Right,
or 25.
or 25. The state now for non-police is a combination of years and age has to make a number, right?
60.
Is it 60? I wasn't on that program, so I don't know exactly what it was, but you guys are still 25 for so 10 years with the Fort Royal Police Department, you're suggesting, vest you, and then there's the 2 options. Where did the numbers come from? You said it came from a state, where,
The people website.
people gives you, that they only have those 2 options.
They have had a third one.
That's monthly.
It was the standard savings plan. I'll send you guys the third option, but it really doesn't. That was the most expensive one.
Thank you.
28 for regular retirement, not police.
Right, where it was 28, which had to be a certain age too.
Right. Yeah,
That's for
forget state
regular
plan and the
state.
police officer's retirement.
Yeah, it's slightly different. What is it? Again, I'm just trying to make sure I have
That's okay.
it. The other number that I would really like to see here is, what is a police officer paying now for that same insurance minus, you said dental.
If it's individual, they don't pay anything.
So it's individual paying 100%. Okay, and then this would take them to
They said 62.
97. So what?
62.
62.
So we're looking at a handful of years when that person retires.
Unless he comes in at 18.
Yeah, that's a scenario. Then I'll cap you, if I don't know if you want to cap your,
It's interesting.
we'll cover it until you're 62, and or
Right.
5 years or something.
Well, say, thanks for bringing this to us, because the retention issue, you keep hearing it everywhere, and people just happening everywhere, it's everywhere, so I appreciate you coming up with some ideas. I was gonna ask you, I was doing some research on this and looking into some towns that are doing like housing stipends. Do you think that has any value to you guys if you give them?
Yes, I mean, I've done that.
Yeah.
A stipend for it?
Like a housing stipend.
Like you pick up $100 a month, if their rent or their mortgage payment.
Especially if they're like in the town.
Yeah, they have to live within.
You'd have to say they live the limit in the town.
I gotta say, just
That's
looking
a
at it.
good investment too.
Captain Essie's gonna touch on that a little bit.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
But, the next thing,
Supposed to
uh,
That's good thoughts.
and let's talk about the less than lethal options that we have, and everybody knows what the taser is. Our tasers are 6 years old now, we just finished up a 5-year contract. We're not replacing the tasers anymore, we're not fixing them. We have the option to go to the next generation of taser. And they would basically put us on a 5-year plan like last time. It includes all the practice cartridges, all the replacement cartridges that we might use throughout the 5 years, holsters, software, all the licenses that we need. Cost for the 5 year, the total cost was $86,087. With the 5-year plan, it's $17,000 a year.
Any grants out there for that one?
And we have weapons, tasers are pretty much off limits when it comes to grants.
This is almost a single source vendor, is it not?
It is.
Single source vendor.
And basically, they have a different manufacturer out there, but since we already have so many, we've got the license now, they just need to be updated, but everything's geared in-house toward the taser. So if we switch vendors.
And the reason they're bringing this to your attention is it's going up pretty substantially in what the last 5-year contract was, almost 100% increase, right?
Or what was that? That was my question. What were we paying for the last 5
The
years?
last one, we was paying roughly around $7,000 to $8,000 a year. I mean, not a year, yeah, a year for 5 years.
Okay, so this 17 is plus that, or this?
No, this is the new. This is the
Right,
new.
right, right.
Based on-
So we are, but in last year's budget, there was about $7,000 for this, so it's a $10,000
Yes.
increase
Yes.
to get the
Yes,
pay.
sir.
So it's not 17 plus, it's not a 7,
No.
so it's a $10,000 increase.
Yes.
Compared to the last 5 years.
All right, no, I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to make sure I got it, I understand what you're doing.
Yes.
In that aspect, so I mean, everybody knows what it's costs, everything is going up, so if you think about, we're paying $7,000 a year. That's in line with everything else these days, so I hate to say it. I hate to say it.
And with that, there was a couple of line item increases, which is not really substantial, but the more officers you hire, the more the clothing will cost and software and licenses. That, I'm gonna yield the floor to Captain Massey.
Hey, we was talking about retention, all right, and that big number of the town now is 15,000 plus people, if I'm not mistaken. And the police department is still trying to get bodies. Right now, in the past, we were the highest paid police department starting off for salary. We're no longer there anymore. Right now,
I just can't see it.
at this point, we are pretty compatible with all the other agencies up to the rank of sergeant. Once you get past the rank of sergeant, that's about a $10,000 to $20,000 difference in pay. 20, if you scroll back down, I mean, up rather, go back the other way, you'll see a chart, okay? These numbers right here, this is the 2021 pay scale for Beaufort County Sheriff's Department, Beaufort City PD, Bluffton PD, and the Port Royal Police Department. The sheriff is at about 150, and the chief of Beaufort City, 112, and our chief is at 106. He is roughly $6,000 less. That's not including what their pay increase was in 2022. I'm basing our salary off of 2022. So it's roughly about $10,000 difference. In order to bring your command staff up to par with their counterparts, you're looking at a 15% increase on the chief. The deputy chief has taken the biggest hit. He only makes $87,000 a year. 87,000. He's the deputy chief of police. He's 25% below his counterparts, and he's been doing the job longer than they have. Captain's pay, that's based on the highest paid captain in the Port Royal Police Department, which is Captain Griffith. He's making 91. I make less than him. I'm around 83. But our counterparts in 2021 was making 102. One officer worked for Beaufort County that I graduated the police academy with is making around 96. And me and him graduated together. So patrol officers, from patrolmen to staff sergeant, they're pretty compatible. With the pay increase, you're looking at about a 6% difference. All right, so right now our salary budget is about 1.6 million. We're looking at about going to 1.7 with that 25, 15, and 15 plus 6% increase to about an annual salary increase of about $147,082. You know, why is this important? Recruitment, retention, mobility. Recruitment. We have an extremely high, low application rate. We are not getting applications. People are not coming to Port Royal for jobs because we're not paying in the salaries that the other departments are paying. Our turnover rate is high. We just lost 2 officers. We're down approximately 5 to 6 officers. We're down. Beaufort County Sheriff's Department is talking about going to a $50,000 starting salary. That puts us $5,000 underneath the starting salary of Beaufort County Sheriff's Department, which means we're going to be right at 45,405. Applicants going to go where the money's at. And we talked about the housing. You know, they can't afford the housing in Beaufort County. It's just too expensive for them. The retention level, officers, they don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. They come in, they got these high hopes, they're going to move up the ranks, they're going to get paid more. Officer comes in, first 2 years, one of the greatest things that was put in place by the Port Royal Police Department was after 2 years, you were automatically promoted to corporal. Just to say thank you for staying, you're doing a great job, please stay longer. That puts them at about $53,000 a year. It can be up to 8 years before they see another, pay increase and thing. And it probably won't go up as high as $60,000 in 8 years. That's all they're gonna get, $60,000 a year. Unless somebody retires, somebody leaves or quit, there's no room for promotion for them. They can't go up the food chain and stuff. So they're gonna start moving, trying to find other agencies to go with where they got a better chance at promotion, better chance at pay. Mobility. Retirement, with retirement comes mobility. This is why we wanted to increase this pay for the command staff. It gives them a better retirement income. So at 25 to 30 years, they can decide, hey, I've got enough substantial income to where I can go ahead and retire now. Plus, along with hopefully the insurance portion of it, that gives them a way out. They can say, hey, I can afford the cost of living in Beaufort. I can afford the medical. I can go ahead and get out the way for this next group to go on up the food chain and stuff. So they're gonna start moving up once the upper echelon moves out, but the upper echelon can't go anywhere. They can't afford it. They have to stay with that. Most of them are not as fortunate as some of the people that get into law enforcement, retire from the military. They have that military insurance that's gonna cover them for life. When they get out of law enforcement, if the town isn't covering insurance for them, they're looking at almost $700 a month in insurance. It's not affordable. How do we make this happen? Ideas, just an idea, a 6% pay raise across the board. Just a 6%, that's all ranks. The number one person that needs to have a pay raise at this point to meet the standard and be able to be on level with his counterparts is the deputy chief. Paying him at a level of 30 years, that puts him at 96,000. That's a about a $9,000 pay raise a year. It's not much longer, he's gonna be on his way out. He's in the same boat. It's just the insurance and the medical is what's keeping most of us around and stuff, except me. I got plans. But a command staff increase of 5% in 2004 plus 2005 would put us on the same path as our counterparts. You don't have to come out a whole $147,000 in the first year. All you do is a 5% or 6% pay raise, and then hit your command staff with another pay raise at 2024, and then hit them again at 2025. And that will put them on level with their counterparts. And I think with that, that's gonna solve pretty much our retention, recruitment rate for the Port Royal Police, because people love to work here. And don't get me wrong, the council, Mr. Willis, y'all have been great to us. We are not complaining by no means. We just are mean to get bodies here because we're not paying what the other agencies are paying, and they're not gonna come.
Thank you. Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
To me, and I'm not here to negotiate salaries, but we're not losing the admin. We're losing these guys down here. That's where I'd like to see the most help go to.
It would be.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, we do cost of living increases every year, right?
Yeah, I think, I was just planning to say it because I was just looking at the anticipated COLA for the current year. It's 8.7%. Now, I do not have Chris estimating 8.7% COLA because we can't afford that.
Right.
I'm looking at 5. So those are things that have to be considered as well. Right now, I'm just looking at the charts.
Answer your question, Chair, that's gonna help the lower echelon because they want to move up. They want to become captains. They want to become lieutenants. They want to become chiefs. They want to become deputy chief. Just to stay in law enforcement and just remain at the rank of a sergeant and retire, that's no glory in that. That's not what they want. They want to move up and do things too. And if you don't see that happening, you're not going to hang around. And it's not that we're not doing for them. The town is doing great for them because they're on par with their counterparts. They may make maybe $2,000-3,000 less than a Beaufort city officer with the same rate because the average sergeant in Beaufort County has 15 years. The average sergeant in Port Royal has 6. So they're right on par with the pay. It's where do they go from there? If I can't see myself getting to that seat where I want to get, then why am I still here?
But I mean, I just help me understand this. Our upper level, nobody's retiring out. They're in those positions, right? And they're happy with those, right?
They're happy with it, but the only reason they're here is because they can't afford to leave.
Right.
The cost of living is going to exceed what they're going to get in retirement. So they pretty much sit in that seat and stay there until there's no other choice. They can afford 62. That's when Medicare kicks in. So that's what they hang around for.
We included the patrolmen through sergeant too.
Okay.
And it wasn't until 6%.
That's where we have the biggest turnover.
That's what we want to keep.
Right.
Yeah. But keeping them is getting them up.
But yeah,
They don't want to remain sergeants. They want to go higher.
Deputy chief is a pretty big
And that's
difference. That's
it is. And it's not to give the upper echelon more money. But if you compare Port Royal Police Department, every officer in the Port Royal Police Department to any other officer in Beaufort County, we do more than the average officer because we're so small. Our guys plus the command staff, we all are multitask. We have more than just one job. We have my job consists of 1033 program, extensive training. I wear multiple hats. When my counterpart in Beaufort County is just a training officer. That's all he does. So you're getting the sergeants up the food chain. That's what's gonna make them stay, because they're gonna be a lieutenant, they're gonna be captains, they're gonna be chiefs, they're gonna be deputy chiefs. That's where they wanna go. It's not just the money.
Tell me, Jerry, can I add to you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
How many, where are our officers now? And I'm sorry, we don't have an org chart. Maybe one of these days we need to have a full. How many patrolmen, how many, can you give me, can you do that? Just rough numbers.
Rough estimate, we've got about patrolmen, I'm gonna say about 3, that's the 3 that's prepared to go to the academy.
Those are the new ones, okay.
Those are the new ones. PFCs, we got probably 4, which are coming up on 2 years, they'll make corporal. And they'll automatically get that pay raise. They can get accelerated promotion. All they gotta do is be recommended, and they doing the job well, they can be recommended for accelerated promotion. Sergeants, we've got 4 sergeants on the road, 2, 3 in investigations. And they're pretty much.
All right, hold on, so patrolman, PFC, corporal, sergeant, right? How many corporals?
Usually got 1 per shift.
Okay.
One of each per shift.
Okay, and the recommendation you're giving us is starting sergeant and above for pay?
No, the recommendation is everybody.
Actually, from the ground floor.
Okay,
It's a 6%.
Okay.
Now, it's a 6% pay raise for PFC or
So
patrolman.
6% for everybody, and then, got it, I want to make sure I got it. Okay.
Say that last one I got, because I don't got it.
All right, so what they're saying is a 6%, they're asking or recommending a 6% for all police department employees across the board for 2023, 2024 budget. Then in 2024, 2025, they're going just command staff, an increase again
5%.
of 5%.
In 2025, 5%.
And then another one for command staff. So year one of this alignment, I'll call this alignment pay structure, would be everybody. Year 2, the patrolman, the PFC, the corporal, and the lieutenant would get normal cost of living.
Mhm.
Above there would get normal cost of living plus these other increases.
That's close.
Plus
But
an
the
additional
lieutenant-
5%.
The lieutenant and above would get the
It's
5%.
a lieutenant and above. Okay.
Everybody below that would get the normal
Okay,
cost of
okay.
living. Now, on the first year, you also looking at the pay increase of the deputy chief. Because he's making only
Okay,
87,000.
and the kicker for the deputy chief. Okay. All right, just making sure I understood that. All right, I got it. Jerry, you got this one?
I think so.
I think, yeah, because it's a,
But, okay, let me ask you, so, but, man, have we traditionally, we look at a COLA each year, 3% or something like that?
It's ranged anywhere from 2 up to, I think the highest we've done is a 5 or 6.
did we do 5 last year?
So let's just say on average, about 3% COLA, right? I mean, that's about an average raise. So,
Plus longevities are mixed in as well.
yeah, so is this 6% the first year in addition to that 3%? So now it's a 9%?
No, sir. No, sir. That's
Just 3%.
Just 3% plus the 3%.
So then in 2025, just the command staff, if they were to get their 3%, then they would get an additional 2% to round up to 5%. Is that right? Is that remember?
That would be pretty much right.
Okay.
We just got an email that came from Washington also, and I think in light of, after COVID and all that stuff, they've not proposed, but they've actually approved a 5.6% across the board increase for everyone. And so that's now because they've recognized that COVID has really left everybody there and behind. And, the organization I'm in, they're giving everyone a 5.6%. So I think that's pretty reasonable, and particularly with our population now exceeding 15,000. I think that's reasonable.
And the biggest thing is for the recruitment and retention portion of this is what's gonna get people coming here and get people staying.
So we're giving the incentive to the upper echelon.
Police.
To move out.
Basically, yes, basically paying them to leave.
However,
Well,
in
that's
order to
exactly
really
what I was
enjoy
trying to
that
say,
increased salary,
so that you
you
can
gotta work
move,
3, 6
so the
month
lower
period.
can
That's
come
18
up, because then the others will go. They're not retiring because they can't afford to retire.
Right.
If you do the insurance, then they could maybe afford to retire until they get Medicare. And then we would no longer pick them up, but we would do it just to get, till they could come to a Medicare age.
Correct.
But it would give them an incentive, okay, well, I've been here 25 years, I'm gonna leave, so as I leave, then the next group comes up. And then you start your lower, you're looking, because one of the things over the many years that I've been with it, the problem is people come and they stay a year or two and they're like, well, shit, these people been here 30 years, why am I going?
Right, why am I
Where am I
staying?
going? I'm not going anywhere.
We've heard that before.
Right, but you know.
Man, just like you. You're-
35 years.
You know, we're fortunate.
And I ask myself that all the time. Why am I staying?
Last say it's 24.
Why is it waiting to be cheap?
I mean, I see your point, but I think that's.
This is not an all or nothing proposal either.
No, but I think you're trying to, what you're trying to do is make room for the younger ones so they can see there's a place for advancement.
Just the starting point.
I like the idea, I like a lot of the proposals that you gave, and in my mind, I'm thinking, as somebody who's worked a lot of years myself, worked somewhere in a job for 30 years and still feel like I had a lot to give if I decided to stay longer, I could stay on 40. So the 25-year retirement still is one of those things, and I get it, it's a stressful job and all that stuff, and I know why we did it in that way, but you talk to more and more officers, none of them are really, they're all going more than 25. Seems like a lot of them are changing jobs. I like the retiree thing. I'm wondering, in my mind, I'm playing with a hybrid. And I'll throw it out there what I'm talking about. So if you work for here and it's the 10 years and you retire at your minimum, which is the 25, I'm done, I'm gone, I'm leaving, then I like that kind of partially funded one. But if you give us an extra 5 years, then we're gonna go to that fully funded one. If I take you from, you stay with us from 25 to the 30 years, retire at 30 years, then we'll give you that fully one. I'm talking about that. But that doesn't help the move up that we're talking about. It doesn't help to know, still people will know that people are gonna retire. But if we're looking to force chief out at 25 years rather than 40, then, by offering this, so there's that hybrid. I like the idea of there being a cap. Especially like I said, if you get a young person who comes in and does this 25 years and leaves, that's a big hit on the budget for many, many years. We're gonna have that town at 231, 56 for another 20 years. You're gonna be paying that kicker until he gets to the point of, because if you funded it after retirement and he retires just at the minimum of 25 and starts right out of school or thereafter, even a military guy right out of 4 years, we hire him, he goes 25 years, he's gonna retire pretty young.
Well, sir, I think that in law enforcement, it's gonna be a minimum of 10 years. Well, it's gonna be 10 years at the most the time would have to pay out is for 10 years. Because you're not gonna be able to get in law enforcement until you're 21 anyway.
Okay.
So you can't do it.
And we need to see some of those numbers. Think about some of those charts for us. Worst case scenario chart, what is this gonna cost the town in their budget after a gentleman's retired? Because remember, he's gonna retire, we're gonna keep paying, which is a great thing. I like that. I mean, that's a big kicker to a benefit plan that makes sense in a lot of ways. But what is that? We're tying the hands of future councils and future budgets, saying you're gonna keep paying this. You kind of need to know what that is. So I like the idea of two options, which is, you give us the bare minimum, we appreciate that. Here's your kicker for staying with us for 25.
And you can always put a cap on it too.
Yeah, and
You
give
don't need to pay for the next 20 years until it becomes 62. You can always cap it too.
Right, I like that. And then if you give us an extra 5, we're gonna take it to full.
Right.
We're gonna take you to full, and we're gonna get you all the way up to the full.
To flesh this out a little bit.
But there's a lot to flush out. There's a lot of spreadsheets and data that come forward here. And, we'll have to see where the budget is, but the 6%, it doesn't scare me out of this chair anyway.
I appreciate you putting that together. We talk about it, it's nice to have some
Yeah,
numbers
it
and
doesn't scare me out of the chair.
a start, a discussion starter, so thank you all for doing that.
This is gonna be one of those decisions. One thing, you're not asking for this in another headcount, right? Okay. Because then you might make me fall out of the chair. You're not asking for this in a headcount. I understand that, that's gonna come too. We can't keep growing without a headcount coming someday in that aspect. And,
right now, sir, we're still trying to replace the people. we lost.
Right, I got it.
And that's exactly my point, is we gotta look at hard at their salaries. We gotta look hard at where they are.
Oh, absolutely. It's
We do, we gotta look at that.
And
we gotta get them in line with all the other agencies.
We gotta do that, right,
Or even come close.
right.
and that's what we are. I'm trying to, that's that percent.
Okay.
But I'll say this, and I wrote this down, we were talking, your guys and girls are professional, they're friendly, they're courteous, I see them out in public, they speak, I see them on social media. You got a good team, and you got a good team, and they're friendly. You know, I think you look at other police departments, wherever across the United States, I know you and I have had this discussion before. One thing that just really chaps my hide is when you hear a parent, you know, talking to their child and saying, if you don't behave, I'm gonna call the police on you. Don't say that. The police are our friends, and y'all live that. Y'all are our friends in the community. And I commend you for that. Thank you. Y'all do a great job.
Thank you. All right, I feel like we need to take a time check here. Sure. Where we are and what we're trying to get done today.
Yeah, because
We got a couple,
we don't have to be somewhere
we
fine.
got a hard stop and then a little bit of break in between.
Yeah,
We got to ask Joe all the way down here. We haven't even gotten to your discussions yet on these other discussions, the organizational assessment report, the other items. So where are we doing? Because the goal setting isn't in the agenda. Where were you thinking the goal setting was?
it was supposed to be the beginning, but when we decided to shuffle it after that. It was supposed to be part of, it was not in, but normally we did it at the very beginning, but we decided that we needed to go through all this other stuff before we get to the top.
All right, so, and then tomorrow we start at what time?
Probably 6 a.m. now.
That's kind of what I'm getting at here, because.
Listen, here's the reality. You don't need to talk about the shrimp dock. You already did that. You don't really need to talk about the Reba Road corridor. We did that. Naval Hospital, we do need to talk about. Garbage billing,
It's
Too soon? It's too soon?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
too soon. Okay. It's too soon.
March when they start?
yeah.
'Cause I haven't
Anyways, but
had-
holiday schedule, that should be a 3-minute discussion.
Okay,
Well, let's just do these and be done.
Well, I think here's what I think. We need to do, you've got something you have to get to.
Yeah, I've got things we need to get out for an RFP before the end of the day.
Yes, so let's do urban area census, organizational assessment, goal setting. Does that work for you?
And the census thing will be quick too.
Yeah, that'll be quick.
Okay, so-
And then I think we may be able to work through the port discussion, the holiday schedule, the town anniversary, pretty quick.
or we can get them tomorrow morning if we have to. Okay,
yeah.
so right now, we're talking about urban area assessment,
Yeah,
organizational, and the goal setting.
you got it.
We're gonna do those three.
Yeah, I think, and then
Okay,
let's see where the rest shake out.
All right. Let's do the urban area census discussion right now, then do the organizational, because I think that's gonna fit part into that goal. Then do the organizational, then jump into goal. You okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're just gonna, join you down in barbecue now.
That's right.
All right, so we don't have too much detail on this yet. So I'm gonna try and keep it brief and Van can fill in some gaps if I miss things. Basically, the 2020 census has been finalized. And we are within a potential, a new urban area designation that hasn't previously existed. It includes the town of Port Royal, the city of Beaufort up to, I believe, the Whale Branch, and so some unincorporated areas out there, and then Ladies Island. What that means is those areas within that has the population over 50,000. And that is determined by the Census Bureau and means we have to meet requirements that we didn't previously have. When you hit $50,000 and people in an urban area is designated by the census, you have to create a metropolitan planning organization. So LATS, the Low Country Area Transportation Study, is that entity right now. So we fall within all of the planning work that they do and the federal funding that they go after and all of that. We fall within LATS right now, and that was mandated by the Hilton Head Bluffton area hitting those population numbers. Now the census is telling us, okay, we have a separate area where we're urbanized, and we could split off, or we could stay within LATS and be part of that MPO ongoing. Basically, what would need to happen if we created our own metropolitan planning organization is that we would need to formalize the boundaries, staff as a region, staff the metropolitan planning organization, create a board, and adopt all of the plans that are required of a metropolitan planning organization. And those plans are the long-range transportation plan, transportation and improvement program, unified planning work program, which is a regional collaboration, and then public participation plan. So if you look at the timelines on this, it is almost March. In October, the governor will formally designate us as an urbanized area. And then that's kind of where the craziness begins, because we have to have a decision prepared by the October timeframe on whether or not we'd like to remain in LATS or have a separate entity created. One of the things that's a kind of a tickling point there is that October timeframe is also when the feds would tell us how much money we would get in our bucket if we did branch out. So the minimum for a metropolitan planning organization is $5 million. LATS gets 5.9 currently. And the way that we've had it described to us, although they're not 100, Federal Highway Administration and LCOG and LATS are not entirely sure, is that there would be two buckets now. So if we stayed within LATS, the urbanized area and south of the Broad would get that 5.9 or whatever they are designated. And we would also have a bucket north of the Broad that's above $5 million minimum. And so if we stayed with LATS, we would all of the plans that have been adopted and worked on by that organization, we would still be a part of all of that. We wouldn't have to adopt anything new or assist in basically standing up a whole new organization. And then our funding buckets would go to the capital projects within that plan that are within the two separate urbanized areas. And then the other option is, again, adopting a whole new set of plans and setting up that new organization and board. That would need to be accomplished by the end of 2026. So you'd be looking at October deadline to determine if we would like to remain in LATS or break off. And then 3 years from then, we would need to have the whole organization set up, the board, and have all of the plans that are required adopted.
That's a good question. Somebody's been going to LATS for years. Have you talked to LCOG at all about this?
Well, they were going to have a discussion. We talked about this last night at LCOG.
Okay.
So Sabrina does want to reach out and talk, and that was one of the things I was waiting till you brought it up.
Okay, I can tell you from the LCOG planning staff, they have done an incredible amount of work.
Yes.
On the existing planning documents. They have just adopted a new long-range transportation plan.
That's what I was getting at,
Yeah.
because if we were to think about breaking off on our own, LATS, the reason LATS works so well is because of what LCOG does and the way they do that.
Mm-hmm.
And could they seriously support two?
Right.
And that's the question that I have that I'd love an answer of from them. And if the answer is no, they can't, are they just gonna keep supporting that one and then we're on our own to do everything? I don't think they'll do that. I know that, but I also don't want them to divide their time and because they do a really good job with
Well,
LATS.
they were hoping that if we did the MPO, that we would stay with them.
You're right, and that's I've heard that from Stephanie as well.
Yeah, Stephanie Rossi, yeah.
Basically, yeah, they would.
City planning, you and the city thought at all?
The city, Reese came to the.
But in that meeting, the county was not there, and the county represents basically a third of the population base within this, so they have to be included in the discussion. And so we've all recognized that in the meeting, and I brought that over there when I saw them separately, that, hey, this is what's going on, and we need to have a discussion about this.
But they would like to be in and help you if there's any way, shape or form that they would like
Yeah, we don't want to recreate the wheel, we don't have to.
And that's the thing is that we are fully represented in all of their existing plans already. It's not like
Absolutely.
we're underrepresented.
Yeah, because in that link, the thing you saw, there's some attachments to the documents you're referring to, and obviously we're.
Yeah. And there's also a map there, you can look at where the urbanized areas are gonna be designated for the census.
Is this in the? I don't see
That's in the
it.
that's in the planning department folder.
It's in the planning department, okay, sorry.
If we did break off, is that just a decision we make, or we have to make that with the city?
We would-
And the county, or I mean, is that a?
We would make it would have to be made jointly, I think.
So just all three have to agree.
Yeah. Because otherwise,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
so we all get together and vote. Come down 2 to 3, or how it works out, but everybody's, it's a all or nothing.
Yeah. My initial reaction is to stay together, because I think that Latz has done some really good things. Yeah, most of it's been south of the Brook at this point in time, but reality is when we're thinking about some of these urban transportation things that we were doing, there was a lot that needed to be fixed in that kind of link between us and south of the Brook. They were focusing a lot, but what we've seen recently, with Seabreeze and some of the things they're talking about doing north of the Brook and everything, I just think it's, that's my initial reaction, but not one of us can make this decision. Is this decision going to be at staff level? Is this decision going to be at the political level? Is the next question that I have. You think it's going to be at the political level? So, that means, we need to be talking to our counterparts at the other two areas.
Yeah.
Are we hosting, aren't we hosting
We're the next
next,
host of the yes.
for the next joint meeting, but are we hosting the next, mayor?
Yeah, I think
We need to figure that out.
We're due.
So we
It's
need-
the mayor meeting in due.
we're doing it. We need to start looking at dates so that I can make sure that I'm in town. So that may be a great conversation for that group.
Why don't we look within the next 6 weeks, once you look at your calendar?
Yeah. Well, thanks for bringing that to our attention, because there's certainly nothing this is the first time we got to start digesting this one. I think we absolutely got to start thinking about what.
It just came out of us last night.
Jump into the organizational assessment.
Yes.
All right, well, we've wrestled with the last few years, and it's obviously something that's come up at all of our retreats, and it's how we address staffing. So we engaged MRB to kind of do an organizational analysis, looking at staffing levels, looking at processes, looking at all facets of the town. They basically interviewed 14 individuals anonymously, assessing where we stood as an organization, where we thought we had strengths, where we thought we had weaknesses. And I think this is in your folders, if you want to look at it, we'll try to pull it up here in a second.
It's in which group, what folder?
Retreat.
Agenda items.
Agenda, got it, see it
Is that
now.
a February agenda?
Retreat.
February, got it now.
And then, beyond just an analysis of us as an organization, they looked at the town's demographics, our growth, and compared us against other municipalities in terms of our staffing levels and kind of functions. And, it's readily apparent that, we traditionally operated kind of as a small town, just getting things done. But they're recognizing that there are some staffing issues that we need to address to make us as fully functional as we probably should be. So they kind of broke it out into some kind of immediate, near-term, long-term solutions to address each of these. And then they kind of went by department. I'm just going to start, obviously, the fire department. They thought that relationship was fine. Everything that we're doing there seems sensible. They addressed the developmental impact fee in that assessment, recognizing that was going to be pretty integral to how we move forward. Second, obviously, they looked at the police department, looked at crime rates, officer turnover, salaries, those sorts of things. They looked at your numbers, total calls for service, those sorts of things. I jump around so fast for you guys. That's why you should let me scroll. And then, one of the things that, and I'll probably and obviously talked about potential retirements and succession planning for all of the departments. Next up, planning and development. This is where they really thought we had some needs, and I'm going to dive into those a little bit later. But one of the things they also talked about is how we track workflow in projects. And then you heard a little bit about a lot of the recommendations that they ended up making. We've already kind of, we're addressing, improved software, the meetings that we talked about being organized, departments that kind of get a better job of being a little bit more cohesive in terms of moving that process along. Then something that was alluded to by Tracy is the increasing numbers that we're seeing at the court level in terms of dispositions. I know that we seem to be having court a lot more frequently. We could probably have more quality of driving that we have in town, but it is what it is.
So the weight drops.
Yeah.
We write as many tickets as we can.
Exactly.
We're not saying, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like a, bear trying to catch salmon swimming upstream. Anyways. So, and then they talk a little bit about where we stand in the general administration. In a lot of ways, we are one-person departments within the department. We got one person for business, I got one person for this. And so one of the things they talked about, and this is something that Brooke alluded to earlier, was the need to really get a handle on and do a lot more cross-training, so that if we do have somebody that's out, one of the things we figured out real quickly, we had an incident during COVID. We had somebody who was out for 7 months. It was very early into COVID, so us understanding long haul COVID and the impacts of that was a little frustrating. But we worked through all those issues because we all realized that all of us are going to have things that come up from time to time. And so we realized the importance of doing that. Finance, same thing. We have one person in finance that handles a lot of that, and there's a lot of HR responsibilities that go with it. So, and then obviously Public Works. So they recommended on that one just a little bit more organizational staffing, if you will, to try to get that function a little bit more efficient. I'll just stop there. They looked at our current financial conditions. Obviously, financially, we're doing pretty well, 40%. Fund balance, they kind of tracked our year-end unrestricted funds, our property tax rates, which have held steady. And so they looked at some things that we need to be doing in terms of, or as they refer to them as opportunities of enhancement. Mentioned challenges now. Immediate focuses, fire department recommended the town continue the relationship. Police department, this is something we've gone back and forth with a little bit.
Fire chief.
You got a job.
One of these is, and I think, and this is something we've been talking about with the police department, is how we handle code enforcement. We did some experimenting this past year. We did at one time have 2 code enforcement officers. We now are back down to 1. Yeah. So we're working on that, and there's a potential, as mentioned here, to maybe move code enforcement out of the police department and play. So that's something we're going back and forth with. I personally did code enforcement 20 plus years ago, and it was not through a policing agency. I did have to be certified through, I had to be sworn in by county council at that time to do that duty. So that's something we have to examine. So I write tickets and do all sorts of fun stuff.
Obviously, you had a couple of reactions there, went back down to 1. Can you explain that?
I don't really think this is a problem.
Okay, move on.
So,
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Planning and building.
Let's do that March
Yeah.
council meeting.
Yeah. That's a personnel issue. So,
Right, so
yeah,
put the executive session on, give us personnel.
I don't know that reaches personnel.
Okay,
Executive
bye,
session.
all right, move on.
All right, planning and building, increased growth translates immediately into additional work. And that's something that we all know. You saw what the numbers were trending with that. So we're working on the workflow, which we had mentioned, and they talked about really evaluating where we are with the building inspection process in terms of bringing a lot of that back in the house. And one of the things we're working with Mike is getting his certification as a CDO so that we could do some of that. And also one of those recommendations is bring on an additional inspector. So even if, I would want to continue the relationship with the city of Beaufort. I think it's advantageous for both of us. It gives us both an opportunity if there's shortcomings in personnel to kind of
cross-pollinate, if you will, so we're fine there. Let's go scroll down a little bit. General administration, we need a little bit more formality there. As I mentioned, the cross-training, getting a little bit better at enhancing some of the job descriptions, refining some of the performance evaluations, as well as the hiring process. And those are things that we're going to start working on. One of the things that Brooke alluded to was also the formality of training relative to Alexis. She's very new, but I can tell you this, she's doing a great job. Very smart, very comprehensive. Her previous employment lends itself to customer service and some of the people she dealt with previously, so she's handled it incredibly well. So we're very pleased with that. Finance, we are changing over software to make it a little bit more efficient in terms of interfacing with all facets of finance within the town. And public works, as I mentioned, once again, we need to formalize the management piece of that. If you look, you can scroll down to the organizational assessment and action items. It kind of gives you the timing, what the departments are, and what the specifics are relative to the action items to be undertaken. Just an example, develop an economic development approach. I think y'all reconstituting the redevelopment commission has really put a focus on that. That coupled with our participation in Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, I think that's done pretty well. One of the things, form an ad hoc committee with council and senior staff to build a short and long-term plan on economic development. I think that's being done as we speak. Research financial systems software upgrades, that's being done. Hire an additional planner, that's recommended as an immediate item.
I agree with that.
So that's something that we need to have a really good discussion about during the budget process.
No, not only do you have a job, but you may be getting help.
Yeah.
Maybe, that was very careful,
Right.
maybe getting help.
And just establish a workflow process for building permits, pretty much done.
Yeah.
Establish a workflow process for plan review, that's all part of that process. You look a little bit longer at some of the year 1 and 2 time and responsibilities, as alluded to, performance evaluations. The next one, Get Town on Court Management Software System, that's something I want to dig in a little bit. I know that there was some drawback.
What number was that? What number was that?
That's number 15.
15. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah. I know that there's some pros and cons to that. I just need to get a better assessment from Tracy. I know that we participate, there's something about some limitations relative to that, or there was something that we had to do that made it cumbersome. Remember, we looked at it a couple of years ago. I just can't remember specifically what it was. I'll have to figure it out. Could have been the safety features relative to participating in that.
It's always been an issue with her remotely dialing into
Yeah.
our system
Right.
and her getting her information.
Yeah, because we're not in the same building, but I don't think y'all can be in there. There's something about it that logistically was a challenge.
Today's world, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Red tape.
Good, yeah. Police department reassign some of the support services, lieutenant's administrative duties, create an administrative position in the police department, develop a succession plan for the police department, and then some of the longer range goals we're looking at. Create a long-term master plan for the Rigo Road corridor. You guys are doing that. Create a long-term master plan for the downtown district.
Kind of starting that.
Yeah, kind of starting that.
I think
The
that's a
streetscape.
big start on that one.
Yeah. Purchase digital software portal for plans review.
As much as they've got this in that 2 to 3, I'm wondering if they're
That could be
targeting it
expedited.
off.
Yeah, I think that there's some of the things I think we can get done sooner than later. And then get someone certified trained as a floodplain manager. That was something. Yeah, we'll look into that. Linda used to take on that responsibility, but we've got so much overwhelming in terms of our sheer numbers. If we hire that additional planner, I think that's something that we could probably pursue.
So that one in-house.
Yeah, but overall, I think the assessment of us as an organization is that we function well, financially, we're positioned well. It's just that we have some shortcomings relative to staffing, software, and just a little bit more organization, personnel wise, to create some formality. But we've always operated, and to be quite honest with you, as not well off financially as we were, we just kind of struggled along. We just made sure it happened, which was good for us when the economy had the downturn, because I always tell people, we never got fat, so we didn't have any skinny. But now we've turned a corner, and it is a bit overwhelming, and we do get the phone calls, but like we're working as fast as we can.
And I know this is, I'm adding a task, so I apologize right off the bat before I say it.
Yeah.
I'm adding it. Can you do me a favor and break down these recommendations? One, obviously, near-term, short-term, long-term, do it in a spreadsheet format. And then what is personnel, what is policy, procedure changes in that aspect, so that we can kind of look at it in a different way? Because obviously bodies is something that's going to affect budget right away. The other, I think it's hard to, how many do they recommend we hire? We saw clearly that there was there's someone in planning, there was at least one in police, I heard. There's a pretty high level in public works, I heard in there as well. And, so I'd love to see that in that way. And then of those which were recommended as short-term, short-term and
Yeah, we
long-term
can work this out.
in that way. And then maybe almost do this the same way you're doing the CIP, is so we have a little tracking program to say, some of these are already done. Like you said, there's a number of these have already started the process on, and others that way we can use it as a tracking. You said it also.
Yeah, we thought we would have this about 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out that way. Some things came up, and then we got it. And we're kind of looking at it since a couple months ago.
And I realized I forgot to ask a question, and I'm gonna draw it back real quick. What's going on with the upfit upstairs? Working on, we're getting closer?
Well, I wish you saw the mic here. We had some code issues between the architect and
But we solved the issue of the stairs, right?
I'm 98% certain we've solved the issues with the stairs.
Yes.
So now we're just waiting on Bruce from the city to answer a couple of questions from the architect.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't lose the money, right? We got the money somewhere that
It's in the budget, yeah.
It's in this year's budget.
This year's budget.
So we're gonna have to roll it over if we don't get it done.
Sure.
Finish it before June.
Working hard.
Okay.
This is for hurricanes. If I remember.
Sorry, it was something I had and I forgot to ask you. I apologize. I went backwards there.
Thank you.
And it rolls over also to the staff,
Yeah.
bringing more staffing into this building. That's what made me, where you're gonna put them? And I was like, oh, what's going on with the upstairs? So that's where that came
ADA.
from. I know it's an ADA issue, but I thought we solved that with the chairlift.
We did, but then somebody didn't want chairlifts, so we went back with code.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it in the back.
So let's get this into some sort of a matrix format that we can look at really easy, splitting it up into kind of.
Well, and then we may
buckets.
be able to tie budget numbers to it also.
Right, and that would be even great. So splitting it up into near-term, long-term, personnel, policy, procedure, enhanced software kind of thing, because that's the 3 buckets that I really heard. Anybody hear anything different than that? Anybody good with that?
Cost would be good.
Okay, obviously, any cost would be real good on that.
And
Financial
yes, we can
software,
address the things you already did. I mean,
Right.
that they're already on.
and financial software can be very expensive.
But we're already, I think we're there on that. The financial software that we're looking at.
We already signed a
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah.
They're already- Edmund,
Are you with Evan? I know.
we're already using them. They just offer an upgrade, so.
Right, full set, the full new version of SaaS software, the whole bit, I know those.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else on this?
Not on that.
A lot to digest, I gotta. read.
Yeah. And then, like I said, we thought we'd have it, and we got it a week ago. So we've been reading it, figuring it out.
It's very, there's a lot in there, it's a lot of good information.
Yes. You don't want 5 minutes to?
5 minutes break.
Well, that's
Yeah,
it.
sure, go ahead.
Just your thoughts on potential future space needs.
Well, I think the mayor had a pretty good idea that he brought up. We own the rear building. Yeah, we own some space that we potentially could utilize. And, one of the things mentioned in our Rebo Road corridor study is maybe a relocation of the entire operation to a different location. Because the reality is that we own a pretty integral piece of property adjacent to the access point to the board.
Right.
Not only the building location, but the empty lighting store. So there may be some opportunities for us to relocate long-term in a different location and accommodate the space for the future needs. Because right now, you talk about the additional personnel, we can make it work in the building we're in. We've got a couple of empty spots on the other side. And some of the, if it's an inspector, they're gonna be in the field most of the time. And the way we have, a room in the back of the court chambers that, doesn't really get used. So there's potential office there. So we could make it work, but we'd be busting at the seams.
I was thinking, so just
Yeah.
part two.
And then we're gonna move upstairs to the police department.
I'm only at one people upstairs over there.
Andre just shook his head. No, you're not.
We'll make it.
Yeah, you
Got plans.
Yeah.
You think about we got two really, we're thinking about moving the whole facility, moving everybody to a new location. And Paris and looking at Paris Avenue, those are two big buckets of money needed. And we've got to set a priority of which one we wanted to do first. Certainly, I'm favoring more trying to make Paris Avenue first, and then Town Hall, trying to find ways to adapt and make it work. Because either using some annex property that we already own, or finding some way to do that.
Fire department say we can have that section over
As long as we have another place.
As long as we have another place to go.
Oh, we didn't build station four big enough. It's the busiest truck, remember?
This is the
That's right.
This is the busiest truck, as you can know about that. But to your statement about our current location, that location is gonna become a very valuable piece of what the real estate.
Oh, sure, right there.
Right, and especially if we allow the port to start a little bit and then leverage that real estate to financially do something else is the key. And then if you have Paris Avenue done as well, and business is coming downtown, it's only going to increase the value of that piece of property. So everybody a big own and move Town Hall to outside of Shadow.
This one.
Yeah. Anything else?
Okay,
No, that's it.
5-10 minute break real
Yeah.
quick. Give Ashley a second to set up, and then we'll get started on goals.
Got it.
There we go.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. We're gonna go ahead and work on our goal setting session.
All right, so this is not new to any of you, right? You've all been through this process. But I will just restate the rules very quickly. It's kind of like that white elephant game at Christmas you play. You know, you just kind of have to have a refresher, right? So this is just for council. Y'all will just be given the goals one at a time. So when I get to someone, don't just give me all at once, because then you might take someone else's. And then just try to be as specific as possible, you know, and that's just, you know, instead of like, I want to make Port Royal more pedestrian friendly, it's more like, I want to see a sidewalk on Main Street between Church and Pinckney, something like that. So, and I'll try to help with that as well. So, would you like to start?
Great. I think we need to continue with communication engagement with the citizens, like, and especially in the outlying areas that are Port Royal. We
Okay.
need to make them feel more part of the town, to get more involved.
So increase
Increase
citizen engagement.
with the citizens, especially in the outside of the old village. How about that?
Outside of Old Village. Okay. Well, and let's think of ways to do that too.
HOAs, try to get in touch with some of the HOAs, try to attend some of their meetings. If they would like.
Usually the county council used to alternate or rotate their meeting location.
You said the downtown, y'all refer to it as the downtown district? And so specifically, starting with working through their HOAs. Okay, let's, okay. Okay, great.
I got just first responder recruitment and retention. So I don't know, I can't get super specific on that. I don't know what the answer to that is, but making that a priority.
Making that a priority. And first responder is for y'all, police
These
and
guys,
fire.
yeah. Like I said, it's different with the fire department because we got to incorporate a whole other municipality with the police department's just.
We're gonna skip me, let council go first.
Okay.
Identifying workforce housing.
Oh,
Identifying location.
location for affordable housing. Oh. Well, it's not affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever.
Within the town limits.
Opportunities.
There you go, in the town. So I like that.
Does Port Royal own any workforce housing itself?
No. We do have.
Edisto Beach does, just maybe something to talk to them about.
Got some land.
So you say Edisto Beach does.
We got properties on the hood.
Some of
The
our
town,
properties are-
Edisto Beach is a property manager, and who do they rent to?
Sorry?
Yes.
We have properties on the hood.
They
We
are
don't
property
own, but-
manager and they rent to their. police
Yeah,
department.
And we have houses that people.
And we had 4 lots.
You're looking for those
Down.
teachers, law enforcement, first responders.
I gotta pull it.
Yeah.
My turn.
Your turn. He took yours, so you get.
That's fine. I had two right off the bat. One was affordable housing, and we all, you know, that should be high on everyone's radar. Second thing is just continuing to expand broadband and internet, which we're doing, but I know COVID taught us a lot of things. One was how to work remotely and how to get creative with work. But I know in a lot of houses during COVID, people didn't have internet. Kids got left behind in the shuffle. Kids got lost in the shuffle. And then even in houses where there was internet, it wasn't adequate internet.
Okay.
We had, in my house, we had to put a mesh in one end of the house. So I've got internet throughout my whole house because you've got tablets, you've got phones, you've got laptops all working at one time. You just overriding the system. So we've got to increase our broadband delivery throughout the town.
And does the town know where weak spots are?
I'm sure we could probably sit around and just kind of talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's town hall.
Town hall, I mean, yeah, there's areas throughout here that we just need to, we probably hadn't made a charter list.
Well, maybe that's, like identifying first the areas and then getting with the office of regular, what is it, the,
Oh, it's a regulatory.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah. We just gotta figure out, I don't know, that's one,
Yeah.
that's a part of just kind of figuring it out.
Gotcha.
I still think sewer's important. But we're gonna,
There's another, we're gonna get it on this list at some point.
Yeah.
That's how we get it on the list, I think. You're right. Advocate. Expanding the sewer service in Port Royal.
Hey, Mayor.
Okay, so I've got a question. If we have projects already moving forward, by not putting it on this goal doesn't mean we're not still moving those projects forward. Obviously Revo Road Corridor is such a big focus on us, but if it doesn't show up on this goal, that doesn't mean it's not still important to us.
Right.
These are some newer things when we're moving them along.
Yeah, and so y'all are kind of reminding me of Folly Beach. They've been doing this goal setting for years now. And so a lot of their goals are continuing efforts that are in progress.
Right.
And so I just recently created sort of a kind of a chart for them to display to their residents, kind of like on their website, kind of like a way to visually see their goals in action. So you all can kind of see how far you've come and, tell your story to your citizens.
So maybe that's up, Brooke, you and I to get together about some of our other goals that we've already got so far that aren't gonna be on this, that they're not done, we're still working on them, but I don't wanna put a whole bunch of things back on this list that we're gonna spend time trying to prioritize when we know it's a high priority already.
When it's already ongoing.
Right, so in that
It's a
case,
new list.
right, so in that case, the new goal that I will add to this list is attracting more businesses to the Paris Avenue corridor.
To which corner?
Paris Avenue, this road.
Okay.
Main road. Would I take yours? I gave you first opportunity to go.
That was my second.
Well, let me just scratch it off.
Okay, clearly everybody's in support of that one.
Yes.
And then,
We all think
right,
about
and then if you had to think about specifics, I think it's looking at the streetscape, the Paris Avenue streetscape would be the specifics in that aspect right off the bat. Well, that's good. We've always been a very
I've
unified
been down,
county.
I get back up. I'm gonna go ahead and tear this off.
Walk around and do a document.
Yeah, we'll rank them. Okay, back to you.
Back to me, roads,
Which roads?
owned by the town.
Town owned roads.
Put them on a maintenance plan, start finding funding to resurface the roads. And so the town owns everything from 16th down, so I think that's where we would start.
Okay. Is there an asset maintenance plan existing for the roads?
No. Yeah, we own a bunch of roads outside of the downtown area too, so I think we just need to be town of Port Royal roads.
Yeah.
Right.
For now, nothing on Drake. We don't own West Orange or that, but we.
And
We
there's
don't
Bellevue
own
Maintenance.
that side of the river except for, we get Palm now.
We now own Narcissus, Palm, and, what's that other road? What's the road? What's the road? Kenny?
Smilax, Narcissus.
We own all those. We own Midtown,
We
going
own Rosemont.
Midtown. Although we're gonna own Rosemont.
Little neighbor that's like a little Prince, something like cul-de-sac.
We
These are
have,
orphan roads.
that Prince William is an orphan road that the county is willing to pave and then turn over to us. So we're pursuing that.
Orphan road.
It's an orphan road. It's amazing how things happen. So town on streets for maintenance and funding. Okay, good.
I would like to, and there's probably a bunch better than this, but it's core development. And under that, I would like to get into the development agreement that we all agreed on here and follow up on timelines, responsibilities, obligations, and see where we're at on that, and if it's being followed, and if it's not, where we can improve, because at some point, I think we're gonna have to renegotiate it or.
So there's an existing development agreement or
That's what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm kind of leaning towards.
So you-
Yes, we have a development agreement that with the owners that we created in this room, what was that, 2021 summer, I believe?
There was an amendment 2 years ago.
Amendment.
It wasn't an extension.
So we added that and, there's certain timelines and, like contract has got responsibilities and duties of both parties and, I'd like to just come back and reevaluate that and see where we're at, and see if everybody's following, the contract.
So do we need to schedule a meeting? I mean, is this,
We can talk about
are there
it.
regular meetings of the powers that be?
We had our lawyer beat their lawyer over the head about 4 or 5 times, reminding them that it's time for them to update. Send us. And first, they need to read it. Live, I keep forgetting that. So, yeah.
So yeah, I would just say, Port World, development agreement, reevaluation or enforcement.
You gotta start that with Port Royal. Development agreement. Port Royal.
Because we want to come back to it. We're getting up to a point where we're gonna have to do another amendment.
Yeah.
Reevaluate and enforce milestones.
Right.
DU development agreement, just DA.
DA milestones, I think these are right, you're right, DA milestones.
We have the letter. Yeah, just getting kind of like. This is
It really is only one. No, we're skipping me again, because I don't want to take this. Aaron. That's what me and Jerry.
Okay, well, I think someone talked about, updating the infrastructure. We talked about that, that was.
They got the town on
Well, that was just roads, not
Okay.
stormwater,
The infrastructure,
sidewalks.
that enforcing, we always want to strengthen our police department. Let's see, what about, that's a good one. Yeah, building bike paths, bike lanes. 'Cause we have a lot of traffic on the roads also, and I think about.
So bike lanes on the
Because if we
existing.
want to remain a pedestrian-friendly community, also, we have to start by lowering traffic speeds and then also making it safe for pedestrians and bikers without that fear of being ran over. And so I think we need to look at our streets and so forth, even working with DOT also and identifying, because you see across the bridge on Ladies Island, they have bike lanes. You see going to Hill, they have bike lanes and so forth. We
So
have
are these the
sidewalks.
markings
I
on the
think-
existing roadway? You're
Yes.
talking about not a separate, not off the road, but
No,
the
not all,
bike
we
markings.
don't have the properties for that, but definitely,
Okay.
I think, and even if we
Share
have
roads.
to reduce the size of our lanes and so forth and have visibly markable marking like lane, because we have a lot of bike traffic in this town.
You want to narrow that down to a road to something that we could.
A specific road?
Yeah, because I mean, this has been, there's a number of people that are working that goal, and I think if we pick some roads. that we can
Well, I
support-
wouldn't say Paris, Paris is already slow, but you know, a revolt.
Right, I mean.
On the corner.
I think, to help you kind of think about this, because obviously you know that's something I think about a lot, as somebody who's ridden thousands of miles on these roads. Connecting the bike lane on Savannah Highway
Yes.
to the bike lane at the foot of the McTier Bridge.
That's why I said a revolt.
Right, so that's, you highlighted, there's one there, and there's one there.
Yeah.
But through the town of Port Royal, from Savannah Highway to the base of the McTier Bridge, there's no way it's safe to get there. And if you really want to know the truth, if you connect those two, there is a bike lane from Sun City all the way to the
Yes.
state park at Harbor Island.
So it's like,
Hunting Island. So that's a goal that we.
but that would be a long term.
Well, it might not be that long, but it's
Let's
certainly.
put that, let's put that.
So let's focus that and see if we can do that, to
Yeah.
connect the bike lane
Okay.
on Savannah Highway to the bike lane at the base of the McTier Bridge. And then we can figure, there's plenty of advocacy behind us on that, we can get help on that
And I
one.
look like good too.
Right, so I think that one's, it opens up to the gate of Paris Island then for bikes, it opens from this end, and that aspect, it opens it up all the way to the Naval Hospital gate.
Business to patronize our businesses.
Yep. I think that's a good one.
What bridge was this?
McTier Bridge.
Can you spell it?
MCT.
MCT?
MC, capital TEER.
The busiest bridge. Because I went up the Broad River Bridge, that's part of South. That's probably the-
After listening to all of the department heads this morning, the one resonating theme that jumps out to me is personnel. And we need to make that a focus, in my opinion, personnel, recruitment and retention. Because we've all admitted we continue to grow. Every department's having staffing issues. How do we overcome that so we can continue to deliver the level of service that our residents expect?
And so I think that's already up here.
First responders.
First responders, sorry.
Yeah, I'm talking about planning,
Townwide.
everybody, planning, know how to, building, admin, fire department, public works, everything. Now staff, looking at what we've got. It's more than just first responders, in my opinion, with all due respect.
And the police is gonna be doing this recruitment event, right? I mean, maybe that's just for SROs, but are there other recruitment activities that the town could engage in or create themselves?
Well,
Or just say job fair.
but aren't you thinking first that we have to figure out the funding plan to
I
add?
don't have a job at all.
That's fine.
We don't have a job to offer, we don't have a bill right now to offer anybody. I think that's where you're going, am I wrong?
What I'm sitting here, no, what I'm sitting, I mean, Tracy says she's under work, she doesn't work, she needs, Noah needs it, mine needs, everybody needs people. Everybody's having a hard time finding people. What are we doing about that? So are we just gonna listen to, okay, and we'll stay here next year and do the same thing? So we're looking at action items,
Fund staff, additional staff.
action items to make Port Royal better, right?
Would
This
that
is what we
fall
should
under
do.
community and economic development?
Do it now.
Would that fall under community and economic development?
No, that's more outside businesses bringing jobs.
Economic development will help.
Well, yeah, it would help, okay, that's fine, but I think
Are you gonna maybe reevaluate staff and add accordingly and,
I think the reevaluation was done with what we just saw.
but it still be part of, you know you need them, but recruit.
Fund and recruit required staff, you know what you're saying, Gary?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't even know, I mean, do we need an org chart? All right, this is our org chart, this is where we are, and then we just got blanks down here. Okay,
Right.
this is what we need to fill right here. How do we go about filling it? There's funding, right? But why are people leaving? What's the retention? I mean, to me, it's bigger than just, I guess maybe I'm thinking bigger. I'm thinking, how do we fill those gaps in? How do we do that? What are the steps required to fill the gaps? And I don't know if job fairs are the way to go. I mean, last year, you and I talked about the digital hiring initiatives. Are we doing things like that? Are we looking at government programs to help to supplement our labor? I don't know, but every department in here needs people, so how are we gonna fix that? I mean, every restaurant you go into, every business you go into, they all got this, excuse us, we're short-staffed. Nah, we gotta do better than that. We can do better than that,
Buy
can
a
we?
costume for band and put it one show in the corner.
What's that?
Buy a costume for you and put you in the corner.
How do we go about doing it? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I thought we're just kind of generating some ideas, discussion for it.
No, I think we are. You're absolutely right. So I'm wondering if this goal isn't to take this organizational. How did you have it worded? How was it actually worded? The fan, the report was worded as well?
Organizational.
Organizational assessment.
Yeah, evaluate and implement organizational assessment.
That's fine.
I think that's something, that brings it down to something that we can put our teeth into and follow along. Because it's the first thing, obviously, is, Chief's got 4 jobs. He can't get applications. So that's a different, he's got the money to hire these people. Well, we heard here, we don't even have the budget. We haven't even set the budget for it yet. So I think that we got.
He's got, what are we doing to fill this hole?
Right, so there's that one, and that we got over here with first responder recruitment and retention. And this then will take care of the rest of the admin staff.
And then how we're doing our bench. I mean, I get it. We promoted from within with Brooke, right? And we promote from within, and I think that's great. How are we backfilling?
Yeah.
How do we do our bench? How do we backfill?
On your side of the house, we have 1 open position right now, right?
Yeah.
We have 1 open position on that side of the house. We got 4 there.
Jeff needs somebody. Jeff probably needs 2, right? He needs 1. He's got another guy that's out for a while.
We just kind of gave him 1 ad hoc in the middle of.
Yeah, so I'm just saying.
And no, I think you're right on. I think you're right on.
It's harder to find employees, period.
Yeah, I get it. The harder thing is to find them. You're right. All right, so I guess it's my turn, because it needs to be up here. Advocate for sewer service within the town of Port Royal.
Amen.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. Advocate to Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer Authority for sewer service.
So we can say in the town of Port Royal. So you're just everywhere.
I mean, because I think we already got it focused on Remote Road,
What's their acronym?
BJWSA. And we can put that as the goal, and then if we want to highlight two areas, let's put Remote Road, Paris Avenue, and leave it at that right now. And next year we'll have the same one, and we'll add other areas as we find.
It does help you when advocating, it does help to have focus.
Yeah.
You just go back, just put it, we just want, you gotta be like here.
All right, yeah, no, that's good. Remote Road, Paris Avenue, which is our economic drivers in those 2 areas right now.
More about that. I'm sure you like that.
Somebody said it to me one time.
You were like that. Big Joe.
Oh, there's that one. I don't talk about that one.
Review codes and update.
Code, your code of ordinances.
Like you can't beat your wife on Sunday at the courthouse steps.
We still got that one.
Do you really?
I think it's still in the woods.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, it's like the tree ordinance and stuff like that, we're finding codes that we really need to have updated. We haven't done it in years, so we need to start somewhere.
We talked about it earlier, but to create a very, a competitive business economic corridor overlay zone.
Okay. So whether it's like a mid or TIF, like that's kind of what you're thinking?
Yes. Well, we've talked about, and we think about Remote Road, there's that, but having an overlay zone for that area that has incentives for commercial development.
Didn't we already start that? until he started, right? Didn't know what to say. He's basically leaving this to get that started.
Cheers. Yes, I promise.
Carol, Jerry, any more?
Yes, my turn.
No,
I'm sorry, Darryl.
I think everything is kind of be.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything.
Exactly, it's gonna be redone.
Go ahead, Jerry.
We need to continue to protect and advocate for our environment, our green spaces, our rivers, our estuaries.
Okay, you said advocate and protect? That was it.
What makes Port Royal special, the things that make Port Royal and the Low Country special, we need to protect those. And that's, to me, it's our environment and where we live.
Just go, because I'm done.
I mean, our tax base, we gotta grow our tax base.
How? So we have two options there. So it's the economic development piece or annexations. And go after annexations.
I'm not gonna say go after annexations, but we can.
So then it's still that advocating for
I think of
economic
development.
Yeah.
That's what I said earlier, community and economic development.
That's fine.
which we've got on.
Well, we had this, yeah, it's kind of not really.
We've got the Paris Avenue one, we've got the Regal corridor is the second one. That are both-
170 corridor, I put that on there.
So that would be, so that's a legitimate one.
Bridge.
Right, that's a legitimate.
To Road River Bridge.
So advocate, so that's a legitimate one, grow our commercial tax base along the 170 corridor.
Yeah.
So that's a legitimate
Road
one.
River Bridge. There's not much space on the Shell Point corridor.
Some more people heard that, they're coming knocking on our doors.
From outside looking in, it always amazes me coming in to Port Royal and Beaufort, how, is that, so that's the Broad River on the left?
Depends on where you came from.
So like coming from Charleston,
Oh, you didn't come from Broad River.
Came across the well bridge.
You came from the well, yes, the Twin River Branch.
like where the traffic circle is and you go under. So what is that river on the left?
That's Garbage Corner.
That's Garbage Corner, that's Garbage Corner, and as you come down, you see River, that's what we call the Whale Branch area.
Okay,
And then you went past the air station,
yes.
okay, and now you're getting into the city of Beaufort, Burton.
Right.
And according to whether you went through the city or right, is where Port Royal starts.
So that area between, before you get to
The air station,
the air station,
it's called Dale and Shelton.
I mean, it just seems so like prime, it
Well,
looks like
the city now
deep,
also
is that deep
something-
water? I mean, it just seems
So
like.
that's Dale Sheldon, where sewer's not allowed to restrict growth. There you go. That's all in the county.
Okay,
Once you went over that next bridge, then you're starting to get into some areas that belong to the city of Beaufort, but there's a heavy acre zone from the air station that also prevents
okay, they've
some
got,
some
yeah,
growth. And there's a whole bunch of property on the right-hand side that's owned by a single plantation, and it's all in conservation.
really? Wow.
I'll
We
say
just
that.
got a local geographical update.
Yeah, we're kind of like sandwiched in being Port Royal.
So growing the commercial tax space along what?
Highway 170 corridor.
But you have to be specific because of course, you know, you only start from,
Well,
from
property
Riverview.
owned, right, so it's in
You know, from River, not from Riverview, from Bridges to
Ridge, which is in the municipal boundary.
Right.
So however you want to describe, in the municipal.
Within the
boundary,
municipal boundary.
Within Port Royal boundary.
Yeah, there you go. You specified, exactly.
The rest of the cars are doing just fine when it comes to that.
I'll say it's kind of two, but, the military presence is very important here. Every now and then stories pop up about Paris Islands gonna close. So one would be to continue to support, Paris Island in any way, whatever that means, whether it's resolutions, whether that's statements, whatever we need to do to just always support them being here. And then the naval hospitals as well. We've got a 120 acre naval hospital that something's gonna happen to in the future. And there's talks and plans about what that could be. And so it's just making sure that we're always engaged in that. Just keep an eye on the ball. Like I said, it's not happening tomorrow, it's not next year, but at some point, something's happening to that property. And we just need to, like I said, just keep our eye on that. So continue to.
And that's a continue because we're doing a lot in the naval hospital already, but Paris Island, we're not doing much, but we need to keep our eye on that ball.
And just like I said, any way we can.
Yes.
Military.
I mean, that's just like forever.
Yeah.
That's just,
Right.
these are like 1 year.
Those are
goals, right?
ongoing
It's
exercises.
just forever.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda. All right. For the purpose of timing, I think we need to get on to ranking these. We got about 40 minutes and we really need to we got about 40 minutes because these people need some time before they have another engagement at 5, and we need to give them some personal time.
So any more before we start ranking?
Okay, just, got anything you want to throw on the list, throw on
Now's
out.
the time.
We finish in 40 minutes.
I want to give you guys time because you have to do some work.
All right, well, y'all might want to get up so you can look, so you can see these. Unless I can move this, but I should.
Nah, I just say they'll just want to get up on.
The ones that can't see over there can get up and come over
That's,
here.
they're gonna create.
I can see it.
Okay.
Cause I would sure like to see where we're on that.
Different color markers?
Just,
Yeah, so y'all go ahead and think of your top three.
We do top.
okay, top
Top
three.
three.
Everybody gets a different color marker?
No,
No?
I
Oh, she
don't
just
like
tells-
markers.
She's the one having the markers.
Oh, we don't do it.
You're just gonna tell me.
You're gonna clean your erasers after
Okay.
class.
Because we don't have many goals, we're gonna, you'll see.
Yeah, send it to us all.
Thank you, everybody.
Right.
Mhm. All right, so for the last couple of minutes, we have been ranking those goal ideas that we put on the paper. Sorry, we had to do it the way we did it. Limitations of the room. What's the next step now? You've got what you need?
I've got what I need and I will compile them with y'all's priorities and also kind of have a new little visual way if y'all want to put inside or.
Great. So we're gonna compile them, show them in the rankings, and we're gonna try in a way we can post them also on our website, but we'll also have them presented in front of council, probably April. Give you a little bit of time, instead try to squeeze in.
Yeah.
By April, yeah, we'll present them at council workshop in April. Okay, what else do we have left for today?
Miscellaneous.
We have a little bit of time.
Yeah, sure. We, a couple of the items that we had left were the port, which we did kind of discuss earlier. Next item was the shrimp dock update, which we covered in terms of where we stood. Go ahead.
Just about the port.
Yes.
I know Lawrence is working on it, but it could kind of get a little bit kind of the timelines that were, we. Yeah, the timeline,
So
that's kind of where we're at on it.
So a matrix of the deadlines on the
Yeah,
port.
just a little brief update.
Yeah, okay. Shrimp dock update, we covered that to a certain extent. We have the sailboat, which the town will be yanking out of the water. The shrimp boat, which we hopefully will be removed by the purchaser shortly. Upon that happening, demolition, removal of the boats that are sunk near the dock. Rebo Road corridor, we had a discussion about that relative to the efforts of the redevelopment commission, and I believe the redevelopment commission will talk about that tomorrow a little bit more depth. The only other thing I might mention parallel to that is the entire Reimagine Rebo effort that's being undertaken by Beaufort County, City of Beaufort, and Town of Port Royal. We have made them aware of both the tool design study as well as our redevelopment commission's efforts to make sure that they're incorporated into whatever document that is ultimately produced.
And we've introduced Beaufort Township Water and Sewer Authority into that same
Right.
issue that's going on, so that they know that you've got to get in front of the construction work.
Yeah.
It's going to happen on Reimagine.
Well, we did add the Naval Hospital. We do know that the, committee of the Chamber of Commerce and Military Enhancement Committee has retained a lobbying thought group, if you will, to evaluate the Naval Hospital. We've kind of been tasked with envisioning the long-term future of the Naval Hospital and what the impacts of additional clinics being constructed, different locations might have on its future. There was a meeting, probably 2 months ago with a bunch of stakeholders. And the exercise was basically to figure out, what would be the best use or reuse for the Naval Hospital facility if something were to happen a decade from now. So they're putting all of that together. Obviously, the Naval Hospital is in the town of Port Royal, and is 120 plus acres on the water. So we need to give some serious thought to the future of that facility.
I believe the companies, I think the deadline is either April or May. Matrix to have some sort of product by April or May is the of that. So
yeah, so
they have something in hand.
Yeah, probably revisit whatever the ultimate outcome of that plan is. And a few of us participated in that exercise. So.
Holiday schedule and town anniversary.
Yeah, holiday schedule. I think when we started looking at it, I think what we really want to do is try to be as consistent with the other municipalities in the county as possible. Because what's happened is, on days that we're open, that they're closed, that everybody thinks we're closed anyways. And it just makes more sense for all of us to be on the same kind of holiday schedule.
So do you have a proposed, or you want to bring to us a proposed new holiday schedule?
In the council packet, I did a spreadsheet, every single municipality, everybody's on a different schedule right now.
All.
we're
Can you bring that up real quick? Sure.
we're at 10 days of holiday, and they are, I'm sorry, I'm talking and trying to multitask. They're between 12 to 13. All right, and
Everybody, mandate don't take all federal holidays, right?
No, we do
Six. Oh, I thought it was like, we did 6. I guess it's not.
That's good. Scroll, just roll,
Scroll to-
that's good. Just
scroll.
scroll down and then slide up on the bottom and you'll probably be perfect.
there we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Let them just make personal day a holiday.
President's Day. So
President's Day is interesting. Good Friday is a county one. UT is starting to pop up. But I guess my suggestion then would be for staff to bring before council a recommendation on adopting a new holiday schedule. You've got the data here, you bring the data, show the backup and show what you're looking at and bring forth a new holiday schedule.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to do that, right? Yeah. The other one, if you could look real carefully, because their school follows the county, right?
Yeah, we probably should add the school district.
School probably follows the county, and the other real big one would be Josh Ford to the dark.
Yeah, honestly,
They're
probably the school
200
is probably the most important.
30, 40 boys at this point now, right? Two something.
So we can do the school Christmas break?
They're definitely present.
We can't do the entire school or summer break, it's school break. We keep the spring break, summer break, man. Give them a little, they take a lot.
A for effort.
Pay for effort.
And don't forget the floating holidays.
Hillsmith gives their people a lot of the, no. So who's the most helping there?
The county looks like.
Lots
it
of
has-
towns pretty much just take one of it. Some people,
The city has a lot.
we have, our people work the most. That's what I take.
That's where our people work the most.
The city has a pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, I think it's Bluffton County, City, Hilton Head, Dallas, somewhere in that area.
They even have Good Friday.
Okay,
All right, and then the other one that we have is the town anniversary. And we just want to kind of stay in front of this one. And are we tasked with that, or is, the historical foundation?
Aren't they here tomorrow?
I believe they are. That we make a sizable contribution to and allow for office space if they would have that effort.
Right upstairs.
let's talk to them tomorrow and see who's gonna lead that effort. I can catch this clear in the.
Or you want to create a committee of citizens, interested citizens, so really it's
Already planning committee.
With, obviously with the.
Yeah.
Part of that. So let's talk about that tomorrow. And, yeah. And, you got how long? 2 years? 3 years? 2 years, 2 years.
Yeah, 1874.
Four.
Two summers.
That's right. Okay.
So, two things real quick. Are we done?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Garbage billing, I was just gonna ask if we could get some sort of clarification from Waste Pro about
how it's going.
What's going on over there with recycling?
No, we answered the
that's a
recycling
bill.
question.
It's the recycling question.
Yeah.
Are they doing?
We have the
Yeah, we got
answer,
the tickets.
where we have the answer for where our recycling is going.
Yes.
The question we're getting is what happens to it after it arrives there?
Like, are they actually?
Is it actually being recycled or is it just being, so
I'll ride the truck and I'll follow the recycling and then follow where the recycling.
I want you to follow that water bottle to its end.
From the landfill.
Waste Management owns the sorting center, or whatever you want to call it. Are they willing to come before council and for all citizens and tell us what happens at that sorting center? And where it goes? I think that's what.
That they're charging them for recycling, but a lot of people are under the impression that they're not actually recycling. They're just charging them for it and not doing it.
They're hanging out at the Waste Management.
I just throwing it in with the regular way.
They are going to the recycling. happening. What's happening is the percentage of what's dirty, and that is not actual recyclables.
Yeah.
If that percentage gets too high, they reject it. So at that point, they are going to recycling, but it might not make it to recycling because of that percentage.
So the largest market for recycled materials is China. They changed their level of acceptance in terms of contamination.
Right.
So there is nobody else in the world that can make up the market that's being displaced by the difference in Chinese standards for it. You've got some Vietnamese markets and others, but the world's recycling center is basically somewhat closed.
So, and then the last thing I just thought I'd ask, people were asking me about it, and then the port, land swap, that's done and done.
Oh, the clean one is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
13 lots and that's.
Yeah, there, some minutia left in terms
Okay,
of.
that's what I'm asking. Has it been signed?
Yeah.
Is the dotted line signed?
Yeah, we all did that. Now
Okay.
they're just some.
The lawyers are working back and
There's some,
forth.
what do you call it?
Yeah, squeeze the last couple of
exhibits.
minutes.
Yeah, got another 50-minute bill.
Squeeze them out.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure that was, there weren't any hiccups with that, and that was.
Right.
That's it.
Right, and I think we could talk about this really tomorrow, but I'll drop the idea. And we need to have a discussion, if time allows, tomorrow on town-run festivals and events. And specifically around the Christmas timeframe. We've been asked now, we all know we've been asked.
Yeah.
We do have it on the agenda for.
We got it on the agenda for tomorrow, and tomorrow's gonna be great. We'll just do that, but do we enhance that Christmas, the Christmas tree lighting, the other thing, music in the manger, the golf cart parade? Do we make that something that's organized more? I mean, that's our thing, the kids and Christmas and that stuff. Music from the Manger has actually approached us. We'll talk about this tomorrow.
It's on the,
Do you want to take this event over?
it's on the agenda.
Okay, good.
It says Christmas.
There we go. All right, we're good. That's all I got. Is everybody good?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Motion to adjourn or something.
No, do we actually? Okay, I will do that. But just so you know, so timing, 8:30 again tomorrow morning. We're back here at this location. Thank you, everybody, for the day. Make sure we thank staff that's already left for all their participation. I know it took them a day away. And we have a motion to adjourn. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching.